Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Multiple Deku Met Each Other? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a peaceful day in the city of Mizudafu. Most heroes were walking around on patrol, and civilians were going about their daily routines. Class 1A was out for the day, including Izuku and his friends, known as the Dekusquad. Bakugo was also there, albeit reluctantly, as Kirishima had to drag him out. As they walked, Izuku spotted his mother, Inko. "So, sweetie, is UA treating you well?" she asked. "Everything is great, Mom. We just wrapped up the culture festival." "That's good to hear. And it's nice to see you have so many friends." She turned to the Dekusquad, who waved and smiled. They each introduced themselves. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Midoriya. I'm Tsuyu Azui." "Brit," said Tsu. "Midoriya is just a great person. He saved me a long time ago back at the USJ," another friend chimed in. "Oh, that's wonderful to hear. My son has such a big heart," Inko smiled. "It's nice to meet you, Midoriya's mom. I'm Tenya Ida, Class 1A class rep and one of Midoriya's trusted friends." "Tenya? Where have I heard that name before?" Inko pondered. "That's because he comes from a lineage of heroes, the Ingenium family," Izuku explained. "Oh right. My son mentioned how great your family is." Izuku blushed slightly and Ida smiled. "I hope to live up to the great things your son has said about me." He made a chopping motion with his arms, which confused Inko a bit. Next, a boy with bicolored hair approached. "It's nice to meet you, Midoriya's mom. I'm Shoto Todoroki. Your son helped me through many things." "Todoroki? Oh, you're the son of the #1 hero, if I'm not mistaken?" "That's correct. I want to thank you for raising such a great friend. He pulled me out of a tough situation once." "Really? I didn't know that," Inko replied. "Todoroki, I told you it's fine. You would have done the same for me," Izuku said. Todoroki thought for a moment. "I don't know if I could do as good a job as you, Midoriya." Inko smiled at this. Finally, a girl with fair skin and a perpetual blush approached. "It's nice to finally meet you, Miss Midoriya. My name is Achiko Uraraka. Deku-kun really is a great guy." "Uraraka? Oh, you're the one my son praises the most." Inko clapped her hands, causing both Uraraka and Izuku to blush. "It's so nice to see my son have friends now. Growing up, it was tough for him. He never smiled this much as he does now." "Mom," Izuku began, but Inko continued, "I worry about you, especially since you were such a late bloomer." Most of the Dekusquad looked surprised and were about to ask what she meant by that when they heard a noise and looked up at the sky. Just a few minutes earlier, somewhere else in the city, 3 pro heroes, Death Arms, Empty Lady, and Kamui Woods, were walking and talking. "Doesn't this remind you of when I first started out?" Empty Lady said. "I remember how you nearly destroyed a few buildings during your debut," Death Arms replied. Empty Lady almost stumbled but held it together. "I wasn't that bad. To be honest, I don't get as much action as those UA kids. They've really been through some stuff." "Well, if they want to make it as pros, they're going to have to get used to it," Death Arms said. "But they're only high schoolers. I don't remember it being this intense when I was coming through," Woods added. "Well, they'll be great pros at this rate," Death Arms remarked. As the 3 continued walking and greeting passers-by, they suddenly heard a crack. Does anyone else hear that?" Woods asked. "Yeah, but where is it coming from?" "I don't see any robbery," Emilady said, looking around. Death Arms noticed some citizens looking up and pointing to the sky. The 3 heroes followed their gaze and were shocked to see the sky cracking. More people began to look up as the cracking grew louder, and soon, things started to fall from the holes in the sky. One of the objects landed near Izuku and his squad, prompting Izuku to shield his mother. A few more crashes echoed throughout the city. The pro heroes covered their faces from the dust, and as it settled, they cautiously made their way to the small crater formed by the impact. "Stay on your toes, you two. This could be connected to the League of Villains," Death Arms warned. Both heroes nodded and followed his lead. As they approached, they could make out two figures slowly standing up. What was that? I was just trying to enjoy some kutsuden. Is that too much to ask? One of them exclaimed. You're telling me? I was just looking over my notes when a portal opened under my feet, the other replied. As the dust cleared, the two figures dusted themselves off and looked at each other. They both noticed their fluffy green hair and diamond freckles, but their outfits were different. One wore a vest-type suit while the other donned a dark green hoodie. They scanned each other from head to toe. What the? You look just like me, said the one in the vest. I was going to say the same about you, replied the other, and they both stared at each other in surprise. The heroes watching were equally confused. Not only had two people fallen from the sky, but they looked just like the green-haired boy from Class 1A. The two newcomers continued to examine each other's attire. Not gonna lie, I didn't think I was a suit-type person, but now that I see it, it fits, said the one in the hoodie. You look like you've been through a lot. But if you're another me, something tells me you know how flawed hero society is. Flawed is putting it lightly. It needs to be fixed. The one in the dark green hoodie and the one in the vest turned to see where he was looking. Heroes, they both said in unison, sharing a surprised look before smiling at each other. Hey, you two down there okay? Called Death Arms. The one in the vest cracked his hands and neck before responding, you know, it's not very nice for heroes to stick their noses where they don't belong. The one in the green hoodie then pulled out a knife and said, it seems we might still be in a world full of false heroes. I guess I don't mind cleaning them up again. They both jumped toward the heroes. Back with the Dekusquad, Tsu asked, what was that? I have no clue, but is everyone okay? Ida replied. Yeah, Mom, are you okay? Izuku asked his mother. I'm okay, sweetie, thanks, but what was that all about? Inko responded. I don't know, but we need to be prepared for anything that comes out of that dust cloud, said Shoto, getting into a fighting stance. He's right. Izuku slowly inched closer to the dust cloud when they heard a voice. Ow wow, what was that all about? I was just trying to get a feel for OFA. Was that a villain quirk? Where am I? The voice came from within the dust cloud, sounding familiar yet more feminine. The person swatted the dust away, revealing green hair and emerald eyes, wearing a replica of Izuku's hero costume. The gang was shocked to see someone who looked just like Izuku, but as a female. Everyone was confused, and both Izukis pointed at each other. You look like me, said Izuku. And you look like me, exclaimed the female version. Before anyone could ask more questions, they heard an explosion and quickly made their way toward the noise. Meanwhile, back with the heroes, the green-hooded figure was hopping around. They threw a knife at Kamui Wood, who dodged it while using his quirk to restrain him. What are you doing? Wood looked to where the green-hooded person had been standing, but they were gone. Where did he go? He wondered, just as he felt a boot on his shoulder, kicking him. Down to the streets. Kamui Wood was sent flying and crashed into a car, while the green-hooded figure held onto a knife stuck in a building. Sorry, but I don't really want you heroes trying to restrain me. He didn't realize that MT Lady had grown in size and reached for him, grabbing him. Gotcha! But when she opened her palm, he was gone? What the? I just had him? She then heard a whistle, looked toward the sound, and saw the hooded figure waving at her, leaning against a wall and flipping a knife. Well, one thing is for sure. Wherever I got dropped, it seems the heroes here aren't that strong or smart. MT Lady's frustration grew, and she went after the boy. Meanwhile, we see Death Arms being sent flying into a wall. Midoriya dusted himself off. Didn't I already take you down once, hero? Death Arms slowly emerged from the wall, bleeding slightly. Kid, what the hell? Last time I checked, you were in the hero course. Why are you attacking a hero? You know this could end your career before it even started. Hero course? Last time I checked, they were trying to put me through some rehab program for villains. So, it seems I landed in a world where I'm a hero? And I'm a student. Interesting. So there are more of me and that other me here. I would love to stay and chat with you, but I have things to figure out, so I'm going to have to end this. Midoriya rushed at Death Arms faster than he could react, But just as he was about to strike, he sensed danger and jumped back, spotting some feathers. He turned to see the number 2 hero, Hawks, descending. This is unexpected. We then returned to the Dekusquad and their female Izuku. They arrived at another part of the city, and what they saw shocked them. A few low-ranking pro heroes beaten and tied up. Someone appeared to be sitting in mid-air, kicking her feet. She wore a black dress and had long green hair, with a spider web tattoo on her arm. Her dark green eyes resembled those of the female Izuku, though she looked slightly different. You know, you fake heroes really annoy me. It's funny how you attack me out of the blue and believe you could defeat the Sky Demon herself. I would call you foolish, but in reality, you're just brain dead. The girl looked up and saw the Dekusquad arriving, rolling her eyes. Oh great, more trouble? It looks like another Midoriya, but she looks just like this one, said Azui. The dark-haired female Midoriya stood up in the air. So, Class 1A has come to fight me again? What makes you think it will be any different than last time? This confused the Dekusquad. Before she could say anything else, she noticed the 2 green-haired lookalikes in front of her. What the hell? Why do these 2 look like me? She glanced over and spotted Inko hiding in the back, her face turning to shock. You're alive? This only added to everyone's confusion. I need to figure out where I am and what's going on. The dark-dressed Midoriya began to turn and leave. Both Midoriyas activated their quirks. The Dekusquad was even more shocked to realize this new Midoriya had the same quirk as their own. They both tried to grab the Midoriya in the air, but out of nowhere, an air cannon knocked them to the ground. Midoriya / Deku. The gang rushed to them. The dark-dressed female Izuku looked to her side and saw another Izuku standing on an air pad. This one had longer arms, covered in scars, and his eyes looked lifeless. She raised an eyebrow at him. He looked at her and smiled faintly. You nearly have the same scent as me in the league. I'm supposed to be protecting the league. He then noticed the shocked expressions on the others' faces, his gaze slowly shifting to Inko, his face reflecting shock as well. Look, I know it's weird, but we have to worry about their mom later. Right now, we have company. She turned her head. More heroes are showing up. I will protect the league. Back with the other Izukus, the hooded figure sat bored on a car, watching a beaten Kamui Woods enemy lady. He flipped a knife and shook his head. You know, for pros, you really are weak. The 2 heroes on the ground struggled to comprehend the situation. First, the sky cracked open, and then this green-haired boy from UA appeared, looking different and easily defeating them. The masked Izuku stopped flipping his knife. Might as well get rid of you too. The fewer heroes the league has to deal with, the better. He jumped off the car and approached the 2 heroes, who were slowly trying to get up but were in considerable pain. You 2 had a good run. Don't worry, your other friend will be joining you soon. He grabbed Woods by the neck, preparing to finish it, when he suddenly saw a fireball coming toward him and jumped out of the way. Diamond, is Endeavor already here? As he turned to see who shot fire at him, he was shocked to find another Izuku standing there. Everyone around was even more confused. The masked Izuku sighed and face-bombed. You know, I'm already getting sick and tired of all these clones of me appearing, and I've only seen 2 of myself. He got into a fighting stance. The other Izuku stared at him for a moment. I don't get why you're attacking heroes. Aren't we the same person? The green hoodie Izuku chuckled. Well, it seems you were born with a quirk, and I can guess you never had your dream crush, did you? The other Izuku looked confused, but before he could ask, he felt a cut appear on his cheek. He turned just in time to see the green hoodie Izuku preparing to attack him. Fire erupted from the green hoodie Izuku as he took to the sky with fire wings. A fire quirk? But he has fire wings? I wonder what his quirk could be. Too bad I can't think about that right now. I have to beat this other me first. He pulled out another knife. Meanwhile, the other Izuku was struggling against the number 2 hero, Hawks. He was dodging feathers left and right. You know, out of all the heroes I could be fighting, it just has to be him, the number 2. The Izuku continued to bob and weave through the feathers. Hawks was bewildered. How What is going on here? He definitely looks like Tokoyami's green-haired classmate. He even sounds like him, just a little taller, but his outfit is completely different. And he's fighting heroes? None of this makes any sense. Hawks continued to pelt the Izuku with feathers, but he noticed something. The Izuku was getting better at reading them. He seemed to be dancing while dodging. Realizing this, Hawks quickly called his feathers back. The vest-wearing Izuku seized the opportunity and charged at Hawks. The speed surprised Hawks. He managed to dodge the punch and tried to take to the air, but the Izuku grabbed his legs and spun him to the ground, now standing over Hawks, who lay on the pavement. Look, Hawks, I don't want to hurt one of the Hero Commission's agents. Yet, so do me a favor and stay down. Hawks was taken aback, his expression one of shock. How do you know that? Just as the Izuku was about to answer, he sensed someone behind him and quickly dodged an explosion. Sai, why did it have to be you? As the smoke cleared, the figure revealed itself to be Bakugo. Deku. Well, things were already chaotic. Two Dekus had run into two others, and the pros seemed to be having trouble with the Midoriya. Who were these other Midoriyas? And now one of them had encountered Bakugo. This could only lead to one thing. Bakugo stared down at this Izuku. What the hell do you? What are you doing? This Izuku clicked his tongue. You don't get permission to call me that. I can call to you whatever I want, you shitty nerd. Just as loud and annoying as ever, I see, Kaken. The Dekusquad soon arrived, confused by the scene. They noticed death arms embedded in a wall and Hawks getting up. Hey guys, let's just calm down and talk this out. Midoriya, let's just calm down, Mina suggested. But Izuku didn't listen and blitzed past them. Bakugo and Kirishima quickly reacted. Kirishima hardened and crossed his arms, but he was sent flying anyway. Zero turned to see Kirishima a few feet away, breathing heavily. What? They turned to see Izuku's arm coated in a dark, armor-like substance. He swiped his hand. Only the League is allowed to call me that. This left them all shocked and confused. The League of Villains? Midoriya working with them? What was he talking about? But Bakugo began to smile. So, you finally decided to show your true colors? Huh. I knew All Might made the wrong choice. Should have guessed that of all the people in the class who would betray him, it was you. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Bakugo charged at him, preparing to deliver his famous right hook. Just as he was about to strike, Izuku's eyes glowed, and he quickly dodged, avoiding the explosion and grabbing Bakugo before spinning him and kicking him away. Bakugo came to a stop, surprised. The hell? He shouldn't have reacted that way. He looked at the Izuku, who cracked his hand and neck, smiling. All right, Katsuki, if you want to dance. Let's dance. Somewhere else in the city, another figure in a dark hoodie was dodging incoming attacks. He had a staff on his back. For the last time. I'm not an enemy. Sorry kid, but I just don't believe you. You clearly do not dress as a hero and could be a villain in disguise, so as a hero, I have to bring you in. The hero rushed at him, attempting to punch, but the hooded figure blocked it with his staff. He then flips over the hero with his staff around the arm and shoulder and throws the hero away from him into other heroes. He puts the staff on his back and parkours his way out of there. As he reaches the top of a roof, he pulls his hood off, revealing another Izuku. He sighs and lowers his mask. Just where the hell am I? 1 minute, I'm on patrol, and the next thing I know, a portal opens in front of me. This is such a drag. He pinches his nose. Suddenly, he senses someone approaching from beside him. Before he can react, he quickly takes out his staff and swings at the person. They dodge it, grab the staff, and pull this Izuku toward them, preparing to kick him. However, Midoriya reacts quickly, jumping over the attacker, but they dodge and attempt an uppercut. Midoriya evades and bounces back with his staff. They look at each other and realize they are both Midoriyas. Alright, either the League really wants me dead and has made clones of me, or I didn't get enough sleep. This Izuku is wearing a green hoodie, combat gloves, and a cap under his hood. I would say the same thing, but from what I've seen, we are not the only ones around here. He rolls his wrist. As much as I don't want to trust you since you attacked me, how do I know you're not lying? Well, for one, I wasn't going to attack you until you attacked me with that staff. I was just going to walk up to you. But now that I think about it, that wasn't a good idea. You just realized that? The staff-wielding Midoriya pinches his nose. Alright, what's the plan? I suggest we look around and see what other Midoriyas, or us, are around. I saw at least 2 of them fighting heroes earlier. I'm guessing I'm not the only one who doesn't trust all heroes. Yeah, but these 2, how do I say, look like villains. They even mentioned the League. The staff-wielding Midoriya brings his hand to his chin. So, it seems some of us are villains in this world. But something tells me they're not from this world, just like us. We should take a look. I have a feeling there are a few more around. But first, the green-hooded Izuku turns his head to the side. You can come out, I heard you land earlier. Make this easy on us, we don't want to fight. Out walks a short young man with the head of a blackbird, Fumikage Tokoyami. He is surprised to see 2 Midoriyas. Midoriya? But there are 2 of you. You're a smart kid, Tokoyami. I'm sure you heard us earlier, we're not actually your Izuku. This is a very confusing situation for you. I'm guessing your Midoriya is a classmate, asks the staff-wielding Izuku. Yes, he is a great friend, but it's just weird seeing 2 of him. Before they can continue talking, they hear an explosion. Son of a... I'm going to guess that either the 2 Midoriyas you saw earlier or more of us. No, it's from a different street than the one I came from earlier, so it must be new ones. Let's go check it out. Both Midoriyas nod at each other and begin to make their way toward the sound. Tokoyami follows, surprised by the fact that he just heard Midoriya curse. They arrive at the street where the sound was coming from. A few heroes watch nervously. They are observing 2 individuals, one wearing a black cloak and the other in a black jacket. The cloaked figure wields a scythe, while the other wields a sword. Both have green hair, but the one with the sword has slicker hair. The 2 clash weapons, creating slashes around them as their blades meet. The heroes are hesitant to approach, having seen earlier attempts end poorly. Just what the hell are these 2? Asks a random hero. I'm impressed. It seems this world's other me has some skill with the blade, even if it is a scythe, says the sword-wielding Midoriya. I could say the same, but it's clear we both are not from this world. They jump back. Color me impressed. I thought you would use your quirk, not a sword. Who said I had a quirk? He gets into a stance. The cloaked Midoriya stares at him, then looks over his shoulder at the heroes slowly inching closer. He turns back to the other Izuku. I think we should move this somewhere else. It seems we did a number on this place, and I think we've made the heroes fear us. The sword-wielding Izuku looks around and sees the damage. Cut marks on the street, cars, buildings, and a few heroes injured. He sighs. That would be smart, but I think we missed that chance. These heroes see us as enemies and a threat. The moment we try to leave this area, they're going to attack us. While I don't blame them, we did cause some damage and hurt heroes in the process. He puts his blade back in its sheath and grips it tightly. But it doesn't mean I'm going to let them take me that easily. He turned to the heroes and some flinched. The black cloak Izuku pulled his hood over his head, spun his scythe, and pointed his weapon at the other heroes. I think we can agree on that. They backed up into each other, preparing for what was to come. Suddenly, they felt a thread wrap around them, but they easily cut through it. A sonic sound wave approached, and they jumped out of the way, spotting the number 3 hero Best Jeanist and the number 12 hero Gang Orca. Both heroes stared at the 2 green-haired teens in front of them, confusion evident on their faces. Well, this seems like an issue, especially since young hero Midoriya is standing in front of us looking very different and wielding weapons. My best bet is this is the work of the League of Villains, said Best Jeanist. But we know there are more in the city. Earlier, there were sightings of other Midoriyas. We need to apprehend them and figure out what's going on. Gang Orca added. The Midoriyas exchanged worried glances, gripping their weapons tightly. Just then, a strange mist began to form around them, and clones of UA teacher ectoplasm appeared. He was shocked to see 2 of Aizawa's problem children before him, looking so different from the Izuku Midoriya he knew. One had slick hair and wielded a sword, while the other brandished a scythe, resembling a grim reaper. Young Midoriyas, please make this easy on everyone and stand down, or we will have to use force. You can't take on all these pro-heroes alone, Ectoplasm urged. The two Izukus looked at each other, then back at Ectoplasm and his clones. In response, they sliced their weapons around them, destroying some of the clones. The sword-wielding Izuku sheathed his weapon. You speak highly of yourself and these other pro-heroes. Let me make something clear. I have dueled some of the best in my world at my age. If you think you can use force against me, be my guest, but it won't be easy. I don't like most of you pros, mainly that big O former #1 hero All Might, but a few of you are okay in my book. I will say this once, leave us and no one will get hurt, the hooded Izuku declared. You're not really in a good position to give orders, plus you're still a student with far less experience than a pro, Gang Orca retorted. Just then, another voice chimed in, I find it amusing you believe any of us are on the same level as your Midoriya. Everyone turned to see two more Midoriyas approaching, standing next to the others. How about we make this a little more fair and see if you can catch us or beat us? Said the Midoriya with the staff on his back. The heroes and the Midoriyas prepared for a confrontation, charging at each other. Meanwhile, the main Izuku and the Dekusquad faced off against the long-armed Deku and female Deku. Izuku leaped into the air to bring down the female Izuku, but she gracefully dodged him, swiping her hand in a claw motion and sending him crashing into a building. Deku-kun, Uraraka, Tsu, and Inko were busy ensuring civilians were safe from the chaos. Todoroki unleashed an ice wave at the scarred arms Izuku, who countered by launching 2 air cannons from his hands. Ida attempted to kick this Deku but was met with a springing jump to evade. The green female Izuku used Gran Torino's movement style, bouncing off the alley walls to reach the other female Izuku. They backflipped away, landing on an air platform beneath her. You really think you can beat me in the air, huh? The female Izuku taunted, firing strings from her fingers that wrapped around her counterpart and sent her crashing into the same building as the other Izuku. She glanced at the scarred Izuku, who fired 2 more air cannons at the ground, blowing away Ida and Todoroki. A sad expression crossed her face as she thought, why do I feel like this other male version of me is someone I wish he wasn't? I hope I'm wrong about what I think he is. Uraraka watched as her friend was sent flying back and noticed the scarred Izuku behind him. Tsu. Azui looked at Uraraka. I need you to wrap your tongue around me and throw me up there. She gestured to the Izuku in the air. I trust you, Uraraka-san. Tsu wrapped her tongue around Uraraka and, with a swift spin, launched her into the air. Uraraka activated her quirk just before Tsu threw her, positioning herself above the scarred Izuku, ready to act. I got you now. But what she didn't know was that this Izuku had another quirk. He could sense Uraraka above him. He proceeded to release an electricity-type attack in a spherical form. The attack shocked Uraraka, causing her to scream in pain before slowly falling to the ground. Uraraka-chan. Izuku emerged from the rubble and saw Uraraka falling, slightly smoking. He reacted quickly, activating One for All, and jumped in the air to catch her, holding her close and taking the brunt of the fall. He rolled to lessen the damage. Uraraka-san, talk to me, are you okay? She took a moment to catch her breath, then opened her eyes to see Deku looking down at her with concern. She smiled. I'm fine, Deku-kun. Thanks for worrying about me. She tried to sit up but winced in pain. Izuku picked her up in a bridal carry, making her let out a small sound of surprise, her face flushing slightly. He leaned her against one of the walls. Rest up a bit, you're already pretty banged up. He smiled at her. But Deku. She attempted to lean up again but felt pain. It's okay, we can handle it. Your safety is more important. I'll be back. He jumped back into the fray. You better. The dark-dressed Izuku dodged another ice geyser from Shoto. Man, your aim is pretty poor. I expected better from #1 hero Endeavor's son. Shoto remained silent, staring at her. It seems this Todoroki isn't as hung up on his father. Interesting. She glanced over his shoulder and saw Inko directing people away from the chaos. Good, at least she is getting away from here. These so-called heroes in training need to learn how to move a villain away from civilians. Idiots. While the female Izuku was thinking, she didn't notice someone descending rapidly toward her. Just as the hero was about to strike, an air blast sent them crashing into the street. They rolled and performed a backflip to land on their feet. The female Izuku turned to see the scarred Izuku on an air platform, one arm aimed past her. She then turned her head to see the hero who had tried to sneak attack her. It was the rabbit hero, Mirko. The hero smirked at the two. I see you two are pretty strong. That's good. I might have to try a bit harder with you too. She cracked her neck. The female Izuku sighed. I guess I'm going to have to give this world Mirko another leg as well. She pointed her hand forward, and a red-looking rope shot toward Mirko, moving faster than the eye could see. Just before it reached her, someone grabbed Mirko and rolled her out of the way. The other Izuku looked on as the red rope cut through a few cars. Before either of the Izukus could react to the person who saved Mirko, they didn't notice someone above the scarred Izuku. The person's leg began glowing yellow, and they kicked the scarred Izuku into the ground, causing dust to rise from the impact. The Dekusquad and the other 3 Izukus were in shock. No one had been able to land a clean hit on that Izuku before. The female Izuku quickly jumped back to the building roof behind her. What the hell? Who was that? I should have seen them. And that other me has a quirk that allows him to sense people around him better, but whoever that was is clearly faster than that quirk. She looked up where the person had been and saw they were gone. She glanced down at the street and didn't see them there either. Where did they go? Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something white flapping in the wind. She turned her head and saw a person wearing a justice coat with golden epaulets and green cuffs, reminiscent of a marine admiral. Underneath the jacket, they wore a green business suit. Her gaze moved to the face, and she recognized the green freckles on their cheeks and that familiar green hair. It was another Midoriya. He looked straight ahead, not saying anything to the female Izuku. How did he get beside me? Ignoring the fact that there is another male version of me, the fact he got next to me without making a sound is unsettling. This other me is scary. The other Izuku let out a breath. You know, when I landed wherever I am, I was not expecting so many fights to break out around here. Imagine my shock to see it caused by others. If that isn't a statement about me, I don't know what is. The female Izuku continued to stare at him, preparing her fingers. The green-suited Izuku turned his gaze to her before looking back ahead. I should let you know, you won't be able to touch me. You're pretty cocky for another me. Weren't you cocky earlier as well? Not so cocky now after seeing what I did to that other me. She remained silent. Yeah, that's how most smart villains react when they see me come out of anywhere. Still shocking to see me as a villain. I guess you must have gone through some tough times to turn into one. He then turned and looked at her. I'm going to say this nicely, give up, or I will force you. When I said you can't beat me, that's not me being cocky. That is a fact of my ability to capture a villain. She put an evil grin on her face. I like to see you try. I try to do this the easy way, he smiled. With the Bakugo, smoke and debris littered the area. Mina was on the ground, clutching her side, while Shiro and Kaminari were stuck on the ceiling of a car. Kirishima leaned over the inside of a building, and Bakugo was breathing heavily, lying on the ground with a foot on his broken left arm, while the green-vested Izuku stared down at him. You lose. Kaken. Earlier, Bakugo charged at the vest-wearing Izuku. His eyes glowed as he dodged 2 quick explosions. Bakugo let out his palm, and Shiro appeared from the side, trying to fire at the Izuku. He easily avoided it before getting into a low squat position, launching himself towards Shiro. Shiro attempted to evade, but Izuku grabbed his legs and spun him to the ground, causing Shiro to hit the ground hard while Izuku elbowed him in the back. Ah! Izuku picked him up by the leg and threw him over to a nearby car, where Shiro pounced off the side and landed on top. Izuku glanced over at the others, who had shocked expressions, but they didn't dwell on it for long. Kirishima charged in, hardening his arms, and began swinging at Izuku, who effortlessly dodged all the swings. I don't even need to use observation to dodge these punches. Izuku dodged another swing before cloaking his left arm in black armor. He swung at Kirishima, hitting him square in the stomach and sending him flying into a building. Izuku looked over and saw Kirishima groaning in pain. His eyes soon glowed red, and he quickly turned his head to dodge a punch from Ishido. Izuku was about to swing when he heard an explosion above him and jumped back. He looked up to see Bakugo aiming down, firing at him with an AP shot. "Watch yourself, raccoon eyes." Bakugo launched himself behind Izuku, letting off another explosion. Izuku blocked some of the blasts but skidded back. He wasn't given time to recover when his eyes glowed red again, and he turned to see Mina coming at him with a dropkick. He blocked the kick, grabbed her leg, and slammed her to the ground, punching her further into it. She coughed up some blood. He looked down at her. "I wouldn't get up if I were you. Trust me, most pros don't want to get up after getting hit by me." Then they heard, "Deku." He turned his head just as Bakugo was about to use an explosion again. Deku reacted quickly, picking up Mina and putting her in front of him. Bakugo had to quickly aim his explosion to the side, sending him to the left before coming to a stop. He looked at Deku. "Oh wow, you actually have some type of compassion for others? Man, if I ran into your Izuku, I'd have to ask how he did it." Bakugo and the others were confused when he mentioned their Izuku. Too bad, it's a few years too late. He threw Mina at Bakugo, who caught her just as Izuku appeared right in front of him, side-kicking them away. As he landed, he dusted himself off. "I expected better from you, Kaken. I thought you would put up a better fight for the so-called future #1 hero. I guess you're not as strong as you make yourself out to be." "Bakugo is a lot stronger than you think, Midro bro." Midoriya turned around and saw Kaminari. "He was just a distraction. Sorry for this. Take this 1.3 million volts." A large wave of electricity surged toward Midoriya, but he remained unfazed. Cloaking both his arms in black, he dug them into the ground and ripped a considerable chunk of the street out to block the attack. Kaminari was taken by surprise and barely had time to react as pieces of debris were hurled at him. He tried to dodge, but most of the large chunks scraped him. He stumbled, and as he attempted to stand, a shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw Midoriya standing above him, fear creeping in as he began to sweat. "Brownies for using that jackass as a distraction, but it was a dumb move to yell at me before sending your attack." Izuku stomped on Kaminari's back, causing him to cough. He then kicked him toward a nearby car. As Izuku walked away, an explosion caught his attention. He turned to see Bakugo flying toward him. "DKU." Midoriya faced Bakugo, who unleashed a torrent of explosions in his direction. "I don't know who you think you are. If you keep thinking you can look down on me, I'll show you what happens if you try against me." Bakugo continued his onslaught until he finally stopped, breathing heavily, his arms aching. "Huff how? Huff was that? Huff you demon nerd. Are you done throwing your fit?" Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. This version of Midoriya had cloaked himself in black again, one arm raised as if to block, his sleeves tattered. "What?" Bakugo was utterly stunned. "You're done?" "Now." Izuku punched Bakugo in the gut, causing him to stagger. "You're a dumbass." He followed up with a right hook. "You're not the greatest and never will be." Bakugo prepared to swing back, but Midoriya grabbed his arm, lifted him, and kneed him in the back. "Ah. You are far below me, more than you realize." He stomped Bakugo into the ground while still holding his arm. "Know when you've lost." He stomped on Bakugo again. "Understand you can't beat everyone." Midoriya stomped on him 2 more times. Bakugo struggled to muster the strength for an explosion, but Izuku stomped on his arm. "Ah." Midoriya looked down at Bakugo with a gaze that conveyed superiority. "You lose. Kaken." He stepped off him and began to walk away. Bakugo rolled to his side, trying to rise. "I lose. To Deku. I won't allow it. I won't. He was never this strong." Bakugo attempted to stand but fell back to the ground. "DMNIT. I won't let that nerd get away with this. That traitor. DKU." Bakugo yelled in frustration as Midoriya continued walking. I wonder what that other me in this world can do? It seems he was able to change that jackass a bit. Not by much though, still has that pride I see. He mentioned something about OFA? Does my other self have OFA? I will have to find out later. I wonder how the other me I was with is doing. Izuku looked up and saw the mask-wearing green hoodie version of himself dodging 2 fireballs. You know, if I wasn't used to fighting heroes, this is kinda unfair. He jumped out of the way of another fireball. The fire-flying Izuku glanced at Midoriya, who dodged yet another attack. You're definitely quick on your feet. Oh, and thanks for the help, he said, sweat trickling down his face. The gear-clad Midoriya, equipped with a scouter, gauntlets, and a belt with zip lines, replied, no problem. It looks like you didn't help, but it's a hero's job to stick their nose where it doesn't belong. He dropped to the ground, getting into a fighting stance. I'm pretty sure heroes should mind their business, said the masked Izuku. Sai, why did I have to be such a goody two-shoes? We need at least 2 more of me and that other me to balance this out. This is just unfair. Oh well. He pulled out 2 knives. It's not like the odds haven't been stacked against me my entire life. He threw his knives at the other 2 Midoriyas, who dodged them. Just as the fire-flying Izuku evaded, he was kicked into a building. Other me! He didn't have time to check on him when the masked Izuku threw a knife at him. He dodged again, but the next thing he knew, the masked Izuku was right next to him. He was punched in the face, grabbed by the shirt, and kneed in the stomach twice. The fire-flying Izuku emerged from the building, launching a kick at the masked Izuku, who blocked it but was pushed back slightly. He prepared himself with the 2 knives again. Watch yourself, other me. This other us seems to have some unique quirk with those knives. So whatever you do, watch the knives, warned the Firewings Midoriya. Got it? Just because you know something about my quirk doesn't help you. After all, a quirk is just a tool in the hands of a person. It's how that person uses it. The suit-vested Izuku observed the exchange unfold. Well, it looks like it's time to help myself out. As he steps forward, his eyes glow red again. He dodges an explosion aimed at his head. Midoriya reaches out and grabs Bakugo's face, slamming it into the ground. He looks at Bakugo. Stay down, Bakugo. Bakugo, about to unleash a few explosions at point-blank range, hesitates as his eye glows again, sensing the danger. He quickly picks Bakugo up by the head and kicks him away, knocking the wind out of him. Jackass! Izuku begins to walk away again, but his eyes glow once more. He raises his left arm to block a kick, but the attacker spins and aims for his head. Izuku dodges the kick and is about to uppercut the person when they lock their legs around his head, grabbing his arm and bringing him down. This person is good? But Izuku spins with them, positioning his back toward the ground and preparing to slam his arm down. The attacker realizes this and lets go, kicking off Midoriya, who rolls a bit. They both stand up and lock eyes, with Izuku seeing a girl with bluish, off-white hair, messy and unkempt, almost reaching down to her waist, and a brown horn poking out from her forehead. They both stare in shock. Eri? Dad? Somewhere else in the city, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to capture the 4 Dekus from earlier, but it proves more challenging than he anticipated. The 2 Midoriyas with weapons cut through the stitches like butter. The Midoriya in the green hoodie is surprisingly flexible, twisting and turning in midair, hiding a secret knife that helps him cut the strings. The Midoriya with a staff tries to catch a smaller Eraserhead, who is nimble on his feet. Gang Orca attempts to attack the hoodie-wearing Izuku, but soon learns that getting close is a bad idea. As he tries to grab this Midoriya, he quickly turns and delivers a punch to Orca's temple, stunning him. The staff-wielding Midoriya jumps over the black-cloaked Midoriya and heads toward Ectoplasm, who creates more clones for cover. The sword-wielding Midoriya appears and cuts through the clones, allowing the staff user to swing at Ectoplasm, who dodges. However, as he does, Midoriya lets go of the staff, spinning it and swinging again, hitting Ectoplasm in the head. Ectoplasm stumbles back, and the staff-wielding Izuku wraps a scarf around him. That, he says, smiling as he pulls them closer. Midoriya then strikes Ectoplasm with his staff. Not good, this Midoriya is just as skilled, if not better than Eraserhead. I need to think of something quick. Before he can act, ectoplasm is thrown into a wall, grunting in pain as he limps down to sit. Midoriya points his staff at ectoplasm. Sorry, Teach, but you clearly underestimated me and the other me's. The low-rank heroes watch in shock as a kid takes on a pro-teacher effortlessly. The green hoodie Midoriya fights Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, slamming Dark Shadow to the ground and kicking Tokoyami away. He grabs Dark Shadow's shadow, pulling Tokoyami back before slamming his head into the ground. The scythe-wielding and sword-wielding Midoriyas slash at best Genist, who struggles to dodge their attacks. Just how strong are these Midoriyas? They're far above the level of a normal high schooler. The scythe-wielding Izuku slashes upward, cutting Best Genist's shoulder. Game over. Best Genist's eyes widen as he sees the sword-wielding Midoriya about to strike. CRP. He closes his eyes, bracing for impact, but feels nothing. Stumbling back, he opens his eyes to see all three Midoriyas frozen, surrounded by a green aura. That was close, good thing I stopped them. The heroes turn to see another Midoriya, this one in a UA uniform, with a green aura around him. Are you okay, Best Genist? Cough yes. Thank you for your help, young Midoriya. This situation just keeps getting weirder. It's no problem, Datum. Hey, other me, is it ready? Other you? They look behind him to see two more Midoriyas approaching. One wears a white mage hoodie with a book floating in front of him, and the other is dressed in an all-white boss uniform with a jacket draped over his shoulders. The white hoodie pulls down his hood, revealing two more Midoriyas. Yes. I pinpointed that there are 19 others like us currently in this city, fighting it out. This spell should teleport us all to one point in the city to make it easier. Alright, fire it off because it's getting hard to hold these four, they're really strong. Alright, other me, care to step in front of me to ensure that if any of them break free, they don't attack? No problem. The Midoriya steps in front of the white-cloaked Midoriya. Alright, here we go. Wait, hang on. But it fell on deaf ears for Best Genist as the 6 Midoriyas teleported away. What? Quick, we have to get into the open. We can't let any of them get away. Those who are badly injured, stay here and rest. We will call for help as soon as possible. Those who can keep going, come with me. We have to restrain all the Midoriyas as soon as possible. Everyone began to move. Some of the heroes stayed back to help those who were down. Gang Orca got up, made his way over to Best Genist, and nodded that he could still go. Ectoplasm, you stay here and help with the injured, and please let us know if any more Midoriyas show up. He nodded. If what I hear is correct, all the Midoriyas that fell into the city should be getting transported to one spot still in the city. We can't let this chance pass us by. Let's move. Back with the Dekusquad, where we last left them, the female dark-dressed Izuku fired off a string net at the Izuku standing next to her. He turned yellow, and the string went through him, cutting the roof behind him, which fell into the street below. The others shielded their eyes. The female dark-dressed Izuku began to move through the air, trying to hit the other Midoriyas she was fighting, but they kept dodging. The Midoriya reappeared next to her and kicked her down to the street, where she skidded across. She got up and spat blood from her mouth. Alright, so this guy can back up his talk. His quirk is clearly something to do with light. But to be that fast. The hell? I need to get myself and the other me out of here. It would be foolish to try and fight him. The female Izuku put her hands together, pulling them apart to create a string-type barrier floating around her. Even if I have to fight defensively, I can't afford to give him an opening. A string barrier? That's pretty cool and smart. You have offense and defense down pat. I can see why the others were giving you trouble. The female Izuku felt a chill down her spine and turned around to see the other Izuku right behind her, surprise etched on her face. Too bad you're facing me. He kicked her to the side, sending her crashing through a building. The light-wielding Izuku had sweat running down his face. Whoops. I might have put too much power into that. I should hurry up and capture her. This Midoriya transformed into light and zipped over to her. Meanwhile, main Izuku, after watching the two versions of himself fight, glanced over at the scarred version of him that had been kicked into the ground. It was slowly getting up. Must protect the League. It took a deep breath. Izuku felt a bad omen from that breath and quickly activated One for All, charging right at the scarred version of himself. But as he got close, that Midoriya was kicked into the building in front of him. Main Izuku came to a stop and looked at who had kicked him. Sorry, the last thing we need is that scream. It would alert other Numu here. Main Izuku saw another version of himself that looked like a butler, with a logo on his back that read, Marine. Wait, what? That other me can call other Numu? But how? The Marine logo-wearing Izuku looked at Main Izuku. Look at how beaten up and scarred he is. You see, he's not wearing a shirt and has those breathes that only a Numu typically wears. Main Izuku felt a sickening sensation in his stomach, wanting to know more about these other versions of himself. Was this version of him a Numu? Did that mean he was captured back in Hosu and turned into one? Was it at the USJ? Did no one try to save him? He shook those questions to the back of his mind. His main focus was to stop the two Izukus he and his friends were fighting. The scarred Izuku emerged from the dust and swung at the Marine logo Midoriya. Watch out! The Marine Izuku looked at the punch coming at him. Soru. He disappeared and reappeared in the air right behind the long-armed Midoriya. He then swung his leg at the other Izuku and said, Renkyaku. The other Midoriya quickly created a barrier behind him to absorb the hit, but the Marine logo Izuku was not done. He kicked the air and appeared above the scarred Midoriya, then said, Tekai. He dropped down onto the Midoriya with his knee, slamming him into the ground. Main Izuku's mouth dropped at what he saw. What kind of quirk allowed him to teleport and fire off some kind of air cutter? He shook his head, focusing and charged over to the two. As he jumped, a green bubble appeared around him, and the next thing he knew, he was teleported away. The same for the Marine logo-wearing Izuku and the scarred Izuku. The green bubble appeared around them and teleported them away as well. The dark-dressed Izuku and the light user Izuku stared at each other before the green bubble appeared and teleported them away too. The other female Izuku helped Uraraka up and got the green bubble around her. She tossed Uraraka away and was also teleported. The two Izukus fighting the masked Izuku threw one of the knives at the tank top-wearing Izuku, who put up his guard. The mask-wearing hoodie Izuku reappeared next to another Izuku and kicked downward, breaking his guard, then swung his other knife, cutting the cheek of the tank top-wearing Izuku. He quickly jumped back as the Fire Wings Izuku unleashed a torrent of flames at the evil Izuku, who disappeared and reappeared on top of a car, pulling a knife off the roof of the vehicle. As the two stared him down, green bubbles appeared around them and teleported them away. The suit vest-wearing Izuku dodged Aries' attack, who yelled at him, Why were you attacking Uncle Kaken? He dodged another attack. Why were you attacking your friends? He dodged a kick. Aries, stop. I don't know if you're my Aries, but I'm not going to fight you. We're clearly from different timelines. If you just... The green bubbles appeared around them and teleported them as well. 19 pop sounds echoed as all the Izuku appeared around each other. Most were confused about what just happened, while the three who understood looked at the white-hooded Izuku to see how he was doing. He was breathing heavily. Hey, you good? Asked the UA uniform-wearing Izuku. It just took a lot out of me to teleport all 19 of us to one spot. It didn't help that some were stronger than others. Well, rest up, we're gonna need you later. Other me, protect him, things are about to get messy. All the other Izuku looked around, noticing each other. Main Izuku saw an older Eri. Eri turned to look at Main Izuku and then at all the other Izuku. To say she was confused was an understatement. What is going on here? She asked. Alright, so I guess whoever teleports us confirmed how many of us got teleported into this world, said the mask-wearing hoodie Izuku. Which of us hates heroes? Because I'm going to need help beating this admiral-looking clone of us, said the female dark-dress Izuku. I would like to help you, but I'm dealing with an older version of Snowball, and I'm not trying to hurt her, said the suited vest Midoriya. I've got my hands full with this flaming version of me and another me who definitely needs a bath. Oi! This isn't going to end well for any of us if we don't just calm down and talk this through, said the green hoodie-wearing Cap Midoriya. That's rich coming from you, who was fighting heroes before we showed up, said the white-suited Izuku. It wasn't really his fault. It was more me and the black-cloaked one who got into a fight first before the heroes got involved, said the sword-wielding Izuku. I don't think that helps our case here, said the staff-using Izuku. Main Izuku was beyond confused now. Him fighting heroes? Using weapons? Eri was here? Their female version of him? One seemed to have a fire-based quirk. He gripped his head, trying to figure out what was going on. He began to hyperventilate a bit. The others looked at him, and the female hero version of him went over and touched his shoulder. He looked up at her. Hey, you okay? Look, I know it's confusing because I'm also confused, but we need to stay calm because this isn't a good time, she said. Izuku looked at his female self and could tell she was also trying to stay strong. Her hand was shaking a bit, but she was putting on her best calming smile. Main Izuku stood up. Thanks, I needed that, and you're right, we need to solve this before I freak out. He smiled. Oh great, I was about to have a panic attack in the middle of a fight. You know that's not a good thing. You should get that checked out, said the mask-wearing green hoodie Izuku. Hey, lay off. He is just as confused as the rest of us, said female Izuku. No, he has a point. In a life-or-death situation, having a panic attack isn't going to do anyone any good. Whatever type of us he is, he has to stay strong for others because a moment like that can spell life or death for civilians, said the admiral-looking Izuku. The white suit-wearing Izuku looked around, counting all the Izuku, and noticed that with Eri, there were only 18 of them. Hey, Mage Me, you said it was 19 in total? Why am I only counting 18 of us? The other one is in the sky, staring down at us. Huh? He looked up. A few others who heard him yell looked and saw a person with bat wings, a sword dangling from his back, wearing a mask covering his entire face, and slick long green hair. Alright, of all of us here, other than the admiral-looking one, that one is definitely the scariest, said the suit vest-wearing Izuku. Any ideas on how to get him to come down to us? Asked the dark-dress female Izuku. We can yell at him? Suggested the fire-winged Izuku. As childish as that sounds, I think it might work, said the green hoodie cap-wearing Izuku. Halt! All the Izuku turned to see the one person some of them did not want to see. The current number 1 hero. Endeavor. And the flaming trash can himself has finally arrived. End of chapter. And to finally solve the number of Dekus that were dropped here, it was yes. In total, I made 19 Dekus and threw them into one world. Is it crazy? Yes, but I have something planned for each Midoriya in the main verse. To those who might have thought 19 was a good job, and to those who thought less, I don't blame you. Some of you may be wondering why I did 19 of them, and I will answer that later, but it's quite simple why I decided to create 19 Dekus. I also know a few of you are confused about what each Izuku is, what type of Izukus they are, their quirks, and what makes them unique. Don't worry, that bio and info chapter will be the next chapter to answer your thoughts on which Izuku is which and what they can do. I will also explain why I chose those Izukus over others you might have thought of. And to answer why I waited so long to drop the bio and info chapter after a few chapters, it was to see if some people could guess a few of the quirks and what they might be. I kind of made it impossible to guess all 19 Dekus and what they are based on since I wanted to include some that most people don't typically use in stories like this. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. Now, here are the answers to all your Deku questions for now and the 19 Dekus/Midoriya that were put in this story. I tried to find pictures for all the Midoriyas, but I couldn't. I'm sorry. First Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, aka Main Izuku. Quirk. One for all. Info. The main Izuku Midoriya we all know and love from the main timeline. At this point he can use 25% of One for All. He has not unlocked the predecessor's quirks yet. Love interest, Uraraka. Reason for being here. We all know we must have the original Midoriya/Deku around, and it makes sense. Quote, a hero never gives up and finds a way to win with a smile. Second Midoriya, female Midoriya, aka Izumi Midoriya, will be known in the story as Izumi. Quirk. One for all. Info/story. She is Izuku but is a female, and everything is the same for her as main Izuku. However, one major difference in her world is that she has another friend in her childhood besides Bakugo named Alan Storm, who goes to UA with her. This person helped protect her, and they slowly became a couple before UA. She already knows the predecessor's quirks and has only started practicing with Float before getting thrown into the main Izuku world. Love interest, old world, Alan Storm, here, not applicable. Reason: it would only make sense to add a female version of Izuku in this story. I had this idea a while back when reading an OCX Izumi story. I added that she would at least know one of the predecessor quirks and can help main Izuku unlock them. Quote, "I owe a lot to the people who helped me, I won't let their efforts go to waste." Third Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka villain Izuku Midoriya, will be known as Yami. Quirk, Flash Step. This allows him to teleport to points marked with a symbol meaning flashpoint, mainly his knives. Info/story. In his world he has a twin sister, and while she was born with the quirk pyrokinesis, he was born quirkless. His sister and mother tried to keep him on the path of heroism. However, after being told he could not be a hero, he was found by All for One, who offered him a way to prove everyone wrong. He joined the League and became second in command, making a name for himself by defeating most of Class 1A single-handedly and winning against a few pros. Love interest, old world, Toga, here, Toga. Reason: it makes sense to add a villain Izuku. It is a part of the big three of Deku stories. I wanted to create my own villain Deku with a unique twist. In his world, he has a twin sibling who tried her best to keep him safe. This Deku is from my own villain Deku story that has not come out yet, but this is his quirk and some details about him. He will have an interesting dynamic since he is not afraid to speak his mind. Heroes love to believe they have all the answers. Well, let me show you why I'm the answer to heroes. Fourth Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Rehab Izuku. He was the suit vest wearing Midoriya earlier in the story. Quirk, quirkless/hockey. Info/story. This Deku experienced a similar fate as many others but much earlier. After the age of 10, he ran away for 6 to 7 years before he, Toga, and Dabi were caught one day and offered a rehabilitation program for villains. This Izuku is indeed quirkless, but he eventually learned about hockey, a power much stronger than any quirk, which few people know about. It took him 3 years to reach his current level, mastering all 3 types of hockey, earning a reputation as an S-rank villain and a significant challenge for heroes. He was caught while with his girlfriend, Neo, and his adopted daughter, Eri. Love interest, Kendo. Reason: I wanted to explore the concept of a rehabilitation story and introduce my own version of Midoriya. He and Yami will connect well, understanding each other better than most other versions of Deku. His hand-to-hand combat skills may also assist other characters. The fact you made it this far tells me I made the right choice in joining my real family, the League of Villains. Fifth Midoriya, Izumi Midoriya, aka female villain Izumi. She was known for wearing a dark dress. Quirk, strings/threads and skywalk. Info/story. After being killed in the crossfire of one of Endeavor's attacks and feeling neglected, she was found by AFO and Kurogiri, who nursed her back to health. FO offered her a chance to get back at Hero Society for their neglect. After reviewing her hero notebooks, AFO granted her 2 quirks that allowed her to manipulate the society that had dismissed her. After a year of training, she was unleashed to disrupt the Hero Society, earning the title Sky Demon for her aerial maneuvers. Despite her hatred for heroes, she found love in her world and eventually had a child. She remains protective of Numu Izuku. Love interest, not applicable. Reason: I wanted to add another female character to the group and create a villain who is not just a typical female antagonist. She is inspired by a picture I saw online of a female Izuku/Izumi, and I wanted to see how she could interact with her heroic counterpart. I don't understand how you can look at me as someone who can still do good after everything I told you. Sixth Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Support Midoriya. He was the tank top wearing Midoriya with worker breathes and gauntlets. Quirk, quirkless. Info/story. After discovering he was quirkless at the age of 4, Midoriya aimed to become a hero by supporting heroes, entering the support department. He became the first support student to win the sports festival and received the highest offer ever for a support student at UA. Later, he joined Class 1A, becoming the first support course student to enter the hero course. Love interest. Me. Reason. I wanted to showcase a pure quirkless Midoriya who maximizes his intellect by tinkering with various gadgets. This version of Deku represents another path to UA, emphasizing his skills with technology. I might be quirkless, but I know my little gadgets can give me an edge. 7th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Vigilante Deku. He was the staff-wielding Midoriya in the story. Quirkless. Info/story. After losing his mother at an early age, Midoriya remained determined to be a hero, even though UA does not accept quirkless individuals. So he only took the logical route to become a vigilante. He is skilled in many different fighting styles and weapons. His go-to is, of course, a bow staff and tonfa. He also had a good friend of his make a scarf somewhat similar to Eraserhead to help him in a fight and make getaway easier. Love interest. Old world. Mina. Here. Dude. Reason. This Midoriya is based on the one from another story I did. It also makes sense to add a vigilante Midoriya since it is part of the big three of Deku's. Aizawa wishes to understand him more than anything, as many fans like the idea of Aizawa being close with a vigilante Midoriya. Quote, "What I'm doing might be legal to you, but to me, I'm doing the same thing you all are doing, saving people and being a beacon for the quirkless." 8th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Yakuza Midoriya, will be known as you. He was wearing a dress in a white business suit with a jacket around his shoulder. Quirk, Heatwave. Info/story. After going out one day with his dad and witnessing a tragic event, this Izuku gets saved by a lady who is part of the Yakuza. She raises him, and at the age of 15, he takes over as the head of the Yakuza she was a part of. He helps the Uraraka family with their debt, but in return, while she is at UA, she has to provide information on her classmates. He also has a twin sister in this world who is a pro-hero. He becomes a home for those who don't fit into society and who the hero community has given up on. He is skilled with a sword and scythe but relies on his fists more than anything. Love interest, old world, Uraraka. Here, not applicable, he won't have one in this world. Reason. There are not many Yakuza stories out there, and I want to be different. This Midoriya is from another story I have in the backlog that I want to write down the line. I want to explore a Midoriya who has fought both heroes and villains, seeing both sides since he is not really evil but more on the good side. Quote, "There is no such thing as black and white in this world, it's gray. You might think you're doing something right, but to someone else, you're doing wrong. And for that, you'll never be right in someone else's eyes." 9th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Op Midoriya, will be known as Licht or Light Midoriya. He was wearing an admiral-looking outfit with a green cuff on his wrist while fighting the villain Izumi. Quirk, like. Info/story. At the age of 5, Midoriya was on the way to the doctor to discover his quirk when a villain attacked. Izuku and 3 other kids were hit by a beam from the villain, altering their quirk DNA and enhancing them. This gave him the ability to manipulate light. The Hero Commission took an interest in the 4 of them and trained them to become top heroes. By the time UA came around, they were already in the top. They became the bodyguards of Class 1A and 1B during the USJ attack before getting thrown into this world. Love interest, old world, not applicable, here, Lady Nagant. Reason, I wanted an OP Izuku in the mix, and I chose a quirk that isn't commonly seen in the MHA universe. He is heavily based on Borsalino Kizaru from One Piece. What better quirk to give Midoriya than one that many see as super OP? Quote, "You think the hero society is perfect and has done nothing wrong, but everyone has dirt in them. The Hero Commission can be villains sometimes too." 10th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Recommendation Midoriya, will be known as Blaze. He was a fire-winged Midoriya fighting villain Izuku earlier in the story. Quirk, Phoenix. Info/story. After discovering his quirk was a more robust version of his dad's and a mix of his mom's, Izuku was excited to become a pro-hero like his mother, Inko. However, Disaster struck when he was kidnapped while playing in the park with Kakin and taken to AFO's lair to have his quirk taken. Izuku learned that his quirk was unique and an evolution type that AFO wanted. He did not break under pressure and was eventually saved by his mother, All Might, and a few other pro-heroes. Thanks to AFO trying to alter the quirk, he made it more potent than initially, allowing him to do things Phoenix can do. Instead of taking the regular UA test, he decided to take the recommendation and got in that way. Love interest, old world, Shoko Todoroki, here, Fuyumi Todoroki. Reason, I wanted a Midoriya that many don't think of, one who got into UA through recommendation, just like Todoroki and Momo. I also wanted to incorporate a popular fan concept, a fire-based quirk for Midoriya. Thus, I created a recommendation fire-loving Phoenix quirk for him. He definitely will mix things up, being in the top 5 power-wise among the Midoriyas. Quote, you know what they say about a phoenix, we may fall into ashes, but we are reborn stronger than before. 11th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Izuku Tempest, will be known as Tempest. He was the one flying in the last chapter, looking down with bat wings. His hair is green instead of blue. Quirk, slime. Info/story, this Izuku, like many others, started out quirkless all the way through middle school. After facing harsh bullying and feeling hopeless, he decided to take a leap off the roof. He died but was given a chance to be reborn with a quirk. He became Izuku Tempest, acing the UA exam and proving he is a true hero in the making. Love interest, old world, Ichung, here, Nijire Hado. Reason, I wanted another overpowered Midoriya. One wasn't enough for me, and since I enjoy giving Midoriya multiple abilities, I thought, why not add this one in as well? Quote, what good am I if I have all this power and can't use it to protect the ones I love and care for? 12th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Numu Midoriya, will be known as Nu. He was the scarred, long-armed Midoriya fighting alongside villain Izumi. Quirk, multiple quirks. Info/story, after being diagnosed as quirkless, Midoriya and a few other kids were kidnapped and tested on. Out of the 12 abducted, only 4 survived the years of testing. Izuku became the prized possession of AFO and the doctor, tasked with protecting the League and eliminating All Might when ready. Despite his circumstances, he formed a bond with villain Izumi, seeing her as a big sister and only listening to her and a few others. Love interest, old world, not applicable here, not applicable. Reason, it felt fitting to add a hulking Numu Izuku into the mix, as many fanfic writers enjoy exploring this concept. Quote, I'm sorry. I didn't. Just end my suffering. 13th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Underground Fighter Midoriya Ackerman, will be known as Levi. He was the green hoodie-wearing, cap-wearing Midoriya who fought Tokoyami. Quirk, quirkless. Info/story, this Midoriya was born quirkless, but both his parents were around during his early years. After a villain attack claimed his father's life, he faced further tragedy when a fire took his mother. The primary caregiver for his 2 younger siblings, he struggled to find work as a quirkless teen. He eventually discovered the underground fight club, where he began to earn money and support his family. He joined and fought in it while making a name for himself as the Unquirk King, being the only quirkless king among the 4 uncrowned kings and queens. 14th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Magic Midoriya. He was the white hoodie-wearing Midoriya. Quirk, quirkless. Info/story, going through the pain of being quirkless, this Izuku always had his head in a book and wanted to learn different things while trying to be a hero. One day at the library, while searching for other books, he saw a glowing one and decided to grab it. Once he opened it, he discovered it talked about magic and unique things a person could do with the magic in their body. Izuku began to study this book to make his dream of becoming a hero a reality. He learned many different spells from it and grew in knowledge and skill, already considering himself a prodigy in his world. Love interest, Toru. Quote, I think each person is unique in their own way. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. To say you have none is just a flawed belief. 15th Midoriya, Izuku Yagi, aka Grim Reaper Midoriya. He was the black cloak-wearing, scythe-wielding Midoriya. Quirk, quirkless. Info/story. After discovering he was quirkless while his twin sister was gifted a quirk, Izuku's life turned into a living hell. He faced bullying from his sister and others, and experienced neglect at home. Despite the hardships, he never gave up on his dream of being a hero. One day, when things escalated, he was left near death but was found and nursed back to health by a relative, Inko Midoriya. After learning the truth about his home life, she wanted to confront his sister but ultimately respected Izuku's wishes to let it go. She and her husband offered to train him. Izuku learned that his adopted father was a Shinigami, a Grim Reaper, who taught him the ways of the Reaper alongside another boy he would come to see as a brother. Both eventually enrolled in UA, taking the last name Midoriya to show the world the power of a Shinigami. Love interest, Melissa. Quote, "You call yourself a human being, but all I see is waste of space who has no right to walk this earth." 16th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Marine Midoriya. He was the butler-looking one with a marine logo on his back. Quirk, quirkless, hockey, 6 powers. Will have a devil fruit. Info/story. Izuku was out at sea with his parents, both vice admirals, and their crew when they were attacked by a pirate crew. No one survived on the ship except for Izuku, who was forced to hide. After being found by his uncle, he was taken back to HQ. His uncle became his primary caretaker and trained Izuku in the ways of the Marines, helping him join UA to protect the students and assist the pros. Before leaving that world, he was given a devil fruit hidden away in his vest for when he wanted a power more vital than a quirk. In his world, the Marines were much more challenging than the pros and considered far more critical than most heroes. Love interest, Karakoko Owata, Bubble Girl. Reason, I wanted a unique Marine type in the story and an Izuku who would have a different experience with the hero commission. And if you're wondering about the devil fruit, I already have a plan, but if you can guess it, by all means, try. I will say it's not a devil fruit that appears in the show. I don't like the term good person or bad person because it's impossible to be entirely good to everyone or entirely bad to everyone. To some, you are a good person, while to others, you are a bad person. 17th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Swordsman Midoriya. He was the slick-haired, sword-wielding Midoriya. Quirk, quirkless. Info/story. When Izuku found out he was quirkless, it didn't hit him as hard as others. In fact, he shrugged it off. Izuku has always had a gaze that makes most people afraid of him. It was just how he was born. He loved watching old Japanese movies, and there he found his love for the blade. He wanted to be a hero and knew he would be at a disadvantage compared to others, so he began to train with the sword and became a household name in his region. Being known as a deadly fighter made many villains who crossed paths with him fear for their lives after just one strike. This, in turn, made many people in his age group wary of him, thinking that if they got on his wrong side, they would see the edge of his blade. Once he got into UA, people started to know him better and learned he just wanted friends. The notion that he was unfriendly was false. It was simply his intense gaze. Love interest, here, Momo. Reason, I wanted to include another weapon user, and I have a preference for sword users. If you create a quirkless Izuku who is incredibly strong, you have to give him some type of weapon, and many gravitate towards swords or katanas. It would be interesting to see how he fares with a group that doesn't use sharp weapons. Quote, if you don't share the same pain as us, you can never truly understand us. 18th Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, aka Telekinesis Midoriya / Class 1S. He was the one wearing a UA uniform last chapter with Mage Izuku and Yakuza Izuku. Quirk, telekinesis. Info/story. Midoriya was born with a strong vision of his mother's quirk. It started out weak to many. But Inko knew her son wanted to be a hero and would need prior training. She called her sister, a top 10 pro hero, to train him along with 2 of his other childhood friends. Midoriya and his friends soon took the exam a few months later and passed. Nizu saw 20 students that scored between 90 to 130 points and recognized it as a substantial group of heroes this year. He decided to implement a new class. Class 1S. The course Izuku and his 2 friends were placed into, along with 17 other students, would show the world the next great generation of heroes. Love interest here, Jiro. Reason. This is another story idea I have planned for down the road. I've seen other classes beyond 1A and 1B, and I want to explore this concept further. Quote, if you think you're the top dog, then be ready for everyone and everything to try to knock you off that top spot, and you better not lose it because once it's taken, you're not getting it back. 19th Midoriya, Eri Midoriya. We all know her and love her. Quirk, rewind/OF it. Info/story. She is from the future timeline where Eri gets adopted by Izuku and Uraraka and is trained under them, wanting to be a great hero like her parents. She was given OFA because Izuku discovered that his children had already received it, so he tried to pass it on to her. Love interest, here, not applicable, she will not date anyone. Reason, initially I wasn't going to use Eri, but I decided to add another female to the group. What better choice than Izuku's adopted daughter? It will be interesting to see how she interacts with 18 characters resembling her dad. Quote, I can still hang in there because you believe in me. And that's all of them. I'm sure a few of you are surprised by the choices I made. I want to be unique and use characters that many people wouldn't think of, as well as my own versions of Deku for future references and story ideas. Now, you might be wondering why I didn't use a ninja Deku, a pirate Deku, or a scientist Deku. To answer that, I considered a few of those ideas but wanted to focus on characters that are less commonly used. Phil looked at Endeavor. To say Endeavor was confused would be an understatement. He didn't know what to make of the situation in front of him. There was Izuku Midoriya, but with clones? 2 looked like female versions of him, one had fire, and another had a book floating in front of him. This was all very confusing, but right now, he needed to stop them by any means necessary. Villain Izuku shouted, and the flaming trash can has arrived. Endeavor replied, look, I want to make this easy. Give up and come with me peacefully, we can try to think this through. Rehab Deku retorted, you must be as high as your rank to think I'm going anywhere with you. Light Izuku added, look, make this easy on us. I'm sure we can settle this in a nice calm manner. Villain Izumi snapped back. You kicked me through a building. I think we're way past the part of calm negotiation. Light Izuku explained, you were kicking my other self, I wasn't going to sit there and let you continue. Villain Izumi shot back. Well, excuse me for defending myself from heroes and getting jumped. Which, I remind you, we were winning. Villain Izuku remarked, oh, it seems villainous versions of me are just better than the hero versions, neat. Izumi said, I was not expecting this day to go like this. Izuku agreed, me either. Endeavor shouted, enough. He unleashed a torrent of flames above him to get their attention. I don't know what is going on, but if you all don't stand down, I will use lethal force. Rehab Izuku responded, oh wow. When have you ever not used lethal force? This is coming from the man who abused his son? Endeavor clenched his fist and charged in, flames trailing behind him. Rehab Deku met him halfway and they clashed. Endeavor was shocked that Rehab could withstand his flames. The other Dekus wasted no time jumping into action. Villain Izumi fired her strings around her, causing the Midoriya close to her to dodge. After backing up from Rehab Deku, Villain Deku threw one of his knives at Endeavor, who dodged it. But he wasn't expecting Villain Deku to appear right next to him and deliver a kick to his temple, which Endeavor managed to block. Villain Deku said, should have expected you would have a fast reaction time. He jumped back and got into a fighting stance, dodging a stomp from main Izuku. Move out of the way, kiss but me, Villain Deku said. Izuku replied, no. I don't know why I would help villains or attack a hero, but even if you're me, I have to stop you. Villain Deku taunted, oh, don't act stupid. You know clear as day why we would go down the villain route, and it's clear as day I made the right choice. Izuku declared, that has yet to be seen. He charged in and swung at Villain Deku, who dodged the punch, grabbed Izuku by the neck, and slammed him into the ground. Izuku headbutted Villain Deku, then charged in for another punch. Villain Deku ducked, uppercut Izuku, grabbed his shirt, and shoulder threw him onto his back, knocking the wind out of Izuku. Villain Deku pulled out one of his knives and was about to bring it down on Izuku when Izumi came from behind and kicked Villain Deku, causing him to roll a bit. Villain Deku said, "I shouldn't say this, but I ain't afraid to hit a girl. My hands are rated E for everyone." Izumi replied, "And I'm not pulling any punches because you're another me." She charged up one for all through her body and rushed toward Villain Deku. He threw a knife at her, which she dodged, but when she looked back, Villain Deku was gone. Suddenly, she felt someone grab the back of her outfit and throw her up. Then she felt 2 feet on her back, kicking her further into the air. Villain Deku jumped up and executed a 3-hit kick combo, sending her back down to the ground. Just as he was about to land on top of Izumi, he felt wires wrap around him, pulling him into a punch, and he got pulled back for another hit. Villain Deku looked and saw it was Support Deku. "You again!" Villain Deku exclaimed. Suddenly he disappeared, shocking Support Deku, who then felt a knife fly toward him. Before he could react, an uppercut to his chin sent him spiraling away. "Dumbass!" Vigilante Deku was firing his scarf at Numu Deku, who got wrapped up in it but unleashed a lightning dome attack that surged along the scarf toward Vigilante Deku. Gritting his teeth in pain, Vigilante Deku held firm and tightened his grip. Villain Izumi fired strings from her hand, cutting Vigilante Deku and forcing him to release Numu Deku as he jumped back. Phoenix Deku launched 2 fireballs at Grim Reaper Izuku, who sliced them in half. Spinning his scythe, he sent an energy slash at Phoenix Izuku, who dodged and charged in, attempting a kick. Grim Reaper Izuku caught Phoenix Izuku's foot and threw him away, but Phoenix Izuku landed on his feet. Rehab Deku elbowed Endeavor in the kidney, followed by an uppercut and a punch to the face. Endeavor stumbled back but remained standing. Just as Rehab Deku was about to continue his assault, he had a vision and turned to block a kick from main Izuku. Izuku spun off him, trying to bring his foot down for an axe kick, but Rehab Deku blocked it, surprising Izuku. With a smile, Rehab Deku said, "You took too long to wind up that kick." He blew the kick away and kneed Izuku in the gut, knocking the wind out of him and elbowing him to the ground. Staring down at Izuku, he continued, "I don't get why you decided to help this flawed society, but it's time for you to wake up and see just how flawed it is. You even let that guy Bakugo off the hook. I don't know if I should be disappointed or angry." Izuku, trying to get up, replied, "Kaken has changed." "Has he?" Rehab Deku retorted. "After seeing his dumb self couldn't figure out I was a different Izuku and was happy to think I was the traitor so he could beat me? Yeah, that really shows the growth you're telling me about." Izuku fell silent. "Don't lie to me," Rehab Deku pressed. "We both know the moment he can fight us or paint us as villains, he will take it. Especially now after I basically kicked his butt." Izuku gasped, "You beat Kaken?" Rehab Deku sighed. "Something tells me you haven't owned up to this. I guess it's another mistake I'm going to have to fix." As he reached for Izuku, a hand grabbed his wrist, stopping him. He turned to see Underground Deku. "I can't let you do that," Underground Deku said. "I don't think you understand who you're up against," Rehab Deku replied. "I'm up against you, and we can settle this peacefully, or I will break your legs so we can actually sit down and talk," Underground Deku warned. Rehab Deku swiped his arm away. "I guess I have to beat you then." "Fine, no problem." Both of them got into a fighting stance. Eri walked up next to Underground Deku and also assumed a fighting stance. "Eri," they all said in unison. "Look, now is not the time to debate this. I'm going to help you fight. We need to figure out what's going on here," Eri declared. "Fine, but you're backing me up, not the other way around," Underground Deku said with a sigh. "Whatever you say, Dad," Eri smirked. They charged in as all the Dekus and Eri continued to fight Rehab Deku. Others who were fighting or assisting the Dekus made their way to the center where all the Midoriyas were. They finally arrived and saw the damage caused by the Midoriyas. Light Midoriya kicked Grim Reaper Izuku to the side, jamming his scythe into the concrete to stop himself. Main Izuku, Izumi, and Marine Izuku were battling Numu Izuku, who fired air cannons to keep them at bay. Villain Deku was fighting Support, Yakuza, and Swordsman Izuku, while Underground Deku and Eri faced off against Rehab Deku. Confusion reigned as no one could make sense of the chaos. Many wanted to jump in and help, but some heroes were unsure who was good and who was evil. However, everything had to come to an end, and that end came swiftly when Endeavor, after taking a brutal hit from villain Izumi, unleashed fire from his hand toward the group fighting her. All the Dekus in the line of fire dodged, but they quickly realized where the flames were headed, toward Inko, who was slightly separated from them with a small child. In that moment, all the Dekus rushed toward Inko to stop the attack. Grandma, they shouted. The Dekusquad tried to rush over, but they would be too slow if the flames reached them. However, all the Midoriyas arrived faster and did everything they could to block the fire. Main Izuku, Izumi, and Eri shielded Inko and the child with their bodies. Villain Izuku jumped in front of them alongside Rehab Izuku, who cloaked his arm in haki in an X formation to block the attack. Villain Izumi wrapped strings around them and pulled them out of harm's way. Support Midoriya stood beside Villain Deku, shielding them as well. Yakuza Izuku heated his hands to split the fire, while Light Midoriya prepared a light sword to cut through the flames. Phoenix Izuku got ready to jump in front of it to absorb the fire. Numu shields Izuku, Izumi, Eri, Inko, and the child before getting pulled by Villain Izumi. Underground Deku sees the others and grabs both Class 1S Izuku and Yakuza Izuku to get them out of danger. Grim Izuku and Swordsman Izuku prepare their blades to cut through the flames with Light Izuku. Marine Izuku stands by to help anyone else near the fire. Magic Izuku creates a barrier to block it, but it is Slime Izuku, who has been in the sky with bat wings, that zooms in front of everyone and absorbs the fire, shocking everyone. After absorbing all the flames and taking a deep breath, Slime Izuku says, "I think we all had enough fun for the day. We nearly just got our mom killed. I think we should put a pin in this and stop to figure out what's going on here, don't you all agree?" The other Izukus look at each other and nod, letting out sighs of relief as they realize it's over. It doesn't take long for the police and ambulances to arrive. After a few heroes and civilians are loaded into the ambulances and Inko and some students are checked over, all the Dekus are put in a large police truck with court-canceling cuffs and taken to the police station. As the truck drives off, many heroes survey the destruction caused by the Midoriyas, all thinking, that kid did all this? At the police station, the Dekus are placed in a room, each doing their own thing while they wait. Main Izuku stands next to Eri, who waves at him with a smile. He smiles back, questioning why an older Eri is there with him. Villain Deku sits at a table in the center of the room, frustrated that his knives were taken. They took my knives. I should have hidden them better, he mutters. Underground Deku leans against a wall, agreeing, they're lucky I can tolerate them. Rehab Deku leans back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, wondering when the truth-telling detective will arrive. Izumi sits beside Slime Deku, who is in his slime blob form. She appears tense and worried about what will happen to her and the others. Villain Izumi sits nearby, observing the other Midoriyas and contemplating their skills. She notices Numu Deku looking sad and pets him gently. It's okay, we'll get out of here, even if it means I have to take down every policeman in here, she reassures him with a smile. He nods, leaning into her comforting gesture. Support Deku fiddles with his cuffs using a hairpin he pulls from his worker-type gloves. He quickly manages to uncuff himself. I knew their design was the same from my world, he exclaims, but when he notices the other Dekus staring at him, he gulps and sits back down, fidgeting. Magic Deku and Class 1S Deku lean against each other, sighing. Villain Deku says, "We're not going to hurt you, you're basically us, and I don't want to think about what would happen if we fought each other." Support Deku interjects, "You uppercut me." Izumi adds, "You tried to break my spine." Villain Deku rephrases, "All right, let me rephrase that. I can't hurt you now, so let's forget about everything that just happened less than an hour ago. Plus, I wasn't going to kill you, yet." Villain Izumi chimes in, "I think whoever was on my side, we were winning." Light Izuku responds, "Didn't I kick your butt and the edgy version of me?" Grim Reaper Izuku asks, "Which edgelord?" Light Izuku smirks, "You know the one." Grim Reaper Izuku shakes his head. I hate that I fell for that. Vigilante Deku leans against a wall, dozing off. Light Deku looks down at him, puzzled. Yakuza Izuku sits on a bench against the wall, flanked by swordsman and marine Izuku, surveying everyone in the room. Aizawa enters, confused. Excuse me, what? He asks. Eri responds, wait, Uncle Zawa doesn't know about OFA? Aizawa struggles not to faint at the nickname. All Might explains, no, he doesn't. I'll explain to him and your mother later. Aizawa protests, but Nizu interjects, we'll handle that later. Right now, we need to focus on these Midoriyas in this room. Aizawa grumbles, accepting it for now as the detective turns his attention to villain Izumi. Tsukachi, care to tell us if you have a lover or not? Villain Izumi, and why would I tell you? So you can arrest an innocent guy and hurt him. Tsukachi, no, Miss Midoriya, it's because… Villain Izumi, he's just some random quirkless guy. You don't have to worry about him. He is not a hero or a villain. She laughed a little. It's funny how I fell for a regular civilian. She smiled, remembering her world and the man she fell in love with. Tsukachi, true. Aizawa, it would be nice to at least know his name. Marine Izuku, there's no point in asking her. She doesn't want to say, so there's no use trying to get her to tell you who this guy is. She already told us he isn't on the side of good or evil, and we aren't trying to be here all day, so drop it. Aizawa stared at Marine Izuku, his eyes lit up. You can threaten me all you want, we are not your Midoriya, and where I'm from, you're talking to someone who outranks you. Trust me, your quirk doesn't mean anything to me. Aizawa was about to respond, but Villain Deku beat him to it. Villain Deku, Pete. Nizu controls your cat. He gets a little feisty when called out. Aizawa, why you? Nizu, Aizawa, calm down, or I will force you to go outside. Aizawa calmed down. Tsukachi, Sai, we should move on. Please explain your quirk and share some details about yourselves. Main Izuku wished he had his notebook. This would be the perfect moment to take notes on each of his other self's quirks, but he would have to wait. The first person to speak was Izumi. Izumi, well, no surprise, my quirk is one for all. It was given to me after I saved Kaken from the sludge villain. Aizawa, wait? Huh? A few of the other Midoriyas raised their eyebrows at this. Main Izuku and All Might started to sweat a bit. Tsukachi, I heard about that incident. Wait, you were that quirkless kid they mentioned. The detective looked at Main Izuku, who nodded. Nizu, we'll explain that later. More importantly, what else happened to some of these young Midoriya? Villain Deku laughs. Oh, this is priceless. At least this All Might in this reality made a smart decision. Nizu turned his attention to Villain Deku. Nizu, you're one of the more interesting Izukis in this room. Villain Deku, you're a smart guy. I'm sure you can put two and two together. I attack heroes. I clearly don't like the law, and I dislike this situation. What do you think I am? Nizu, we clearly have a villain version on our hands, and you're not the only one. The young female version of Midoriya over there as well. He pointed to Villain Izumi. Villain Deku, bingo. Aizawa, All Might, Main Izuku, Eri, and Tsukachi were all shocked by this information. Inko, on the other side of the glass, had tears forming in her eyes. She began to think, did she fail as a mother? Villain Deku, Sai, I already know our mom is on the other side of the glass, so let me make things very clear. My mom, or our mom, was one of the only two people in my universe who supported my dream. My sister did too, but that's beside the point. Tsukachi, wait, you have a sister? Villain Deku, in my reality, yes. My Inko gave BRH to twins. Everyone thought we would grow up to be great heroes. Too bad one of us was deemed quirkless. Main Izuku flinched at this, which didn't go unnoticed by everyone in the room. Aizawa, why did you turn to villainy if your sister was quirkless? Villain Deku, who said my sister was the one deemed quirkless? Aizawa was about to respond, but All Might beat him to it. All Might, all for one. Villain Deku, ah, so you do have a brain. Use that brain of yours for once. He chuckled, and the adults in the room couldn't believe how different this Izuku was from their own. It made them question how different he was from theirs if he was a complete villain with no respect for heroes. Villain Deku continued. At the age of 4, my sister Izumi and I went to the doctor, and we were told my sister's quirk was pyrotechnics. A very powerful quirk. Me, however, chuckled, I was deemed quirkless. I was bullied and picked on for my entire childhood from that moment on. My so-called best friend turned his back on me. While Villain Deku was talking, main Izuku grew increasingly worried. Villain Deku, my sister tried to keep me in high spirits, but she was only one person and could only do so much against an army of people who belittled me at every chance. One compliment can go far, but 1,000 hateful comments hurt more than that one compliment. That day happened. The sludge villain attacked. That day started off so well. I got to see 2 upcoming heroes capture a villain. I went to school dealing with the usual CRP. But it was the day we had to start thinking about what high school we wanted to attend. Of course, many of us wanted to go to UA, and I was no different. But, as you can see, being quirkless and choosing something like that is a huge middle finger to all those with quirks there, especially one person. Rehab Deku, one of your golden children. The man who wants to surpass All Might and has an ego bigger than the sun itself, Katsuki Bakugo. Villain Deku, yep. The hot-headed Bakugo didn't like that I was still aiming for UA like him and my sister. So, he decided to take things too far that day. He destroyed one of my hero notebooks, wrecked my desk, and burned my shoulder, leaving a mark. Most infuriatingly, he told me to take a swan dive off a roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. The room fell silent. Aizawa couldn't believe it. He knew the 2 came from the same school, but this was something he had completely overlooked. All Might was equally shocked. He never thought young Bakugo would go that far. How much had he misjudged their relationship? Villain Deku continued, but that wasn't what broke me. Later that day, I was walking home after that ordeal when the sludge villain attacked me. All Might saved me, and after discovering his true form, I asked him a question. He looked at All Might. You remember that question, oh mighty number 1? The room turned to All Might, who nodded. But I asked him whether a person without a quirk can be a hero. He told me, no. The atmosphere grew heavy as everyone processed this revelation. Aizawa turned to main Izuku and asked, is this how things play out for you as well? Main Izuku hesitated but eventually nodded. Eri then powered up One for All and made a beeline for the door. Izuku quickly got in front of her to stop her. Dad, get out of the way, Eri insisted. No, Izuku replied firmly. Eri's frustration boiled over. And why not? Bakugo clearly did something not hero-like. We will talk about it later. They need to finish questioning first, Izuku said, calming her down. Eri walked back to her spot in the room, and Villain Deku chuckled. I find this quite amusing because the real difference for you all is that your All Might made the right choice and seemed to apologize for this foolishness. To finish my story, after that incident and helping my sister save Bakugo, she was offered One for All, which I later found out she turned down. I didn't stick around for that part. I tried to do what Bakugo wanted and take a swan dive. Some in the room gasped. But Shigaraki saved me, and later I was approached by All for One, and the rest is history. Tsukachi asked, what about your quirk? Villain Deku replied, All for One gave me one, but not just any quirk. He gave me one that would show the heroes why they were so slow at saving me and what happens if you're not fast enough. He gave me the quirk Flash Step. Aizawa remarked, I've heard of it. It's a very difficult quirk to MSTR. Even the original owner admitted it was tough to use. Izuku added, if I remember correctly, the quirk works if you have something marked with a specific writing or kanji, you can teleport there. It's a powerful quirk, mainly speed-based. Villain Deku nodded. Yes, if I have something marked with the meaning flashpoint, I can teleport there. But I would have taken any quirk he offered me. Any quirk can be powerful in the right hands. Look at me, I'm considered second in command of the league, only outranked by Shigaraki himself. I single-handedly defeated most of Class 1A at the USJ, broke into UA to steal documents, saved Eri, fought pros, and won, leaving Hero Society in disarray. He looked at the adults in the room, and they felt the weight of his words. Could their Midoriya do this as well? Detective Tsukachi sighed. I think that's enough for today. It's time for everyone to get some rest. Swordsman Izuku added, I'm guessing you're keeping us all together to avoid any craziness? Tsukachi confirmed, yes. I know it's cramped, but for now, it's the safest option. I'm sorry for putting you all through this. Rehab Deku said, it's fine. It's not like they haven't been through worse. As the adults left, they noticed main Izuku sitting on the floor next to Eri. He looked at them. I think it's only fair that I stay with my other selves. It wouldn't feel right to go back to UA and sleep in a bed. They nodded and assured the group they would bring some cover soon. After they left, main Izuku sighed. Rehab Deku remarked, you know it wasn't smart to hide the truth. Main Izuku was about to respond, but villain Deku interjected. You do know this will cause more trouble later. Villain Izumi added, you hid something very damaging from your past that shaped who you are and, in turn, us. Marine Izuku said, I don't really blame you though. It's not entirely your fault. We don't fully trust ourselves, and you're a hero, so we know you're unselfish. As crazy as it seems, they clearly have 4, maybe 5 villains depending on this Yakuza one. Yakuza Izuku rolled his eyes. Anyway, we care for their friends and family. He then looked out the window. If we were willing not to tell our mom about our past, it's because we didn't want to burden her. Main Izuku sighed at the other version of his response. Eri put her hand on his shoulder. Eri, you always told me we get through this together. That's what you always said. Izuku smiled at her. Izuku, thanks. Izumi, it's not like there is another version of him from a different reality, so we all know how it is. Everyone stared at her. What? Some of the other Midoriyas began to laugh. Villain Deku, man, I haven't heard a joke like this since I was with the League. Which reminds me, how do I want to play it here? Do I try to destroy this society, or do I play it differently? After a few minutes, the covers and blankets came. Most either leaned against each other, or it didn't matter. For example, Rehab Deku slept on the table with his feet dangling. Eri slept near main Izuku, leaning against him. Slime Izuku was still in his slime form, wrapped up. Marine Izuku was sleeping in one of the sleeping bags provided to them. Villain Izumi was also sleeping in one, but had Numu Izuku close to her. Overall, the Izukus in the room looked peaceful as they slept. To them, it was just a massive sleepover. On the other side of the glass were Inko, All Might, Aizawa, Nizu, and Detective Tsukachi. Inko put her hand on the window and sighed. All Might placed his hand on her shoulder. All Might, it's gonna be okay. I'm sure. No, I know young Midoriya is strong. He will make it through. Inko, I know that. It's just how some of them turned out that worries me. It proves how I failed as a mother. Aizawa observed, so, I see where he gets his unselfishness from. It comes from his mother. Nizu, no, this isn't your fault. Everyone turned to Nizu. It's definitely society. They raised an eyebrow at him. From what little I have gathered, most of these Midoriyas were born quirkless. Is that right, Miss Midoriya? Inko nodded. It is clear the mistreatment shaped how young Midoriya is. As a great mind once said, if a child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. If this society wants to oppose the boy, he would have every reason to strike back and teach them what they made. And in turn, we fail young Midoriya. Miss Midoriya, I would like to apologize to you. I should have seen the signs, but I failed. I'm sorry. Nizu bowed his head. All Might, I too must apologize, Miss Midoriya. I told you I would watch over him, but I clearly overlooked all the baggage young Midoriya was holding in, and I'm sorry. All Might bowed. Aizawa, I should apologize as well. I'm their homeroom teacher, and the fact I overlooked the relationship between Problem Child and Bakugo. I failed as a hero, but as a teacher. I'm sorry. Aizawa bowed as well. Inko was taken aback. She wasn't expecting any of this today. Well, she wasn't expecting a different version of her son either. But to have 3 pros, one a former number 1, the principal of UA, and a teacher, she was somewhat at a loss for words. Inko felt relieved to see UA trying to be better than his middle school. Inko, at least I know my son is in good hands. After they all raised their heads, Aizawa spoke. Aizawa, now can someone explain when he got his quirk? And what is this OFA or whatever? All Might sighed, looking at all the Midoriyas in the room sleeping. His eyes soon fell on main Midoriya, the one he had created a bond with, the one he saw as a son he never had. Let's talk somewhere else, follow me. They all went to a separate room where All Might began to tell them the story of OFA, AFO, and everything that happened on the day of the sludge villain incident. From the meeting to the rooftop, to young Midoriya jumping in to fix a mistake he made by saving young Bakugo, offering Midoriya OFA and training for 10 months, to the exam day. By the end, Inko and Aizawa were shocked. Aizawa, Pinch knows you're an idiot, All Might. You could have at least told me. I'm his homeroom teacher, for goodness sake. All Might, I didn't want you to be biased toward young Midoriya. I wanted him to have a fair shot. It wouldn't have been right. Plus, if I had told you, you would have targeted young Midoriya, which you somewhat did on the first day, so really I had my reasons. Aizawa grunted at All Might's statement. Nizu, well, today clearly showed us we got lucky with our Midoriya. I can tell just from some of them alone. Some of them are far more dangerous than they're letting on. Tsukachi, we all should get some sleep. We're going to need it for tomorrow. Something tells me it's going to be a long day. All the adults nodded and headed out of the room. A little earlier, with Class 1A, the ones who were out today had many questions asked of them. It was broadcasted that chaos had erupted in the city, with even some of the top heroes struggling. Each hero shared their perspective on the events. Kaminari said, Dude, one of them kept disappearing and reappearing. He looked somewhat villainous. Kind of cool though. Kirishima added, one of them was wearing a suit and seemed to know our every move. He totally outclassed us. I've never seen Midoriya like that. Jiro chimed in, Midoriya having any kind of fashion sense? Never thought I'd see it. Momo questioned, are we sure this is the same Midoriya we're talking about? Todoroki replied, there's no mistaking it. There were multiple Midoriyas. The one we fought was a female, and she clearly outmatched us. Ojiro remarked, the fact that 1 or 2 Midoriyas were able to defeat Uraraka, Ida, Tsu, and our own Midoriya is frightening. Tsu added, we even had help from a female version of Midoriya. Mineta, oblivious, asked, how big were her, but was interrupted by Tsu slapping him with her tongue. Bakugo shouted, that nerd and all his clones were weak, so it doesn't matter. Siro retorted, says the guy who got taken down pretty hard by one. Bakugo yelled, what did you say, tape roller? As Bakugo advanced toward Siro, Kirishima held him back. Azui said, I also saw an older-looking Eri there. Shoji asked, wait, that little girl you guys rescued and brought to the school festival? Azui confirmed, yes, that's her. Yaoyorozu questioned, why was she there? Azui replied, I don't know, but it was definitely an older Eri, and she was with all the other Midoriyas. Tsuyu looked over at her best friend Uraraka, who was staring at the door. Uraraka-san, are you okay? You seem out of it. Uraraka snapped back to reality, huh? Oh, I'm sorry I'm just worried about Deku. Siro commented, seeing all those Midoriyas makes me think about how different things are where they come from. Ojiro added, this is Midoriya we're talking about. The idea of him being a villain in an alternate world. It's something I can't wrap my head around. Bakugo scoffed, it just means that Nerd was too weak to be a hero and chose to be a villain just to get his butt kicked. Todoroki countered, you say that, but the last time I saw you, you were face first in the concrete thanks to one of those Midoriyas. Bakugo shouted back, that Nerd got lucky. I.e. won't happen again. Ida interjected, it's getting pretty late, we should all get some sleep. Each student made their way to their dorms. Ida placed a reassuring hand on Uraraka's shoulder. She turned to him and he said, hey, I'm sure Midoriya is okay. He's strong, he'll be back in no time. Uraraka smiled back and nodded. They exchanged goodnights and headed to their rooms. On top of one of the buildings, a figure looked down at the chaos from earlier. Well, didn't expect them to do all that. A man in a light brown trench coat and a DJ Punktron-type helmet observed, hands in his pockets. He chuckled, "You're telling me I found it quite interesting, to say the least. I guess number 2 was right. He isn't someone to be taken lightly. It just makes it more fun when we get to play with them." A woman with dark hair and an eye patch approached, followed by a tall figure in a black cloak. "Our time will come soon," the cloaked figure said. "We must first remove some pieces from the board. Once they're gone, we can finally eliminate Izuku Midoriya." The man in the cloak flexed, his muscles tightening. "Hold on, number 6, the man in the trench coat cautioned. "We can't rush this. Once AFO and the MLA are out of the way, and after some more chaos, we can begin our plan to erase Izuku from this world." He smiled. Organization XX can finally achieve its goals. The wind blew, revealing 20 figures standing atop the buildings, looking out. "Izuku Midoriya, I hope you and your other selves, along with your friends, are prepared. We're going to make you learn what it feels like to be a pillar carrying everyone." End of chapter. I also had to get a little of Class 1A's reaction to the tough times some of them had earlier. To all my followers, don't worry. We will get to Mr. Katsuki Bakugo. His time is coming. Ida and Uraraka worrying about their friend and future husband is cute. And the ending. Oh boy. Say hello to the villains of this story. If you thought this was going to be a smooth story filled with laughter, you will get that. But I wasn't going to play nice. Just know these aren't going to be pushovers. I wanted these characters to have something unique to them, especially with so many of them in one place. I'm going to enjoy some of the moments I have planned with the villain organization. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. Tell me what you like about it, what you dislike, and what you hope to see. Until next time, thanks for reading. First off, I want to say thank you to all of you. No, I'm not leaving or retiring or anything like that. Today is a special day for me, my 1-year anniversary of getting back into writing and publishing stories. This may not sound like a big deal, but for me, it is because there is a story behind my writing journey. For many of you who don't know, I technically have been writing since 2018, but the first story I published was back in 2016 called Heartgates. This story was not my best work. I had some hope for it, but I faced challenges that made it difficult to continue. However, the first real story I published on this site was an original story titled Biohumans. It was a project I started in my senior year after a bet with friends who encouraged me to finish a story. That experience helped me overcome my fear of publishing. To this day, I still feel somewhat proud of it and want to finish the other 2 books in that series. However, it didn't receive much attention, and I felt disappointed. I stopped writing for a while and focused on reading other stories. But one day, I thought to myself that I had some exciting ideas that I hadn't seen explored. I started planning fanfics, mainly for the MHA fandom, and began sharing my thoughts in the comment section. After seeing others agree with some of my ideas, I felt encouraged to start writing again. But the first person who helped me a lot was Natsu Uchina on YouTube. I tuned into most of his streams and became a regular. There were times when it would just be him, me, and maybe 1 or 2 other people, and we would chat about anime. Eventually, I started sharing some story ideas I had developed over the year, and hearing people actually like them was encouraging. Surprisingly, I also engaged with a sports channel by TNJ on YouTube. I began commenting as if I were a sports writer, discussing some of the team dynasties he covered. I did it for fun since I'm a huge sports fan and used to play. It felt great to see the channel owner and others appreciate my contributions. But then I had to go on deployment, as I was in the military at that time. While I was out at sea, I managed to use Wattpad to read and comment. That's when I met some amazing people, which I'll elaborate on in my thank you section. After talking to a few more people, I finally decided to publish my first 4 stories and see how it went. And well, look at where we are now. I apologize for the lengthy backstory, but I wanted to share why this journey means so much to me. Now, I owe an apology to everyone who has enjoyed this story and has been waiting patiently for a new chapter. I'm truly sorry for the delay. I know it's frustrating to see other stories getting updates while this one has been stagnant. So, what happened? I decided to upload this story and 2 others on archive of our own, and the response wasn't as positive as I hoped. The criticism I received almost made me stop writing altogether. I've opened the document for this story and written a bit, but my motivation has slowed down. I still want to explore the ideas I have for this story. If anyone has read my other fics, they know there's potential here. I ask for your patience as I work to regain my writing motivation. I didn't put a hiatus tag on this story because I still want to write it. I just need to get back into the right mindset. Eventually, something will click, and I'll be able to write another chapter. The original concept began with a simple question: what if you put a classroom full of Midoriyas into one world? That was the initial plan, but I had to adjust it. If I had stuck to the original script, I would have felt lost and without direction. I promise I will return to this story and update it soon. To everyone who has added the story to their reading list, voted, and commented, I sincerely thank you. It means a lot to see people care about a story that hasn't been updated in months. I will make it a priority to update for you all. Now, I'd like to ask for your input. While writing this story and others in the My Hero Academia (MHA) universe, I want to add another MHA story to my list. Option 1. My Hero Academia, the Kitsune Hero. This idea stems from my love of Naruto's nine-tailed fox and the mythical creature itself. I've read a few similar stories when I was new to the MHA fandom, and one popular concept is making Izuku the Kitsune. However, I want to take a different approach. I created an original character, OC, who is later found or adopted by the Midoriya household at a young age. Izuku will still receive one for all, and my OC will accompany him on his journey. Instead of placing my OC in Class 1A, which would make things uneven, I decided to put him in Class 1B, replacing Shota. This way, I can give more attention to Class 1B and explore their roles throughout the MHA storyline. My Hero Academia. Deku, the Underground Fighter. This story expands on the Underground Fighter verse in the Dekuverse. It combines various elements from different anime, heavily inspired by Aodes Ackerman as a base for Midoriya and Levi as a foundation for Izuku. In this version, UA is a college and Izuku doesn't go straight there at the beginning. He will be a formidable character, known for his strength and complexity, embodying both good and villainous traits. Izuku will also have 2 younger siblings, making him the oldest. The story features a small HRM for Izuku, including Mei, Uraraka, Momo, Kendo, Nijire, and Mina. Additionally, his relationship with Miruko will be one of respect, as she plays a unique role in the narrative. The story will include original characters, diverging from the traditional MHA storyline. My Hero Academia. Villain Izuku. This story explores the concept of villain Deku, inspired by numerous interpretations of the character. The decision to give him a quirk or not was challenging, but I ultimately chose to follow the Dekuverse as a base for this narrative. The quirk I selected is influenced by my love for Naruto, and I have specific reasons for this choice that I'll reveal as the story unfolds. Izuku will have a sister, who is not portrayed negatively, breaking the common trope seen in other villain Deku stories. This story will not follow the typical Yagi narrative, and All Might will not be his father. The sister will have a powerful quirk of her own, and she will not inherit one for all. The plot will diverge from the main story, providing a fresh take on villain Deku, who will also develop a relationship with Toga. My Hero Academia. Sharing the same body, WIP. This concept involves a remaster of MHA where instead of simply being an OC, I share a body with Midoriya. We can SWCH control, with the notable difference being the eyes and lightning associated with one for all. In this version, Izuku will have a massive H-arm, allowing for unique interactions as I navigate the MHA world while sharing thoughts and experiences with Midoriya. This dynamic will lead to interesting developments, as they learn about each other's pasts while working together in their shared body. And at some point, arcs will slowly begin to change. It only makes sense. Added characters will quickly come into play because of this. In this story, we explore an alternate universe where Izuku and Uraraka find themselves separated during the USJ incident. Shigaraki discovers them and forces them into a precarious situation, making them work for the League of Villains under the threat of harm to their families. As they navigate their new roles as spies, they must maintain their cover and avoid raising suspicion among their friends and family while trying to please Shigaraki. This concept presents an intriguing twist, allowing Izuku and Uraraka to develop in unexpected ways. Izuku will learn full cowl much earlier, and Uraraka will grow stronger as well. Their moral compass will be tested as they face the darker side of their new roles. As the story progresses, we see the characters waking up the next day, groaning and cracking their bones to shake off the sleep. Villain Deku, ugh, now I'm regretting us not being able to sleep in a proper bed. Rehab Deku, yeah, you have a point. As cute as this little sleepover was, it wasn't exactly comfortable. Izumi playfully hits Rehab Deku over the head. Rehab Deku, ow. What was that for? Izumi hits him again, you're being inappropriate. You know better. Eri, overhearing their banter, chimes in, I heard you. Well, the male version of you and Mom curse a lot. The Dekus respond in unison, that doesn't matter, young missy. Eri, oh dear, this is already going to be an interesting time in this universe. Support Deku, is anyone else hungry? We really didn't get anything to eat after everything that happened yesterday. Marine Deku, now that you mention it, we really didn't eat and were practically fighting each other. Villain Izumi, I still think we would have won. Villain Deku, we were dominating you all. Light Deku, do you really want to run that match back? The dynamics between the characters are shifting, and as they navigate their new reality, the story promises to delve deeper into their development and the choices they must make. I was kicking your butt. I don't think you would have won. Villain Izumi replied, I will get my mind back, don't worry. I will get it. Underground Deku chimed in, wasn't I giving you trouble? Villain Deku retorted, I call lucky shots. Underground Deku shot back, sure, and I'm going to call you getting owned. 80% of our head-to-head was me proving I'm above you in terms of strength. Magic Deku added, I like to point out that the three of us didn't even fight. So can we say who is the strongest one here? Phoenix Deku said, honestly if I had to choose, it's definitely the slime version of us. The way he absorbed the number one hero's flames like they were a snack without breaking a sweat? That's impressive. I don't know about you all, but I'd say he's the most dangerous one here. Villain Deku complained, do all my heroic versions have to be such wusses? Dear Lord, I've been hanging around Dabi way too much. At that moment, the door opened, and Naomasa Tsukachi and the adults walked in. All Might had a tray of food pouches. All the Dekus and Eri grabbed one and dug in. It wasn't the best, but it would do for now. While eating, Nizu and Aizawa observed the Dekus and Eri talking among themselves. Villain Deku remarked, so you basically dragged 5 to 7 heroes alone yesterday and had to sneak by shiny butt. Villain Izumi replied, yeah, but I wish I could have taken on Bakugo. Rehab had the best setup ever. After taking a spoonful of her food, she used her free hand to pat Numu Deku, who had a little flower floating around him, enjoying the attention. Rehab Deku declared, I'm telling you all, he wasn't that hard. Just loud. How our main version hasn't kicked his but with the strongest quirk in the world beyond me. He yelled the last bit at main Izuku, who jumped slightly. Light Deku asked, so, you slime body and an actual body, are you male or female? Slime Deku replied, I can be either, but I'd rather be male. Given. Hee, you can guess why. He glanced over at Izumi, who kicked him against the wall, causing him to splat. I deserve that. Light Deku called him an idiot. Izuku exclaimed, so, Alan is like another version of us when it comes to knowledge and quirk. And his quirk is a kitsune. That's so cool. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Izumi added, why his tails are so soft. And as scary as he can be, he totally can't get enough of cuddling whenever I open my arms. Support Deku said, I can't blame him. Whenever I want to cuddle with Mei, she doesn't even try to resist. It's something we do when we both need a break. Marine Deku remarked, the fact you can get that crazy girl to take a break is a feat in itself. Reaper Deku chewed his food while staring at Phoenix Deku, who looked back at him, sweat forming on his brow. Phoenix Deku thought, "Oh great, I got the social, emo, lonely, self-depressed version of me. Great." Reaper Deku responded, "I have you know I'm not really like that, thank you very much. I'm just drawn to you because of your quirk." Phoenix Deku gasped, Did you just read my mind?" Reaper Deku continued chewing, staring at him. Phoenix Deku exclaimed, "Oh, you've got to be kidding me?" Aizawa blinked, contemplating, so similar, but so different. Tsukachi interrupted, "Once you all finish, we'd like to continue the questioning." All the Dekus and Eri groaned in unison. The adults noted, "They're really like a hive." After eating, Hiro Izumi took the main seat across from the detective, giving her the go-ahead to explain her story. Izumi began, "Well, I guess you already know a little bit of it. I grew up quirkless. I didn't have many friends growing up. My best friend at the time was Kaken, who, as you can tell, was my main bully." She pointed her index fingers together and looked down. Nizu and Aizawa noted this for further questioning of Bakugo later. Izumi continued, "My only friend growing up who treated me with kindness was Alan King. His quirk, if you didn't hear me earlier, is Kitsune. He's part Mystic Fox and super cute, I might add." She blushed at the memory of Alan. He would always stand up for me, spend time with me, and help me out when I needed it. Besides my mom, he was basically my rock growing up. Inko, watching from the other side of the window, smiled. And then the slime villain incident happened. After saving Kaken, I got an offer to train with All Might and received his quirk just days before the UA entrance exam. Izuku exclaimed, "Wow, you had it for a few days?" "I got mine on the day of the exam." Aizawa glared at All Might, who looked away, sweating a bit. "When did you learn full crawling?" Izumi replied, "A day later, after I accidentally destroyed my surroundings after firing it off." They all heard a thud and looked at the window, guessing it was their mother. They glanced at All Might, who wished he could disappear. Izumi cleared her throat. "After that, I was able to pass the entrance exam and got placed in Class 1A with my boyfriend Alan." She blushed at the mention. "It was an interesting year until I got sent here." Nizu asked, "Interesting. Can I ask how the USJ incident went down?" Izumi replied, "Well, we were attacked by Shigaraki and the Numu with some thugs. One thing I know Alan did was to number Shigaraki and Numu. All Might was the one who beat Numu," Izumi said. Nizu asked, "The sports festival?" "I made it to the finals but lost to Alan. I did manage to get Todoroki to use his fire. Thankfully, Alan stayed in control during that fight, otherwise, it could have been a problem," Izumi explained. It seems the main difference in your universe was that you had an extra student, aside from you being female," Nizu noted. "Ah, I see. I guess that's all." Izumi replied. "Yes, thank you," Tsukachi said. Izumi got up and was replaced by Villain Deku. The detectives tried to ask him about the League, but Villain Deku was evasive, answering only with simple yes or no responses. They inquired if he knew the history of the League, their current location, and their future plans. Villain Deku responded, "Yes, everyone in the League knows each other's pasts. It has brought us closer together as a family. We're not just seeking to reform society, we're fighting for a better world for each other. We were all outcasts who found each other and will do everything together to get back at those who wronged us." He continued, "I might know where they are, but I could be wrong. I could lead you to a trap location, allowing me to escape and contact the League of Villains. You might encounter someone far more dangerous than you can handle. And what if I don't want to tell you? You can hold me as long as you want, but the chances of you holding back and doing whatever you want with the other Dekus are slim. So your best bet is to drop it." Villain Deku noticed Tsukachi's annoyance and smiled under his mask. "And no, I will not tell you more about the League. Information is valuable and is what keeps me in your good graces and provides protection. I'm sure the other versions of me won't sell out the League either." Tsukachi rubbed his head, moving on to the next Deku, who was Rehab Deku. "My story is a little similar to Villain Deku's, but I ran away much earlier and didn't have a sister. I was found by the League, which was already established by the time I ran. I didn't participate in many attacks, but I helped plan various tasks from the shadows while focusing on my own strength. When I did show up, the heroes were in for trouble. Rehab Deku added, "One thing that's different in my world is a unique person compared to yours." "And that is?" Tsukachi asked. "In my universe, we had a few extra members in the league, one of whom is named Neo. I ended up dating her." Inko's eyes filled with tears of joy. Despite her son turning to the villain side, he found love and support. Rehab Deku continued, "We also saved Eri, thanks to your heroes, and she is my daughter." Eri clapped her hands together and smiled. "Some things never change." Rehab Deku recounted, "One day Neo, Toga, Dabi, and I took Eri out for some fresh air. Toga got a little too carried away, which forced us to flee, and we ended up getting caught. Instead of sending us to prison, Niza decided a rehab program would be a better idea, and that's basically my story." After sharing his tale, Nizu's tail wagged, and his mind began to race. "Oh, by the way, these cuffs don't work on me," Rehab Deku said, lifting his arms, which turned black. He broke the cuffs, shocking everyone in the room. Izumi exclaimed, "How? My power isn't a quirk, it's something unique to my world called Haki. It's a lost ability in my universe," Rehab Deku explained. Marine Deku responded, "Interesting. Rehab Deku got out of the chair, and villain Izumi took the seat next. Nizu's smile widened. "Ah, another one that piques my interest," Nizu said. Villain Izumi asked, "Really? Why is that?" "It must be more than just being a villain." Nizu replied, "For many reasons, but I remember hearing your nickname is the Sky Demon. Why is that?" Villain Izumi, slightly surprised, said, So the evil rat genius is interested in me. Alright, I guess I have some explaining to do. Just like the others, I was born quirkless and bullied, with only my mother's support. The same basic story, but one main difference is that I died." This revelation shocked everyone in the room. Inko nearly fainted but managed to hold it together. Something happens to her daughter if she is here now and, well, a villain. But what? Aizawa, how are you alive then? Villain Izumi, I was going to get to that. But got caught in the crossfire between Endeavor and another villain. Funny considering the number one hero does whatever it takes to capture the villain but doesn't care about those around him. Always hating you all ranking systems, and it makes sense. Villain Izumi, and given that the people who are supposed to ensure my safety didn't care that I was quirkless, who is going to miss a quirkless girl? My death was clearly my fault for not paying attention, when in fact, I was used as a shield to make Endeavor hesitate. The adults were shocked by this. If this is how her world viewed quirkless individuals, they would willingly let her die even if they could try to save her. Was it like this in their world as well? Were quirkless people looked down upon so much that their lives had no meaning? Nizu knew the answer. It was no secret to him, given how lowly quirkless individuals were regarded. He had come across false articles portraying quirkless people as being in the wrong, and he had one group to blame mainly for this, the Meta Liberation Army. But more than anything, this revelation hit many of the Dekus and All Might the hardest. Of all the Izukus, many of them understood why she turned to villainy. The heroes didn't care enough to save her life, and if they were in that situation, no doubt the same thing would happen to many of them. For All Might, it was especially tough because deep down, he blamed himself for creating a society that devalued those who were quirkless. Had the work he did all these years caused more harm than good? Inko, on the other side of the glass, wore a worried expression because she knew deep down this could happen to her own Izuku if he weren't lucky. Thankfully, it never got that bad, despite all the times Izuku would watch a hero taking down a villain in the crowd. Sometimes Inko would get anxious, mainly when it was a reckless hero or an inexperienced hero learning the ropes, but primarily whenever Endeavor was involved. Villain Izumi, I was later found and somehow, I guess the gods took pity on me. I was barely still breathing, but you can guess who found me. All Might, all for one. Villain Deku, the League. Villain Izumi, correct, both of you. They slowly began to nurse me back to health. And given that AFO saw my burning hatred for the heroes, he decided to give me a quirk that allowed me to play with them. This led me to become one of the most dangerous villains in my world, wiping out heroes left and right, making them do things they had no control over, and showing the world the true ugliness of this society. With venom in her voice, the last line hit all the heroes with guilt, knowing they had no reason to criticize her. Villain Izumi had every right to strike out against the heroes who left her for dead, taken as a hostage, with no one coming to her aid except the villains. Why would she even try to defend or justify anything they did from that point? Yes, there were still good heroes who could do something different, but given how things were, the cards were dealt, and villain Izumi played them to her advantage. Tsukachi, say thank you. Villain Izumi got up. As she left, Tsukachi looked at her, scanned the room and thought, just what has this kid been through? Next up in the main seat was Support Deku. Support Deku, I guess I'll explain my backstory. Just like many of me in this room, I was also born quirkless. The heroes felt a knot in their stomachs. At an early age, I was picked on because people thought I wanted to be a hero, which I still did. But with no ability to really help me, it was nearly impossible. However, I always had a knack for building things, so I decided to go to the support course instead. The adults let out a sigh of relief. Is everything okay? Marine Deku, given our past and the 2 previous versions of us that were villains, well, things weren't looking so good there. Support Deku, ooh. Izuku, if you don't mind me asking, what was your placement in the sports festival? Support Deku, oh, well, Mimi and I were the only ones from the support course who made it, of course. Many of the Dekus noticed the nickname Support Deku used for Mei, which didn't go unnoticed and brought smirks. Mei made it to the top 8 while chuckled I actually won it. This surprised nearly everyone in the room. A support student winning the sports festival? That had never been done in UA history. Support Deku, I was the first student in the support course who actually won the sports festival. I was offered to join the hero course, but I had too many things I wanted to build with Mimi, so I proposed a deal to be involved with Class 1A while mainly focusing on the support gear, so it's like having an extra member of the class. The heroes smiled at this, knowing that at least some of the Izukus still found a way to fight and be heroes. That was good to hear. The next Deku who took a seat was Vigilante Deku, who had been slouching against the wall. Tsukachi asked, so, care to tell us your deal? Aizawa scanned him and quickly pieced things together. Your gear and outfit are tailored for night patrols, which suggests you're involved in vigilante activities, especially considering you don't look much older than my problem child. Right you are to I'm a vigilante, Vigilante Deku replied, and the heroes exchanged glances. Aizawa pressed, why? What does a quirkless kid have to do to be a hero when your entire life has been nothing but hell? I lost my one rock keeping me afloat, my mom. Inko touched the glass window as he continued, she overworked herself to provide for us, which led to her passing. My mom was the only one who supported my dream, telling me I could still be a hero. So, at a young age, I began to learn how to fight, drawing from my knowledge of heroes and my ability to pick things up quickly. Vigilante Deku added, some of my training, in fact, was inspired by Aizawa, Eraserhead. He pointed to Aizawa, who felt a swell of pride at being an example for this version of his problem child. I picked up other skills by watching heroes. If I wanted to stand a chance against them, I needed to develop my own fighting style. After many trials and errors, I found a style that suited me. With my knowledge and hand-to-hand skills, I became known as the Green Phantom of the Night. Aizawa asked, how did you not get into UA? If you're as good as you say, you should have passed. Vigilante Deku scoffed, if only they accepted quirkless individuals. Aizawa was taken aback. What? Niza declined my application because I didn't have a quirk. It really shows UA's pride in the idea that anyone can be a hero, he said, glancing at All Might, who cringed slightly at the mention of his own past actions. It doesn't matter. I stay as a vigilante, still saving people, and I even have a bounty on my head for doing your jobs. Tsukachi remarked, just how messed up is society to allow a child to grow up so fast and suffer greatly? We should move on. Vigilante Deku stood up, and the next to speak was Yakuza Izuku, making Eri tense up a bit. Main Izuku placed a reassuring hand on Eri's shoulder and smiled at her. Eri smiled back and nodded. Villain Deku said, "Now this one interests me a lot. You don't seem like a hero or a villain, you seem to be in a gray area." Yakuza Deku replied, "You could say that. My situation was quite different. I was born with a quirk called Heatwave. One day, while I was out with my father, we were attacked, and a group of Yakuza saved me. And before you ask, no, it wasn't Overhaul's group." Many of the Dekus and Eri let out a sigh of relief. Yakuza Deku continued, "From that moment on, my adoptive mother took me in, and I became a member of their Yakuza family. I was trained and eventually offered the position of the next head of the family. I gathered my own team and took over." All Might asked, "Did you not want to return home after everything?" Yakuza Deku replied, "I ask myself that a lot. I owe a lot to the lady who saved me. I wanted to return the favor, so I decided to stay and take over the family. My Yakuza was for those who didn't have a home, for those who needed help but didn't want to turn to villainy. We became one of the three big powers, UA leading the heroes, the League leading the villains, and us in the middle." Tsukachi inquired, "So you weren't on the hero side or the villain side?" Yakuza Deku affirmed, "Yes, but I knew early on that my Yakuza would be targeted by the heroes. They wouldn't allow us to live in peace with the current system. So, I had to keep a close eye on them and find the perfect way to do that." Many of the heroes grew nervous. Aizawa asked, "And that was?" Yakuza Deku replied, "It's simple, Uraraka." Many of the Izukus glared at him, while Main Deku and Eri flared up with one for all but calmed down slightly. Yakuza Deku raised his hands defensively. "Allow me to explain, before you heroes jump to conclusions. Let me finish. As many of the heroes' versions of me know, the reason Uraraka wants to be a hero is to help her family. In my world, her family was in deep debt, to the point where they were close to losing everything. Her father heard about my Yakuza and how we helped people out of debt. He came to us for help, and we did, of course, keep his business afloat and help him get back on his feet. But in return, he would help us out." Yakuza Deku said, "On the conditions that Uraraka gets into UA, she provides information on them if needed, and my family and I will oversee her training to ensure she passes." That was basically it. If they can agree on that, not only would he help our business, but we would also protect her family in case villains or even heroes attack them for working with us. And if anything went south, we would take the blame, saying we used them as hostages. This surprised many in the room. They weren't expecting all that. Izuku exclaimed, "Wait, you would have taken the fall for Uraraka and her family? Why?" Yakuza Izuku replied, "Of course, after all, she is our fiancée." He removed his glove to show the ring on his finger. The room erupted in shock, with many of Deku's friends spilling their drinks. Inko, on the other side, nearly flooded her room. Yakuza Deku continued, "With the help of my Yakuza group, we took out other Yakuza groups that saw us as a threat, faced the League a few times, saved Eri, and adopted her. We had to fight against the heroes because they viewed us as a threat. More specifically, Night Eye saw us as a threat since we took out Overhaul before he was supposed to, and now we were the main focus in their eyes." All Might asked, "Ugh, at what happened?" Yakuza Deku replied, "Simple that the heroes lost to us." The adults were shocked once again. At this point, you should all realize that whichever side has an Izuku, their chances of winning are much higher compared to others. Yakuza Deku got up from the chair, and the next person to sit down was Light Deku. "I was wondering when it was going to be my turn. Unlike some other versions of me, I don't really have a painful past. When I was 5, my mom and I were on our way to the doctor to see what my quirk was going to be. But something unexpected happened. A villain attacked near the doctor's office. A stray beam hit me and 4 other kids, altering our quirks completely." Light Deku explained, "What I remember is that my original quirk was supposed to be a stronger version of my mother's, but that beam gave me the ability of light." He pointed his finger toward the wall and absorbed light energy at the tip of his finger. "The beam also affected my body, allowing me to be made of light, almost making me untouchable. He made his body glow, blinding the room. Once the light faded, everyone saw that Light Deku wasn't in his seat anymore. Villain Deku suddenly felt an elbow on the top of his head. Villain Deku said, "I'm starting to see why Villain Izumi does not like you." Light Deku replied, "Well, you guys are villains, and it is my job to bring you all in at the end of the day. Sorry about that, by the way." Villain Izumi retorted, "Kiss my—" Eri interrupted, "Duh, I mean Villain Izumi quickly corrected herself, "Oh right that I mean fudge stick." Light Deku joked, "Would that count as NCST? Or—" Eri blushed and exclaimed, "Dad! I do not need to hear that." Light Deku chuckled, "Whoops." Villain Deku sighed, "Oh dear, heaven help us all. We are going to corrupt our own daughter by pure accident." Eri protested, "I know what that is. I just don't want to hear about my parents talking about their other selves." All the Midoriyas shouted, "Wait, how do you know about that?" Eri squeaked, "Eep." Moving on. Light Deku said, "We are talking about this later, young Missy." Anyway, after that point, I learned more about my quirk and became a one-man wrecking house. The other 4 kids and I were so strong that the Hero Commission took us under their wing, and we basically became their lapdogs. Many in the room raised an eyebrow at this. Tsukachi asked, "What do you mean by the Hero Commission's lapdog?" Light Deku explained, "The 5 of us were so strong that by age 12, we were already considered pro-heroes in the top. We could easily take on heroes like All Might, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Hawks, and a few others and win." The adults' eyes widened in disbelief. All Might exclaimed, "You all were that strong?" Light Deku nodded, "Yes, but we had to do things most kids shouldn't have to do. Kill at an early age, destroy hideouts, and go on top-secret missions." The adults' blood ran cold, especially Nizu's. All Might asked, "Were you able to get into UA at all? Or did you not care anymore?" Light Deku chuckled slightly. "By the time the first week of UA started, we were already in the top 13 for heroes and far removed from regular students. But thankfully, the USJ attack happened, which put us alongside Class 1A and 1B. The adults let out an exhausting sigh, contemplating what type of challenges Izuku faced in these alternate realities. Light Deku got out of the chair, and the detective looked at Phoenix Deku, who was a little surprised it was his turn. Phoenix Deku said, "Oh, I'm next. Well, okay, I guess I'll explain my story. First off, I got a power-up version of my parents' quirk, mainly my fire side." Aizawa asked, "How so?" "Well, for one, it had a healing factor. I never knew how, but it was unique to my quirk. It always felt different from regular fire. My answer would soon come in the form of AFO." All Might's blood turned cold. He knew this Midoriya was a hero, so what did AFO want with him? One day, Kaken and I were playing when a van pulled up, and I was their target. They kidnapped me. Inko nearly fainted again. All Might felt a sting in his chest, hearing that young Midoriya could be taken for his quirk. He knew AFO would want a quirk like that, and if the Numu Deku were anything to go by, he would stop at nothing to get it. Oh, I should also mention my mom in my verse is actually a hero. The hero Deku smiled at this, filling Inko with joy. But back to my story, AFO wanted my quirk, but mine was far more powerful than he thought. I could resist the urge to hand it over. A quirk strong enough beside OFA that could resist AFO. That's nearly impossible. Your quirk really is special, young Midoriya. Phoenix Deku blushed in embarrassment. "Oh, thanks. I was held hostage for the next few months, but I never broke. I held on to hope, knowing you, my mom, and the heroes would come to save me sooner or later. I wouldn't crack, no matter what." He smiled at All Might, who felt proud and happy that Midoriya still believed in him, showcasing the true heart of a hero. He tried many times, which did damage my quirk, but in the process, I learned why my quirk was so wanted by him. If he ever got it, he would be nearly impossible to defeat. My quirk was dormant because it had evolved much further than anything at that age. That power? Yep, but finally, at some point, All Might and some of the heroes raided the place and rescued me. I learned what my quirk is. It's called Phoenix. It allows me to control fire, heal myself, and turn into a firebird, making me almost untouchable. It lets me fly and do other things. A few Dekus and even the pros in the room were taken aback. Alright, now I'm just calling unfair, Villain Deku said. You literally have a quirk that makes you almost as fast as me, for light Deku replied. And you have someone who can create light and can't be touched, and someone who can manipulate fire and do so much more. Yeah, kind of unfair if you ask me. Villain Izumi added. Are the villains salty? The heroes have cooler quirks, Phoenix Deku teased. We can handle you in a head-to-head, I promise, Villain Deku shot back. I think I can take you, Phoenix Deku challenged. Careful there, Flame Hot Wings. I wouldn't want to cook you too badly, Villain Deku warned. I will cook you alive, and you'll be more burnt than charcoal. Phoenix Deku retorted. Can we please stay focused? Tsukachi interjected. Sorry, they both replied. Anyway, afterward, the Todorokis helped me get control of my fire, and I got close with Shoko. We ended up dating, and I got into UA through recommendations. He smiled. Tsukachi sighed. Thank you for your time. Let's take a few minutes break. Can we get some actual food in here before the villains and I jump Flame's wings over there? Rehab Deku asked. KFC chicken doesn't sound too bad right now, Numu Deku added. Please get us some food because I think they're serious. Phoenix Deku urged. We will get you all some food. Please do not eat each other. Tsukachi rubbed his forehead. The adults left the room, and all the Dekus looked around in silence, unsure of what to do. Anyone got any playing cards? Villain Deku asked. I do, I grabbed some when I left the room for a bit, Light Deku replied. Wait, you left the room? Support Izuku exclaimed. Yeah, I knew we were going to take a break, so I grabbed some of the officer's deck of cards. He pulled out a deck. By the way, how did you get out of those cuffs? Does your power not count as a quirk? Phoenix Deku inquired. Oh, I asked Support Deku to help get them off before I got questioned. Support Deku waved from behind Light Deku. Suddenly, they heard a bang behind the wall, turning to see Aizawa and Tsukachi trying to bang their heads against the wall in frustration. This would be a long morning. End of chapter. We see Inko walking into the room. As she looks around, she sees many of the Dekus playing cards. Many were in pairs, with one group beginning the villain team, and Villain Izumi winning the current round. Both Villain Deku and Rehab Deku looked on, their eyes wide and sulking. Villain Izumi cheered and gave head pats to Numu Deku, who had flowers around him, and if he had a tail, it would be wagging. Vigilante Deku, Marine, Grim Reaper Deku, and even Slime Deku were taking a small nap in a pile. Many of the hero Dekus, along with Eri, were talking while playing their own set of cards. Inko coughed, making all the Dekus turn around and go stiff at the sight of their mother entering the room. On the other side of the glass, Aizawa observed the scene. Do you think it was really a good idea to let her go in there alone? He asked. As much as we want to deny it, she is their mother, and there are many versions of them in there. Plus, it's clear they all still care for her, even the villain versions. She is probably the most important person to the Midoriyas, and no one can take that away, Nizu replied. Back in the room, Inko approached her son, Izuku, who looked anxious. Hey mom. Is everything okay? He asked, sweating, knowing they had much to discuss. Yes, everything is okay. First, Inko said, moving over to Villain Deku, who looked away, feeling her gaze. You're probably disgusted by me. Wishing you had a better son, he started, but before he could finish, Inko hugged him, surprising him. I'm so sorry. On behalf of your mother, I'm so sorry, she said. It. Villain Deku stammered. It's my fault. I should have pulled you and your sister out of that school. I should have seen the pain you all were going through. I should have told you that you could still be a hero when you asked me as a child. I should have noticed how things were going at school, she continued, breaking the hug and looking at all the Dekus. I know I haven't been the greatest mother, and I should have been better. I can tell many of my other selves wish they could have stopped what happened to you. Even though you went down a path we never wanted to see, you are still our kids, and no matter what, we are sorry and we love you. Inko bowed deeply. As she finished her bow, many of the Izukus rushed over to hug her, trying their best not to cry, with a few sniffles heard even from the villain's side. They looked at their mom after breaking the hug, wiping the tears from their eyes. "Mom, it isn't your fault. I can't speak for our main version, but you supported me and my sister as best you could," villain Deku said. "Alright. No matter what, even after everything and you learned the truth about me. Before you left. You still said you loved me no matter what and that I would always be your daughter," villain Izumi added, taking a moment to collect herself. "You meant so much to me, I never wanted to get you involved in my mess." She rubbed her arms as she looked off to the side. "Rehab," Deku said, "you did everything you could for us. Dad wasn't around, and you did your best to fit that role for both of us. Guilt ate away at you. I know we all went through similar things. Never think for a moment you're not our mom and that any of this was your fault. You were the one light and for some, the only light we had. Don't forget that." Inko smiled as she wiped away the tears forming in her eyes. Slime, Deku added, "Many of us have a heavy backstory for what happened. Just buckle up, but please do not blame yourself, okay?" "Mom." Inko replied, "Alright, and I know. I'm just happy many of you found another source of happiness." Villain Izumi interjected, "Shouldn't you be upset at some of us? Some of us, your own flesh and blood, have done terrible things. Your main son is a hero, but many of us didn't get that break. How can you be okay with that?" Villain Izumi spoke through gritted teeth, looking down. She wanted her mother to be mad at her. It was because of her. Suddenly, she felt soft hands on her face, making her look up in surprise. Inko gave her a gentle smile. "As much as I want to be, many things led you all to do the things you did. I cannot fault you for that. There were things I could stop and some I couldn't. But no matter what, I'm still your mother, and even if the whole world is against you, I would still be by your side." Inko closed her eyes and smiled, making Villain Izumi's eyes widen and tear up. Her lower lip quaked as she tried to hold back the tears. She hugged her mother, who embraced her and patted her back. "I hate when you do this to me," Villain Izumi admitted. Inko giggled, "Well, mother knows best. I wish I could meet the person who has your heart. Maybe one day you can show me." She broke the hug and went over to Eri. "I'm very happy my son in your universe found someone who loves him and cares deeply for him. I'm glad I also have more than one grandson." Main Izuku blushed in the background, with support Deku giving him a nudge on the shoulder. After that, Inko took her leave, and many of the villains came over to Villain Izumi, patting her shoulder. She was shocked to see them, even as they looked away, trying to hide their true feelings. Numu Deku nudged her like an animal, which made her smile as she gave him head pats. Soon, food arrived and was passed out to all the Dekus, who grabbed it and talked among themselves. The people there were surprised by everything. Each one made sure Eri got enough food to eat before they dug in themselves, saving some for her if she got hungry later. The villains had their circle, ensuring everyone got enough to eat and were ready to steal more from the hero's side, but thankfully, it didn't come to that. Speaking of the villains, they would split or swch food with each other if someone didn't like what they had. They made sure Numu Deku was taken care of and fed while patting him on the head, something he always appreciated. Finally, after getting their food, Detective Tsukachi and the other teachers and principal returned to the room. The detective let out a long, exhausted sigh, telling them they should continue. Slime Deku said, "Oh, I'm next. Oh boy, you all are not going to enjoy this one." He hopped on the table before transforming into his body with long green hair. They could finally see his face and noticed he looked very different from them. Villain Izumi remarked, "Well, after finally seeing your actual face, you look very much different. At least my hero self and I are the opposite gender, but we still look somewhat close to our hero counterparts. The only exception is Mr. Sword Boy over there with his hair a little different." She pointed to Samurai/Sword Deku, who rolled his eyes. "You look very much different compared to us. Are you sure you are one of us?" Slime Deku chuckled, Well, where do I begin? Everything the others have said is nearly the same, deemed quirkless, bullied the whole time. One main difference is I did have one friend in my universe. Her name was Shizu. She was the only one, outside of Mom, who didn't bully me. But that can only go so far. I would constantly get picked on, along with having my stuff destroyed. It went as far as Shizu getting a bit attacked as well, with her things either getting misplaced, outright stolen, or people not listening to anything she said. It was slowly taking a toll on me. Just how bad was that school Izuku and the others came from? Nizu and the others swore they would do more digging on that school once all this was over. Slime Deku continued, and of course, the infamous day of Bakugo and All Might sang their line. I couldn't take it anymore. I left a note for Shizu and my mom. After everything, I went to the top of a building and then, nearly all the heroes' hearts sank. I jumped. And unlike our villain counterpart, I didn't have anyone come save me. So yep, I hit the concrete pretty hard. It went silent. On the other side, Inko's eyes went wide, and she fainted, nearly hitting the floor if it wasn't for another guard nearby. All Might was hit with a wave of guilt, wanting to say something, even hug the boy, but felt it wasn't right. Words caught in his throat like a cord trying to suffocate him. Aizawa was overwhelmed with emotions, angry, sad, frustrated, but he couldn't pinpoint how he felt. He sneaked a few glances at main Izuku, curious about how their Izuku compared to his past. Slime Deku broke the tension, saying, I can tell the mood has dropped pretty low, but hey, it's not all bad. I mean, come on, I can look like a female, see? He quickly transformed, striking a pose that drew gasps from the guys in the room. Main Izuku and Izumi hurried to cover Eri's eyes while Izuku tried to shield his own. All Might felt a mix of embarrassment and concern, while Aizawa buried his head in his scarf, overwhelmed. Slime Deku laughed and the others groaned. Villain Deku chimed in, at least we know you can actually go and do it. Support Deku added, we might need a swear jar at this point. Rehab Deku joked, I will shove that swear jar up your... Eri interrupted, blushing, still in the room. Slime Deku reassured her, it's okay, it's not like I'm the hottest in the room. Villain Izumi retorted, I'm right here, you know. I have a husband. Rehab Deku boasted, we're not going to act like I didn't pull one of the prettiest women ever. Eri pouted, but, my parents are married too? So where does that rank me? The Dekus collectively exclaimed, you're not in this debate, missy. Slime Deku then asked, but did any of you pull more than one lady in our female version? Villain Deku was surprised, wait, you're dating more than one girl? Slime Deku confirmed, yep. Izuku blushed, thinking of holding hands with Uraraka. How? Slime Deku explained, honestly, I don't even know myself, but I gained poly relationships with several ladies in my verse, and it's the best thing ever. We all love each other. Izumi remarked, well, at least the perv nature made sense earlier. Villain Izumi added, at least we can say mom will have no shortage of grandkids. Inko suddenly appeared behind the glass, exclaiming, someone said grandkids? All the Dekus turned toward her. Marine Deku commented, I should question mom. But then I realized it's mom. Phoenix Deku said, if we didn't give her grandkids, we wouldn't hear the end of it. Reaper Deku asked, would she really go that far? They all answered, yes. Tsukachi interjected, can we please get back on track? Slime Deku turned to All Might, oh right, anyway. All Might, I should also say it's not your fault. All Might stammered, be it? Slime Deku continued, I was upset at you at first, but then I realized I didn't do anything to make people believe I could do it. You never saw me in action. So how could you say a kid built like a stick could be a hero? All Might's expression softened, though he still felt guilty. Anyway, Slime Deku said, I was supposed to die, but a deity called the Great Sage gave me a second chance. I was in a coma for 3 days, and only my mom and Shizu could visit. My body turned into slime because my original form was too damaged. The Great Sage saved me and allowed my body to heal. I changed my name to Izuku Tempest and claimed to be Izuku Midoriya's cousin. Izuku responded, wow. That actually sounds pretty smart. Slime Deku added, only my mom and Shizu knew the truth. Rehab Deku noted, everyone else thought you were his cousin and that Izuku died, taking his place with his name as a badge of honor. Slime Deku reflected. Yeah, thinking about it now, it wasn't a great name to begin with. Izuku asked, so what is your quirk? Wishing he had his notebook to jot this down. Slime Deku replied, I can do what slimes do, but I can also fire water blades, absorb nearly all elements, and break down any compound. I can use fire and lightning, and I have tough armor that's nearly unbreakable, among other tricks. He smiled. Villain Deku exclaimed, what is this unfairness? Grim Reaper added, I'm starting to understand the villain's feelings about this being unfair for some of us. Light Deku chimed in, even I feel cheated. Villain Izumi shot back, I don't want to hear a thing from Mr. Made of Light who can move at the speed of light. Light Deku retorted, why are you salty at me? Are you still mad at me for kicking you? Villain Izumi looked away, pouting. Light Deku pressed, you totally are? Slime Deku decided, I think it's time to move on. He got up from his chair and walked past Numu Deku, who took the seat. All the Deku held their breath and swallowed hard, knowing this wasn't going to be good. Numu Deku began, for me. I deemed myself quirkless. I tried to stay positive. I still wanted to be a hero. I had some friends. But one day when I was 5, I was on my way home from school with some friends who were also quirkless, along with some kids with quirks. We were all grabbed. The air grew cold, and silence fell as he continued. No one could find us. Don't know if they tried or didn't care. For the next few years, we were tested on with every quirk the doctor or AFO thought would be helpful. Only a few survived the process. He recounted the tests and horrors inflicted upon him and others, such as painful procedures that left them traumatized. Many on the hero's side were visibly shaken. Inko felt like she might collapse. She knew it would be bad, but the reality was overwhelming. Still, she steeled herself, determined to stay strong for everyone. Numu Deku pressed on. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. Many of the others who were kidnapped with me. They didn't survive. I was one of the few who did. You could say I was the ultimate Numu they wanted. They wished to replicate me, but I was rare and they couldn't. He paused, the weight of his memories heavy. And then, the USJ happened. A sinking feeling spread among the heroes. Numu Deku began to hyperventilate, struggling to continue. He needed to share his story, the memories haunted him, and he felt the pressure building. Just then, he felt a comforting presence beside him. Villain Izumi was close, with Villain Deku gently patting his back and Rehab Deku watching with concern. The warmth from them helped him regain some composure. Villain Izumi asked softly, do you want to continue? You don't have to. Numu Deku shook his head. No. I need to. It's better to get it out. Tsukachi encouraged him, it's okay. Go on if you want. Taking a deep breath, Numu Deku continued, my mission wasn't to kill All Might like the other Numu. It was something different. The tension in the room thickened. It wasn't even to kill. It was something else, something I wish I could have controlled. The teacher's heart raced. Was it to capture the students? Most likely, FO wanted more quirks for his collection. Just then, a sound broke the tension. Marine Deku crushed a water bottle in his hand, anger evident on his face. Your mission. It was to harm the students, wasn't it? Everyone turned to Numu Deku, who nodded, tears welling in his eyes. Villain Izumi pulled him into a hug, running her hand through his hair as he sobbed and repeatedly apologized. The room fell silent, everyone at a loss for words. Villain Deku sighed, I guess not every universe of the League of Villains has a moral code. Main Izuku felt a wave of guilt wash over him. This was another version of himself forced into a terrible situation. Aizawa and All Might felt the weight of the revelation most acutely. Aizawa, present that day, felt the sting of failure. All Might grappled with the consequences of his absence as a teacher. Nizu hesitated but needed to know. You don't want to ask this, but who were the students? Numu Deku sniffled. It was 3. Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Mina. Eri fainted, but Main Izuku caught her just in time. Light Deku asked, were you not captured afterward? Numu Deku shook his head. No, I was too important to the League. My main goal was to inflict mental damage on the heroes and All Might. They still have use for me. He looked away, lost in thought. Yakuza Izuku interjected, wait? They weren't the only ones, were they? Deku shook his head again. The heroes' faces paled. Tsukachi stammered, who else? Deku hesitated, there were a few other pros. Auntie Mitsuki. And some other students? Rehab Deku interrupted, all right, we get it. Can we please move on? Everyone turned to Rehab Deku, whose fists were clenched, blood dripping from his hand. Tsukachi sighed, yes. We could. The heroes left the room, leaving the Midoriyas behind. Villain Izumi continued to comfort Deku. Hey, listen. You're not at fault. Don't blame yourself. Deku protested, but? Villain Deku interjected, no buts. You weren't in control, you were following orders. We know you tried to fight it and didn't want to do it. It's clear you have many regrets. You might feel like a monster inside, but we see how you act. You still have that caring nature we all share. Even when you were thrown here, you went out of your way to defend us. Don't blame yourself, at least the villain version of us doesn't think any less of you. Villain Izumi, he's right. Rehab Deku, he's telling the truth. I wanted them to stop asking questions, knowing how torn you were. Deku felt happy they stood up for him, surrounded by a comfortable light with flowers around him. So, sigh. He rubbed the back of his neck while looking off to the side. If anyone attacks you or calls you a monster, come to us. We've got your back. Deku leaned into Rehab Deku's chest, rubbing against him like a cat, which made him happy when Rehab Deku gave him more head pats. Villain Deku, oh, look at you, a big softy trying to act tough. Playing Big Brother. Rehab Deku, I don't want to hear anything from you, Mr. Number 1 smack talker. Villain Deku, I'll have you know the hero side is unfair, and you know it. How is what they have fair for us? Rehab Deku, I agree, it's kind of unfair. I thought Villain Izumi was broken. Villain Izumi, I'll have you know I am probably the strongest of us in our group. Rehab Deku, that's debatable, especially if Mr. Emo version of us has anything to say. He pointed to Reaper Izuku. Reaper Deku, why am I emo? Because I'm wearing all black? You both look more emo than me. Phoenix Deku, oh look, he can actually speak more than 10 words. I'm shocked. Reaper Izuku, can flame legs before I help the villains make you a bowl of chicken. Numu Deku, I could go for some homemade chicken. Phoenix Deku, I hope we get this over with soon, I'd rather not become the next meal. Villain Izumi, by the way. She used her powers to wrap Slime Deku up and throw him against the wall. He splat before falling back to his blob form. Izumi, what was that for? And how did you get free of your cuffs? Support Deku was whistling in the back. Villain Izumi, reasons. She looked away. Light Deku, she was aiming for me but knew she couldn't touch me. Villain Deku, still, that's unfair. Slime Deku, I hope this doesn't become a running GG with us. Main Izuku, I wouldn't put it past them. Support Izuku, at least you haven't nearly come close to making kids. Support Deku tried to hide his blushing face while twirling his finger. Marine Izuku, oh no, it has come very close. All the hero Dekus looked over at Marine Izuku. Phoenix Izuku, you'd be surprised how intense women can be when they're in the mood. Trust me. Izuku, it. Villain Izumi, I can confirm. My husband knows it's going to be a fun time when I pull out the string. She rubbed the back of her neck with a blush. Izuku, Slime Izuku, ever try to please more than one girl at once? It's not as easy as some of us dream. He fell back to the ground. Izuku, I. He looked at Hero Izumi, who was looking away, twirling her finger with a red face. Why you too? Izumi, we use protection. And some days were my safe days. He was really charming. Main Izuku covered his face as he screamed into his hands. Villain Deku, and Toga was bad, don't act like you don't have some Hero Monthly Female Edition. Izuku, that is a secret and no one knows. Mom, you didn't hear that? He yelled at the glass. All the Dekus. OHNO. On the other side, Inko lay flat on the ground, a divine light shining down on her with tears rolling down her face. All Might and others were trying to think of how to wake her up. Light Deku, we might have sent our own mother to the afterlife. Oops. Villain Izumi, I wonder how she will react when I tell her I have an actual daughter. The door slammed open, jolting all the Izukus and Izumis, along with Eri. Inko, I have a granddaughter? All the Dekus looked at Villain Izumi. All the Izukus, wait, you have a child? Villain Izumi's face turned red as she rubbed her arm. Villain Izumi, why? I guess I should have mentioned that. All the Dekus, yes. End of chapter. After a bit, Izumi got her phone and showed a picture of her daughter from her world to Inko. Detective Tsukachi came back into the room and continued the questioning, mainly focusing on the history of the Midoriya family. The next one leaned against the back wall. Tsukachi looked at Deku, wanting to come forward. All the other Dekus were confused at first, but then they all looked at the Midoriya he was focused on. It was underground fighter Deku. Deku sighed as he hopped off the wall. Guess it's my turn, he said, heading over to the chair in the center, with Rehab Deku getting up to allow him to take a seat. Where to begin? Of course, from the beginning. As we can all guess at this point, I was quirkless. Villain Deku chimed in, at this point, we might as well make this a game. Slime Deku added, can any of us even drink? Eri, you better not answer this one. Eri replied, did I plead the fifth? Izuku said, and we need to have a talk with the older version of us in your verse if ever given the chance. Villain Izumi remarked, I mean, technically I can, I choose not to since I do have a child. Marine Izuku stated, I can drink, but only on rare occasions. Support Izuku questioned, the fact you drink is astounding? Villain Deku corrected him, you mean, drink. Phoenix Deku noted, this is going to be a running joke, isn't it? Reaper Deku replied, well, my Insta is known for making sudden jokes, so I have no complaints. Yakuza Izuku commented, I'm more surprised you can actually make jokes. Reaper Deku shot back, you stay silent the most, and people question if you're depressed or something? Just then, Reaper Deku was hit with a coin. Ow? What the hell? Izumi exclaimed. I'll throw another one again. Have you forgotten who's in this room with us? Izumi continued, her voice firm. Eri chimed in, why is it a bad thing that I'm in the room? I heard Mom curse all the time. Yakuza Izuku replied, that's because your mom, Uraraka, can do that. And we don't dare get her mad. Slime Deku added, it is a sight to behold. Izumi shot back, anything you say, I'm honestly going to have to take everything with a two-faced look. I am not that bad. Slime Deku protested. Reaper Deku remarked, oh, they haven't seen my MS tier, thankfully. Tsukachi interjected, can we please get back on topic? All the Dekus responded in unison, oh right, sorry. Tsukachi sighed, I'm going to need a vacation after this. Villain Deku teased, oh, you are probably going to be putting in that 2-week notice soon after too. Tsukachi just gave him a look. Underground fighter Deku began, anyway, as I was saying, I was quirkless, but one key difference from many of you is that I have both my parents. In fact, around the age of 11 or 12, my mom gave BRTH to twins after me. If Deku continued, everything was going fine for me. I still wanted to be a hero, but then, not long after, we lost our father in a villain attack. I lost some faith in hero society, not fully, but I learned that some heroes focus more on taking down villains and forget about their surroundings. Deku looked off to the side. All Might and Aizawa took a deep breath, knowing it was still hard to hear about their failures as heroes and how close they had gotten to Izuku over the years. Deku said, everything changed for me one day when I was on my way home from the park with my 2 little siblings. We saw our apartment, our home on fire. At the time, I thought it was because of a villain attack. But only years later did I learn it wasn't. A hint of anger crept into his voice, surprising a few in the room. All Might asked, what do you mean it wasn't? Deku explained, In my timeline, the Midoriya family has a special bloodline that dates back to the dawn of quirks. It was believed we were all killed in that fire. People in power set it up. Your government tries so hard to protect society by targeting those they view as a threat to their safety. They use the excuse for the betterment of hero society. Light Deku sighed, knowing underground fighter Deku was telling the truth, and the adult heroes felt a chill, suspecting this might also be the case in their world. Deku continued, after my siblings and I lost our mother to the fire, I became the main person to take care of us. I refused to let us get separated. I knew something was off when people showed up quickly, offering to adopt us. I couldn't risk it. He paused. It wasn't easy to take care of my siblings when you're quirkless. I'm sure many of the older Dekus here can vouch for me. When you're quirkless, it's much harder to find a job. Many of the Dekus, especially the vigilante ones, understood his struggle. They knew how tough it was for someone quirkless to care for two little kids alone. Deku added, thankfully I found a stable job that paid well. Tell me, do any of you heroes know about the underground fight scene? Many in the room began to think. Villain Deku said, I've heard of it. If I'm not mistaken, Rappa from Overhaul's group came from there. Aizawa noted, only Fat Gum would know more about it, I believe. Deku continued, so not a lot. I'll keep it short. I fought in the underground scene. Against other quirkless, people with weapons, and those with quirks. Because of my bloodline, I found great success, earning the title of one of the uncrowned kings down there. It wasn't the career path I wanted, but I gave up being a hero to take care of my siblings. Izuku asked, were they quirkless too? Deku replied, no, thankfully they had quirks. They wanted to be heroes. For their older brother, calling me their hero. I didn't mind fighting there. I knew why I was doing it. I couldn't achieve my dream, but I could help support someone else's important dream in my own way. I had no issue fighting for my life for the sake of my family. As underground fighter Deku got up and bowed, the adult heroes and detectives tried to wrap their heads around what this kid had gone through. He had endured so much, having to give up his dream to take care of his family. If that wasn't heroic, All Might and Aizawa didn't know what was. Up next was Magic Izuku, sitting on the floor, meditating. He stood up and walked over to the table, pulling down his white hood to reveal his light teal-blue left eye. Well, this is an interesting development. Wasn't expecting to see this, Light Izuku remarked. I'm actually interested in hearing this one myself, Swordsman Izuku added. So what's your story? Tsukachi asked. Like many before me, I was born quirkless, Magic Izuku began. That's a shot, Villain Deku interjected. Along with being bullied by my peers, it was the same as the others. On my way home, I ran into All Might, who told me I couldn't be a hero because of my lack of a quirk. Aizawa shot All Might a look, who turned away. After that, I decided to head to the library to study for the entrance exam. While there, I found a glowing book about magic. With nothing to lose, I began to study it, and soon I was able to perform. Different spells, nothing too crazy at first, but enough to pass the UA entrance exam. From there, I slowly improved my magic skills. After the training camp incident where I was captured, I learned more about the magic book and its origins. He floated the book around him before dropping it back into his hand. And that's how I got this eye, he said, pointing to his light teal eye. Now I can create stronger barriers, levitate, and use different elements. And that's all thanks to me. The adults in the room sighed in relief that it wasn't too outrageous compared to the other Midoriyas. Next was Grim Reaper Izuku, who had been quiet the entire time. He got up from the bench and took the main seat across from the detective. For a minute or two, he remained silent, which confused most in the room. However, everyone noticed the intense glare he directed at All Might. Care to explain the hate in your eyes? Nizu asked. It's different from regular hate. Is it because All Might told you that you can't be a hero? Tsukachi suggested. It's not just that, it's also a ton of other factors. Isn't that right, Dad? Grim Reaper Izuku replied, stunning everyone in the room. And Izuku related to All Might? And he hated it? What? Main Izuku managed to say. I wasn't upfront at first. Yes, my name is Midoriya, but our current mom, Inko Midoriya. She adopted me. Everyone's eyes widened, and when they looked at the detective for confirmation, he nodded, shocking all the Izukis even more. I was born as Izuku Yagi first. I had a twin sister, just like the villain version of me, but unlike his sister, who truly cared for him, she was quite the opposite. As you know, I was born quirkless. Everything was the same as the others, but one major difference in my past compared to them, besides All Might, is my father. I knew the Todoroki and Bakugo families before Yue, and we all had twins. How is that possible? Villain Izuku exclaimed. I'm calling Major Bull. Villain Izumi added. Somehow, not only did 3 families all have twins, but all 3 knew each other. Ain't no way, Rehab Deku said. Yeah, my father thought the same thing at first when I told him about them. But anyway, everyone was excited for us. People saw us as the next great heroes. If only I hadn't been born quirkless. He let out a deep, exhausted sigh. Once they learned I was quirkless, I was treated terribly. No one acknowledged me when anyone outside my household learned of my quirklessness. They would turn a blind eye to a child being bullied. Many listened as Grim Izuku recounted how he was regularly beaten up and pushed around, even abused by his sister. But what made it worse was the neglect I faced at home from my own parents. The person who gave BRH to me acted like I didn't exist. Once my talented sister began showing promise, I was nothing more than an afterthought. I might as well have been dead. And neither of my parents taught me anything. What angered me the most was my father. The person I looked up to, the #1 hero, hiding his past and telling me I couldn't be a hero. Meanwhile, he praised my sister, despite all the terrible things she and her friends did. Disgusting. All Might listened, feeling the weight of Grim Reaper Izuku's words about the neglect he faced, not just as an Izuku, but as his own son. A person he already considers his son in this universe means a lot to him, but for a Vision who got lucky, he doesn't see him that way. It made All Might's blood boil. Grim Reaper Izuku said, and then one day, just like many other days, I was getting bullied by my sister and her group. But this time they took things too far. Many of the others were slightly confused. What was different this time? They would get their answer from Yakuza Izuku. Yakuza Izuku replied, "You died." Reaper Deku nodded. They all heard a sound and turned their heads to see a slight crack in the glass. On the other side, Inko looked furious. Nearly hurting her hand, she didn't care. The mere fact that one version of her son was killed because Bakugo and his sister took things too far was unspeakable and unforgivable. Reaper Deku continued, as I was slowly dying, thinking this was going to be the end for me, I thought I wasn't going to accomplish my dream or get my revenge against my sister and Bakugo. Then I met my sensei, an actual Grim Reaper. Izuku gasped, "You met an actual Grim Reaper?" "Yep, and surprisingly he's cool." My sensei, whom I soon started to call Dad, explained he had been watching me closely and decided to help me. He brought me back to his home in my world, where the hero Inko was his wife. I also got to meet my brother, someone who actually saw me as a sibling, took care of me, and meant a lot to me. Once I was healed, I began training with him and my brother, and I got into UA. The rest is history. Most of the other Izukis were shocked by what they just heard from Grim Reaper Izuku. It was something they weren't expecting. Then Rehab Izuku looked at All Might. "Wow, you're a JRK if we were your actual kids," he said. All Might spilled blood. Reaper Deku, I want to apologize." "Save it. You're not my All Might. I really don't have any reason to be angry. I was being immature. So, I want to say sorry. It's not your fault for the things I went through." Aizawa was surprised by how mature most of these Izukis were, even the villain versions. While they joked and teased each other, they seemed like one big family. They respected their mom, took care of Eri, and looked out for one another. What shocked him was how well the villain version of the problem child seemed to hit it off with the others, supporting one another. It was quite a surprising turn of events. He expected them to be at each other's throats more than anyone else. All the Midoriyas generally got along and agreed on who the main Izuku was. No debate, nothing too crazy like that. It was jarring. Meanwhile, back at UA, Class 1A was fixing breakfast. As many students walked around, Uraraka noticed Deku still hadn't returned. "Has anyone seen Deku anywhere?" she asked. Many of the students looked around and realized she was right. Their class cinnamon roll had yet to come back. "They must still be questioning all of them," Ida said. "I wonder how everything is going and if all those Midoriya-chan have been giving our Midoriya any trouble," Tsu added. "I wonder what they're going to do with all of them. It would be something if I suddenly got a ton of new classmates, mainly Midoriya," Siro mused. "Oh, getting a little worried about your boyfriend, Uraraka-chan?" Mina teased, appearing behind her with a cheeky smile. Uraraka blushed. "Emina, Deku and I aren't dating. I'm just worried." She waved her hands around her face as she backed away from Mina, whose smirk never left her lips. Out of nowhere, the door to Class 1A slammed open. They turned their heads to see a girl with salmon pink hair styled into thick dreadlocks enter the room. "Hello everyone. Is Izuku Midoriya here?" Mei exclaimed. Ida responded, "Mei, what are you doing here?" "It's simple. I've been working on one of my important projects all night." She pulled out a pair of gloves. The air combat gloves Izuku asked for, along with some improvements. "I wanted to check on him and see what else he needs to work on. I was curious about something I saw on TV yesterday." Both Mina and Toru noticed something. She said his first name. This was Mei Hatsum, a person who was terrible with names. Not only did she say Midoriya's name by heart, but his first name. "Wait, you use Midoriya's first name?" Toru exclaimed. "What's that about?" It soon clicked for Mei. She had used Izuku's first name, something she didn't usually do. Blushing, she said, "He's a cool dude and probably my top customer in the future, of course." Mei laughed, unaware of the blush on her face. Momo and Jiro rounded the corner, curious about the conversation. Momo said, "I have to admit, from watching the news and seeing all of Midoriya's fights, it was quite shocking how different they were. Many took on pros and were winning. That's something that can't be taken lightly. Whatever happens to them is going to be significant. But I do wonder how they all got here." While most were discussing Izuku Midoriya and the clones, a confident, angry teen with dirty blonde hair was getting annoyed. He slammed his hand on the table. "Can we stop talking about the nerd for 5 minutes? For Pete's sake, he's not even here." Bakugo exclaimed. "Come on, Baku bro, we're just worried about our classmate. You aren't worried about Midor bro?" Kirishima replied. "No. I could care less what happens with that nerd and those annoying versions of him," Bakugo shot back. "Don't be like that, Bakugo. We know you're upset you lost to one of them. It probably hurt your pride." "I would be upset too, losing to someone who has always been an underdog," Mineta added. Bakugo's frustration was evident, and he was about to charge at Mineta, but a few classmates stopped him. This caused a slight commotion in the room, and many of the Class 1A girls thought about Izuku Midoriya, wondering, hopefully, Midoriya is okay? As they headed back to the interrogation room, they took one more break, allowing the Midoriyas to take turns using the bathroom. Those who didn't go right away stayed back to play cards and other games. The adults watched as many of the Midoriyas interacted and surprisingly got along. Inko smiled when she saw some versions of her son grappling with each other. The mainly female Izumi was grappling with Rehab Deku, and both were putting up a good fight, though Rehab was slowly overpowering her. The heroes cheered for Izumi, while the villains cheered for Rehab. "It is a sight to behold," All Might said as he walked up next to Inko. "It's quite something. Not even a full day ago, they were at each other's throats, and now they're all in a room, answering questions and having fun. It's almost jarring to think they are still teenagers at the end of the day." Inko smiled, agreeing with him. Tsukachi asked, "So what do you plan to do with them after the interviews?" All Might replied, "We can't just put them in jail since it's clear many of them were dealt a bad hand. Heck, many of their flaws were a failure on our part for not checking on our very own Midoriya. How can I live with myself knowing that I had a hand in creating some of those differences? Many of them were acting purely on instinct." Nizu said, "All Might is right. They clearly didn't do things they wanted to do right away. It just happened that way, given the circumstances. But I do have an idea. First, let's wrap this up. They all headed back inside to where Inko was, prompting many of the Izukus to stop what they were doing and help clean up. It didn't take long to put the table back in place and move other items to the corner, causing Aizawa and the detective to blink in surprise. Even the villains were helping and not making a mess. This was not what they were expecting. Next up for questioning was Marine Izuku. Taking his spot in the chair, he sighed as he looked at everyone. Alright, so my story starts in my world, where the Marines are a type of hero, more military-like, dealing with things outside Japan or at sea. My world is quite different from yours. I was on a ship with my parents, two well-known Marines, when we came under attack by pirates, and I had to hide. Marine Izuku continued. Sadly, my parents couldn't fend off the pirates, and I was stuck on the ship for days until my uncle finally rescued me. He took me under his wing and trained me to be a Marine. A few years later, I was asked to help Class 1A during the USJ incident since my uncle and some higher-ups thought it would be a good experience for me to be around kids my age. Tsukachi asked, "Why?" Marine Izuku replied, "Because I had mainly been around adults, and my uncle wanted me to socialize more." Villain Izuku chimed in, "With how Class 1A is, I'm sure bonding with them was all the fun." Izumi defended, "Class 1A isn't as bad as you think." Villain Izuku retorted, "I found at least a third of them annoying." Izuku asked, "Who do you not find annoying?" Villain Izuku answered, "Easy. Myself, Reaper me, Female Villain me, Numu, Rehabus, and Eri. They're cool. I haven't decided on the rest of you yet, even though the fighter version of us seems cool." To Phoenix Izuku said, "I'm on your most annoying list." Villain Izuku shot back, "Every single one of you with some overpowered quirk." Izumi exclaimed, "You have someone who can use strings?" Villain Izuku confirmed, "Yes, she is cool and has every right to be powerful." Slime Izuku added, "You're just mad we got all the cool stuff and you don't." Villain Izuku replied, "You're lucky your body can't be harmed that easily." Slime Izuku stuck his tongue out. Tsukachi interjected, "Can we please focus? You all can fight later." All the Izukus agreed, it would be pointless and get us nowhere. Everyone else just blinked in confusion. Tsukachi sighed, "What world do we live in?" He facepalmed. Marine Izuku commented, "It can be much worse, I can say that." Tsukachi was about to respond but decided to keep quiet, feeling Marine Izuku was correct. "I should also bring up Rehab me." Rehab Deku looked at Marine Izuku. "Your power is similar to something in my world. The haki you use. Some of us can use it too." Marine Izuku demonstrated by making his arm black before returning it to normal. "I will also say you all took something from me that shouldn't be eaten." This made many in the room raise an eyebrow. Marine Izuku explained, "In my world, we have something outside of quirks that allows even those who consider themselves quirkless to fight. It's called a devil fruit, granting powers that could be considered much stronger than even the most basic quirks. But you lose your ability to swim." Tsukachi nodded, "I see, I understand. I'll call quickly to ensure they don't eat it." Marine Izuku thanked him. Tsukachi left the room to make the call and ensure the fruit was still secured. A few other police members inquired about the fruit but hesitated when they heard it could grant powers stronger than quirks. The temptation was palpable. Once Tsukachi returned and confirmed the fruit was out of reach, Swordsman Izuku took his turn in the chair. Swordsman Izuku began, "For one, I was born quirkless." Villain Izumi interrupted, "That's a shot." Villain Izuku lamented, "What did we do in a past life to be born quirkless?" Marine Izuku remarked, "At this point, if we weren't born quirkless, I think they would be the odd ones out." Yakuza, Light, Phoenix, and Onus Izuku all coughed. Villain Izuku exclaimed, "How can we forget some of the overpowered individuals in this room have quirks? It's unfair." 1S Izuku protested, "Hey, my quirk is basic, I think." 7 Magic Izuku countered, "I don't think it is. Telekinesis seems pretty powerful to me." Villain Izuku groaned, "Oh, come on." Slime Izuku suggested, "We need a swear jar or..." Something because we can't cuss in front of Eri. Eri protested, I'm nearly the same age as everyone else in this room? All the Izukus shouted, doesn't matter. Eri exclaimed, what? Nonsense. Oh no. I mean, all the Izukus gasped in unison. Villain Izumi, villain me. How dare you? Villain Izuku, me? Hold. Slime Izuku, well R.I.P. Villain Izuku, AY. Swordsman Izuku, anyway, it didn't matter to me. I was always different from others. Once, I saw an old movie on TV with many actors using swords. I started to train in the way of the sword. I soon gained a name for myself. In the prefecture, I was known as the Monfu Green Devil of Shizuoka. Aizawa, you did vigilante work? Swordsman Izuku, somewhat. I would only fight when attacked or if something happened in the area. I passed the UA entrance exam with little difficulty and was accepted into UA. There isn't much noteworthy to say since I went through the same stuff as everyone else. I did catch the eye of many worldwide since I was the first quirkless student to ever win the sports festival. He stood up and bowed, thanking the detective for his time. Many people in the room thought the same thing. It wasn't as bad as some others. One swordsman Izuku took his seat against the wall with good posture. The next Izuku appeared in a UA uniform. 1S Izuku. Well, for one, I can say that compared to the others, I definitely don't know the full pain they do. I feel left out compared to many of my other versions. Swordsman Izuku, trust us, you aren't missing much. Villain Izuku, it's not what it all cracks up to be. Izumi, count your blessings, trust us. 1S Izuku, that's nice to hear, I think. I guess I should explain myself. I was born a stronger version of my mother's quirk, full-blown telekinesis. Honestly, I had two other childhood friends besides Bakugo, who weren't friends with him. Villain Izuku, how can anyone be friends with someone like him? Main Izuku was about to speak. Rehab Izuku, don't even try to defend him. You can see some of his actions and what they cause in this room. Can you say he is your friend when he hasn't done anything for you? Izuku, he helped me with OFA. Izuku fidgeted with his fingers. Marine Izuku, I'm going to call Cap. I barely had to deal with the raging dog in my world, even though he didn't take too kindly to me getting a lot of attention when I helped out the class. Vigilante Izuku, honestly, for how difficult our teacher is, their negligence towards him has been a semi-good thing because he feels like, with some of the things he got away with, he wouldn't have to worry about being seen as a villain even though he technically is partly one. Aizawa, I'll deal with my student appropriately. Villain Izuku, oh wow, a first for everything. All Might had to turn his head to avoid showing a quick laugh. Aizawa only groaned. 1S Izuku, I think we should continue with me. Villain Izumi, oh right. Slime Izuku, it's not all your fault. You all kind of struggle at your job. You're doing your best. Villain Izumi, not mister, I need 10 shots of black coffee. Tsukachi, anyway. 1S Izuku, alright well, you see, my aunt was a top 10 hero and with my mom making a few calls, my friends and I were trained by her and a few others to become heroes. We passed the exam, but my principal, Nizu, saw 20 kids with scores of 85 to 130 points and knew the group was far stronger than most. He didn't want to lose us, so he created a new class called Class 1S, where my friends and I were placed as that's really it. 1S Izuku got up and bowed before returning to the other Izuku beside Mage and Yakuza Izuku. Now, it was Eri's turn. Eri, my turn huh? Well, I guess we know my story mainly. I was taken into UA custody and placed under the care of Uncle Zawa. Aizawa nearly clutched his heart from the nickname. After the festival that helped me regain my smile, I spent most of my time with my dad and mom, and by the time my parents were in their third year, it was clear I was their daughter. Many of their classmates accepted it, and I played along. Marine Izuku, might as well be, honestly. All the Dekus, true. Thinking about that caused both 1S and Main Izuku to blush, with Main Izuku blushing super hard, mainly because he and Izuku were a thing. Eri, I ended up becoming their full-fledged daughter after they graduated UA, and later, They had a kid, basically my little brother. And that's my story. I got into UA with my best friend, Koda. And my dad, Izuku Midoriya, is the #1 hero in the world. She clapped her hands together with a smile. Nearly all the Izukus, even the villain Izuku, almost passed out from being called dad. It never got old. Once Eri got up and returned to the others, Detective Tsukachi took a huge, deep breath. It was finally done. The 19+1 teen girl, basically Izuku Midoriya/Deku, was finally done. Tsukachi, I want to thank you all, first and foremost, for your time and patience. Honestly, I'm surprised many of you stayed in here and listened. With how powerful your quirks are and what I could see many of you do, I thought you were all going to cause a prison break. Villain Izuku, as tempting as that is, all that would cause is the all-out brawl that happened yesterday, with many of us trying to escape or ending up fighting while having many other villains hop in, or, more innocent people getting injured. Sorry, but I want to avoid our mom getting hurt. It's something that can be avoided. Villain Izumi added, plus, as much as I want my rematch, we're outnumbered. Trying to escape and avoid the neutral versions of us teaming up is a huge risk. They would gain more by helping the heroes, as unpleasant as that sounds. I'd rather not be captured because I got overwhelmed. She pointed to Slime Izuku beside her. Rehab Izuku chimed in, that doesn't mean we wouldn't go out swinging, we were going to make it super hard for you all. The adults blinked in surprise, counting their blessings. Villain Izuku sighed, as unfortunate as this is, we might as well bring the cuffs in here. At least half of us have done villainous things, so there's no point in keeping us here. Ugh, I was not looking forward to prison food. Villain Izumi asked, you think many would target us? Villain Izuku replied, yeah, well, buddy, I hope you're ready to fight off many thugs and villains coming after us. He looked at Deku. Deku said, I will protect you all. Villain Izuku gave him a few pats on the shoulder. A smile appeared on Nizu's lips, his tail wagging slightly. You shouldn't be so sure, just be patient, Nizu advised, causing the villain group to raise an eyebrow. The adults left the room, and all the Izukus looked at each other in silence before Izumi asked, so, who got the cards? Villain Izuku exclaimed, I'm getting my dub back. Outside the room, the adults were discussing their plans. Tsukachi asked, what's the plan? All Might replied, I'm on board. We can't really punish them harshly. They were dealt a bad hand by society, a society I helped build without fully realizing the weight of my actions. Inko looked through the glass at the Izukus, her sons, daughters, and granddaughter, with worry, but she felt everything would work out in the end. As they talked, Nizu got off the phone, his smile unwavering. And my idea is a go. The others looked at him with raised eyebrows. Back inside, Eri had the biggest smile as she played with her hand. I won, she cheered, pumping her arms in the air with a whole hand of aces. The other Izukus playing widened their eyes. Villain Izuku exclaimed, who taught you this? What? Rehab Izuku shouted, bull. Eri tilted her head and replied, you all did. All the Izukus who were playing sighed. Yakuza Izuku said, she's right. Shoot. A few other Izukus, like Slime, Vigilante, and Light, started to doze off. Yakuza and Villain Izumi were off to the side, talking with Numu Izuku. Yakuza Izuku reassured him, it's going to be okay, big guy. We'll make sure they don't try anything with you or take you away from us. Villain Izumi added, yeah, and if they try, well, we can plan an early jailbreak. Deku asked, what? Are you all being so nice to me? Yakuza Izuku patted him on the shoulder with a soft smile. Cheer up. You still have a heart, unlike many of the other Numus out there. If you feel bad about what you had to do, stay alive so you can atone for it. You deserve a chance. He rubbed Deku's head, calming him, and little flowers floated around him. Numu soon buried his head in Yakuza's chest, thanking him. Nizu and the others walked in shortly after. Villain Izuku asked, well, what's the verdict? Nizu replied, you have two options. Either you all come back to my school and continue your studies while working with us to help fix Hero Society, or many of you can rot in jail. The choice is yours. Villain Deku scoffed. Sounds more like an ultimatum. You must have made that up after hearing some of the things we did. So I might as well go with you. It would be stupid not to take that offer. What about you all? Many of the Izukus who weren't heroes reached the same conclusion, seeing no downside. Rehab Deku rolled his eyes. Oh, great. I'm going back to UA. Yay. Nizu welcomed them. Allow me to welcome you all to Class 1M, Class of Midoriya. His eyes had a hidden glint. Once settled, they began gathering their belongings. Many police officers were unhappy with the news and let some villains go, mainly Villain Izuku and Numu Deku. Villain Izuku didn't care. He had dealt with officers who didn't help him stay on the right path, so it didn't matter. Marine Izuku noticed many officers were upset about handing over the devil fruit and felt he should be cautious if he ran into any of them. Rehab Deku and Underground Fighter Deku shot dirty looks at the officers as they walked past, not appreciating the way the officers gawked at Eri, Izumi, and Villain Izumi. Marine Izuku asked, "So what will we do about this whole name issue? Because we can't just call Izuku since, well?" Yuji Deku replied, "We can figure that out later. Right now, we don't have to worry about that. First, get a nice bed. Sleeping on the floor was not fun." Izumi, I have to honestly agree with my other self. The rest of the Izuku, same. They only had to wait a bit longer before a bus came and took all of them to UA High. Many of them, including Izuku, fell asleep on the bus ride, starting a new and unique adventure filled with ups and downs, joy, pain, sorrow, and everything in between. This is the story of multiple Dekus in one universe together. We open up in front of UA, where all the Dekus get off the bus, finally stretching and cracking their backs. Once they were all off, Aizawa took roll call. Villain Deku, you know, if you were afraid of us running away, you could just put us in cuffs. Rehab Deku, they're trying to make it seem like we can trust them, given they don't want us to feel like prisoners. Villain Izumi, surrounded by a bunch of heroes? Sounds like a prison to me. Tempest Izuku, you all do know there is literally a high-security prison they could throw over half of us in. Yakuza Izuku, if they throw a teen into Tartarus, you're asking for that person to come back out just destroyed. Izuku, I mean, would you all get thrown into that place? By law, it wouldn't make sense to have anyone under the age of 18 thrown in there. If anything, you'll get put in a holding cell somewhere. But one of the most dangerous places that holds some of the most dangerous criminals makes no sense. Reaper Deku, I'm not going to tell them about some of the versions of us I've seen. They will bang their heads from stupidity. Izumi, do you villains always have to be so irritated about almost everything? It's not that bad. We get to go back to school and won't have to be charged for fighting and causing tons of damage. Villain Deku, and why do we see this as a good thing? If we really wanted to make this interesting, we could just run away or fight back, anything that is not hero-related. We don't like 80% of this school. Eri, dads and moms. They all look at her. Can you please not fight and tolerate this place for me? She gives them puppy dog eyes. All evil Dekus, our child has spoken, and the law has been put in place. Izuku and Izumi, it was that simple. Aizawa and All Might could only blink while Nizu's tail wagged, watching all this unfold. Aizawa, how are we going to survive this? Nizu, I'll say they're more like siblings with their dynamic. All Might, you know, that's probably the best way to look at this. Aizawa, he pinches his nose. All right, listen up. They all look at him. Given how fast we had to bring you all here, you'll be staying on the 4th floor, right above my class. You can select your room, there isn't much there. Once the weekend comes around, we will take you all out to grab whatever you need. They all perk up. My problem, child, Aizawa continues, looking at main Izuku. You will move your stuff later. For now, stay with the others, Midoriyas, got it? Izuku nodded his head. As the Midoriyas grabbed their bags and began to walk towards the dorms, it was a Sunday, so not many were up and about. This meant many students who would be on campus hadn't seen the wave of Izukus coming in. As they got closer to the dorm, one person who was up and just finished a morning run was Ida. When Ida saw Midoriya, he got excited to see his friend finally back, but as he got closer and was about to call him, he noticed something strange. Wait, was one of the Dekus wearing a mask? Why does a Midoriya look female? Why are there more than the Midoriya he remembers fighting alongside? Thankfully, Aizawa-sensei came and semi-explained the situation. Aizawa, do not put too much thought into it right now. For now, let all the Midoriyas move in first. I'm sure you all will get to meet them later. Ida was about to speak when the main Izuku came by. Izuku, we will talk later, promise? He gave his friend a reassuring smile. Ida smiled back, but as they nodded at each other, he caught sight of the female Izuku at the back of the group. Given that he hadn't paid much attention during the fight, now getting a good look at her made Ida's face slightly red, forcing him to look away and shake his head, questioning what he just felt. Once all the Midoriyas reached the 4th floor, Aizawa said goodbye before leaving his class. They all nodded at each other and looked for the room they wanted, following the same rules as the Dekus who went to UA. One side would be for the guys, and the other for the 3 girls in their group. The villain group helped Numu Deku by taking an extra bed from one of the rooms and putting it in his room, allowing him more space. They removed the desk since he said he had no use for it. It took a little while for the rest of the Midoriyas to finish unpacking, as many had nothing to unpack. They all met back up in the common room. For a solid minute, nothing was said as they stared at each other in silence. Then, the main Izuku pulled out his notebook. Izuku, can we talk about your quirks? Villain Deku, sure, I'm down. They all followed suit with their notebooks. Underground Deku, about time someone asks. They went downstairs with Class 1A slowly trickling into the common area, mainly the Dekusquad. They looked around, waiting for their main buddy, Izuku Midoriya. They didn't see him among their classmates, and none of his roommates had seen him either. Tsu, Ribbit, still no word from Midoriya? Many of the classmates shook their heads. Kaminari, man. I hope he's okay. It's been what? 2 to 3 days? I wonder what happened. Ida, actually, I saw Midoriya this morning. Class 1A, what? Uraraka, where is he, Ida? Is he okay? Ida, to be more straightforward, I saw all the Midoriyas. Shoji, all the Midoriyas? What does that even mean? You're saying there are actually more than one Midoriya that appeared a few days ago. Ida, yes, Aizawa-sensei would like to speak with all of us first before we do anything or have a chance to talk to Midoriya himself. Right on cue, Aizawa and All Might walked in. Everyone turned towards them, rushing to ask questions. Tsu, is Midoriya-chan okay? Uraraka, he isn't hurt, is he? Kirishima, what will happen to Midor, bro? Bakugo, was he the UA traitor? Mineta, was one really a girl? Aizawa activated his quirk to calm down his class and have them back up, which they all did. Aizawa, first, Midoriya, or more accurately the Midoriyas, are all safe. Ojiro, wait, it's true? There was more than one Midoriya? All Might, yes, it is true. After hearing many of their statements, Nizu has decided to allow them all to stay here at UA as an extension class. Aizawa, you will learn more tomorrow, but if you want, they're upstairs on the 4th floor. Word of advice, I wouldn't pry too much into them. They might be problem children, but they're all very different. We need to get going. We have a meeting to attend. See you all tomorrow in class. Before leaving, All Might looked at Bakugo, making him confused. To make it stranger, he saw a look of anger in All Might's eyes, causing a shiver down Bakugo's spine. Why was All Might angry at him? After the teachers left, they all looked at each other with a silent, agreeable nod as they made their way up the stairs to see what all these Midoriyas were about. Once they reached the 4th floor, they were surprised to see all 20 Midoriyas or Dekus. They were muttering and speaking so fast that no one could catch what they were saying, hands zipping across countless pages before pausing to ask questions before going back to writing. Words like fire, speed, teleportation, and different unique styles filled the air, overwhelming everyone else who wasn't a Midoriya. Seeing the words flying around caused some to feel dizzy, and one person spoke up, Bakugo. Bakugo, will you all shut up? That was one of the worst mistakes of his life. The next thing everyone saw, including Bakugo, was that he was tied up and slammed against the wall. Everyone turned to see villain Izumi and Yakuza Izuku, with Yakuza Izuku's hand around Bakugo's neck. Yakuza Izuku, we don't want to hear a single sound from you. Ida, what are you doing? That isn't a heroic thing to do to Midoriya, he said, chopping one of his arms at Yakuza Izuku. Underground Deku got up and walked over to them. Actually, it would be considered heroic when you stop a villain. So it is justified, he said. Kirishima responded, that isn't heroic at all. I can tell you all are nothing like Midoriya. He would never hurt Bakugo. Now, unless you all want trouble, let him go. He hardened his arms and glared at them. Rehab Deku stood up from the couch, cracked his back, and twisted his body to loosen up. Let him go, you two. We have to remember they don't know. Yet. They dropped the dog like a sack of potatoes. Rehab Deku approached Kirishima with a smirk, hands in his pockets. So, how are you holding up after that butt-kicking I gave you? Not sure, are you? Villain Deku chimed in. Oh right, you fought that dog and his little band of foolish followers. How did that turn out? SCKS I didn't get to fight them. Really wanted to. Rehab Deku shrugged. It was a little tricky. I do feel slightly bad for hurting Mina. So sorry about that. He looked at Mina and bowed slightly, which surprised her. Mina replied. It's okay. She wasn't expecting that. Izumi then came and dragged Rehab Deku away, saying, we can't hurt them, not unless you want to go back in that holding cell or room, or whatever it was. Villain Izuku protested, I have made no such promise. Izumi countered, well, do it for Eri. Eri appeared behind her with puppy dog eyes. Villain Izuku exclaimed, what type of unfairness? Swordsman Izuku asked, anyway, why are you all up here? Todoroki answered, we wanted to see if our friend Midoriya is here. Half of the Midoriyas replied, yeah, we're right here. Izumi interjected, straight face be nice. Reaper Izuku added, I make no such promise either. Kaminari asked, so what are you all doing here as well? Finally, the main Izuku, the one everyone knew, stepped forward. I don't know how much Aizawa and the others have told you yet, but UA believes it would be better if all of us, well, I guess me, stayed under their care so they could watch over us better. Villain Izuku scoffed, that or prison. Something I would like to avoid breaking out of again unless I had to save a comrade. But it is also a terrible idea. I don't want to be around a bunch of lousy heroes. Half of the class looked at him, and Ciro remarked, what is your problem, man? You've been kind of a JRK. For someone who is supposed to be Midoriya, you sure act like a prick. A few in the class nodded in agreement. Izuku replied, well, you see, I can't give away too much. But that version of me you're talking to is me as a villain. This revelation shocked nearly the entire class. Midoriya as a villain? That can't be right. Light Izuku commented, are you really so surprised? He was always seen as the smartest in the class. This shouldn't be a shock. Of course, you all could just ask the one person who would know better than anyone else. Isn't that right, Katsuki Bakugo? Many turned towards him, and he clicked his tongue before turning away, hands in his pockets. Bakugo said, I'm out of here, there's no point in being surrounded by a bunch of pathetic nerds. Kirishima urged, Bakubro, hang on. Don't leave just yet. Rehab Deku teased, don't let my handsome face remind you of me putting you in the dirt. Bakugo stopped and turned, anger flashing in his eyes. You want to go? Villain Deku taunted, didn't he already kick your butt once? Bakugo retorted, he got lucky. Just as Bakugo was about to charge, Ida stepped in, trying to hold him back. Izuku apologized, sorry about that, everyone. You all should see us tomorrow in class, okay? The Dekusquad wanted to say something but only smiled and nodded. Uraraka said, okay if you say so, Dekun. As they were leaving, Uraraka made eye contact with Eri, who smiled and nodded back, surprising her. Once the class left, all the Midoriyas gathered in different spots. Villain Izumi asked, So how are we going to fix our main self's little class problem? Phoenix Izuku replied, True, we might as well since we are here. We got nothing better to do for a bit. Villain Izuku grinned, I have a slew of ideas. Tempest Izuku interjected, how many of them do not involve killing or putting Bakugo, even if he deserves it, into a body bag? Villain Izuku assured, I have a few ideas. Meanwhile, downstairs, Class 1A was trying to process what they had just witnessed. Zero remarked, So Midoriya as a villain. I never expected to see it with my own eyes. Jiro added, No kidding, but honestly, for someone who is supposed to be a villain, he was rather nice, especially since he apologized to Mina. By the way, how are you holding up, Mina? Mina replied, Echa? Oh why yeah, I'm doing alright. A few of the girls raised an eyebrow, noticing Mina seemed deep in thought but said nothing. Tsu pondered, I do want to know what they mean by, we don't know. Is there an actual reason for why Midoriya would be a villain? Many of them thought about it, but from their time with the class cinnamon roll, nothing came to mind that made them believe he could turn to the side of villainy. The only one who would know was Bakugo, but he had already headed to his room, not bothering to stop and say anything. Ida, there is no point in putting too much thought into it. Like Aizawa-sensei and Midoriya both said, we will learn more tomorrow. The class nodded. With that, everyone did their own thing, preparing for class the next day. The teacher discussed what had happened, the Midoriya family, and made plans. As Izumi, Izuku, and Eri cooked for the night, many students had different thoughts swirling in their heads as the evening came to a close. We see Izuku looking at the ceiling of his new room, clenching his fist, knowing things would be different from here on out. The next day, in Class 1A, everyone sat down in anticipation. Aizawa walked in, causing some of them to relax. He scanned the room, sensing the atmosphere, aware that something had happened the day before. Aizawa, I guess that means you all had the chance to meet the Midoriya family. Momo, somewhat. We had a small interaction with them, it went well. Jiro, it didn't go as smoothly as some of us would have liked. Aizawa, I'm not surprised. The Midoriyas have shared things with me and others about events we wish we could have seen or fixed ourselves. There's no point in prolonging this. You can all come in. They turned toward the door, and in walked all 20 versions of Izuku from the day before. Aizawa, you can introduce yourselves now. Izuku, hey everyone, you all already know me. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nothing different about me. Izumi, I'm Izumi Midoriya. I'm just Izuku, but if he were a girl in a different universe. Villain Izuku, I am your father. He received a playful elbow from Izumi. Alright, fine. I am also Izuku Midoriya, but if I had chosen to teach people a lesson and went down the villain route. So, I'm Villain Izuku. Rehab Izuku, I am also Izuku Midoriya, but if I had run away earlier before meeting All Might and learned about a different power. You can call me Rehab Izuku. Villain Izumi, I'm also an Izumi, but instead of the heroic route, I'm a villain. So, Villain Izumi here. Support Izuku, I'm also Izuku Midoriya, just if I went down the support course instead. Don't worry, I'm a hero as well, support Izuku at your service. Vigilante Izuku, I'm also Izuku Midoriya, just if I chose the vigilante route instead of joining UA. Vigilante Izuku present. Yakuza Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya if I was adopted into a Yakuza gang before joining UA. And before you ask, no, I did not join Overhaul's gang, so don't worry. Yakuza Izuku in your presence. Light Izuku, I am also Izuku Midoriya, but if my quirk had been altered on the day I was supposed to check for a quirk. It changed to a powerful light quirk. Light Izuku present. Phoenix Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya if I had a fire quirk and went through the support course. My quirk is that of a phoenix. So, Phoenix Izuku here. Tempest Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya, if a moment had gone differently and awakened a hidden powerful quirk. I go by Izuku Tempest. Numu Izuku, He looked away nervously. Villain Izuku, big guy here is another Izuku. What he is? We don't want to talk about it. So, just call him an I for now. Don't worry about it. He patted Numu Izuku on the back, who smiled at him. Underground Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and if I had two little siblings with a bloodline much more unique than normal. If I went into the underground scene, I go by Underground Deku for now. Magic Izuku. I'm also Izuku Midoriya, if I had discovered something called magic before meeting All Might. I go by Magic Izuku. Reaper Izuku. I won't tell you my actual name, but I'm Izuku Midoriya. If I was adopted by my mother, Inko, and was taught by a different man. I am called Reaper Izuku. Marine Izuku. I am Izuku Midoriya, if there were more than one type of power system outside quirks in this world, and the Marines were much different. So you can say I go by Marine Izuku. Swordsman Izuku. I am also Izuku Midoriya, but if I picked up the way of the blade at a young age. I go by Swordsman Izuku. 1S Izuku. I am Izuku Midoriya, if I was given a stronger version of my mother's quirk, and if there was another class outside of you all, Class B, called Classes. So for now, I go by 1S or Telekinesis Izuku. Eri. I am Eri Midoriya, the adopted daughter of Izuku Midoriya, and I can't say who my mother is. Yet. She looks at her dad. All Izuku, and we're all the Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you all. They bowed. Class 1A. Sato. Midoriya actually went through with adopting Eri. I mean, I saw it coming, but holy Siri. Mineta. Midoriya as a female? Holy Siri, she's hot. Kirishima. Are we going to skim over the fact that we basically have at least 3 to 4 villains in our class now? Aizawa. Calm down. He activated his quirk, making them all quiet. For clarification, these Midoriyas will be held in a different class, as we do not have enough room for another 18+ problem children here. All the Midoriyas waved later to Aizawa and the class, who still had many thoughts swirling through their heads about all of this. As the day passed and the Midoriyas settled into their class, they would be taught by Ectoplasm, who quickly learned that Midoriya was much more intelligent than he let on. It started with a typical question, nothing too hard, but after one of the Midoriya, mainly one of the villains, answered, he noticed a smug look directed at the heroic side, which sparked a trend of who could answer first. He would ask the question or write on the board. In a matter of a minute or two, one of the Midoriyas would raise their hand and answer the question. And 9 times out of 10, they were right. Tempest Midoriya had a whiteboard that created ectoplasm. Where did he get that from? But he didn't question it too much. Tempest Izuku kept count of which side had answered the most questions correctly. It even got to the point where his Midoriya, the main one, would start answering and getting involved as well. When someone got it wrong, the other side tossed a side joke or a quick jab. It threw ectoplasm for sure. It was lunchtime, and all the Midoriyas were talking to each other about different things, nicknames, and aspects of their respective verses before finding a table to eat their lunch. Are we being stared at? Telekinesis Izuku ducked his head, trying not to be seen, as many students looked on with broad expressions. I'm surprised. It's not every day you see 18 clones of the same person sitting at one table, villain Izuku remarked. Plus, I'm sure the rumor about our little skirmish a couple of days ago with some pros has spread by now, Underground Izuku added. As they were about to continue their earlier conversation, they sensed someone walk over to their table, Nito Monoma. Underground Izuku grabbed the main Izuku's head and pulled him close to dodge Monoma's elbow. Oh whoops, didn't see you there. There was so much green the first thought it was a bush, Monoma said. If there's one thing I do not miss, it's this guy, Marine Izuku muttered. Swear jar, Izumi chimed in. We are seriously not doing a swear jar? Right. Villain Deku exclaimed. Izumi took a sip of her drink without looking at him. That's just outright unfair for us, Rehab Izuku said. Swear jar, Eri echoed. Villain Izumi started to curse, but some of the heroes looked at her, and she quickly covered her mouth. Are you ignoring me? Monoma asked. Who do you think will have the most money put in the jar? Izuku questioned. Oh, that's easy, Dad. It's going to be the villain version of you, Eri replied with a smile. Which one? Rehab and Villain Deku asked in unison. Yes, Tempest Izuku said, smiling at them. The better question is, can we get our main self to curse more than 10 times? That would be a real challenge, Underground Izuku suggested. I'm still here. Monoma protested. Now that's a bet I can get on, Reaper Izuku said. So we have to corrupt one of ourselves. This is going to be fun. We villains have this on easy mode, Villain Izumi declared. Do you think it's hard to curse? I don't think it's hard. I mean, why me of all people? Izuku wondered. You can't even say the word, but, if given permission, Villain Izuku pointed out. Yes, I can, Izuku insisted. Oh yes. Do it right now. Rehab Izuku challenged. All the Izukus looked at their main self. Rear end. He groaned, facing the table in frustration. Many of the Izukus laughed, and Eri patted his back. It's okay, Dad, Mom loves you all the same and so do I, Eri reassured him. Oh, this is going to be so much fun, Villain Deku said. Try not to let our main self's cursing get to you all like that, Light Izuku advised. You know we're going to get super competitive with this, Villain Izumi replied. That's going to be another loss for the villains for sure, Underground Izuku added. Hey, I will not be, Monoma started, but as he put his hand on Underground Izuku's shoulder, he realized he had made a mistake. Sir. Underground Izuku quickly shrugged his shoulder and elbowed Monoma in the nose, causing him to fall back, out cold. We are having a very important conversation. We will get to you later. Monoma! Kendo exclaimed as she approached. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for him to mess with you all. It's okay, Kendo, Underground me apologize, Izuku said. I'm sorry for breaking his nose, Underground Deku replied. I feel like you're not fully, but I'll take it. It's also my fault, Kendo said with a smile, bowing, which main Izuku mirrored. Once all the Midoriyas finished eating, it was hero training time. Class 1A was in their heroic gear, excited about what they would be doing that day. As they discussed the types of exercises, the Midoriyas changed into their gear, feeling optimistic about what was to come. They all met back up in the gym. Aizawa ensured all the Midoriyas were present before explaining the exercise. For this exercise, you all will be going against my class, Aizawa announced. Ah, okay, so is this hard mode difficult or impossible? Rehab Deku asked. Raises eyebrow. You all will be going against them at the same time, Aizawa replied. Ah, so impossible. Got it, Villain Izuku said. You underestimate your other selves' classmates, Aizawa warned. No, Villainous is right. Honestly, all we really need is to send out the light version of us. But if you want us to break them, so be it. I'm all for it, Reaper Izuku said as he stretched. So, what's the plan? Which strategy should we use to beat them? Phoenix Izuku inquired. Given all their quirks, we need to separate them quickly and keep them on their toes. If we give them a second to breathe or think, it might be the end for us, Izuku explained. They're still pretty fresh, so quick reactions aren't their strong suit. We could easily have Villain Deku go in and keep them guessing where he's coming from. We have the element of surprise since they don't know all our quirks, but we know theirs, Tempest Izuku suggested. The question is who to target first, because if we try to target the wrong person and allow certain people to group up, it could spell disaster for us, Eri added. All it takes is one of us to fall and give them the momentum, Villain Deku stated. We have to ensure our teamwork is flawless. If we make mistakes, certain people will use that to their advantage. We need to split up according to what works best for all of us, rather than just targeting one person. It could work, but we shouldn't drag this fight out. I'd rather not give them a moment to think they have a chance to win. Aizawa looked surprised. He knew Izuku was one of the best people to work with in team exercises. But seeing how confident all the Midoriyas were, planning different strategies to outmaneuver his students, was unsettling. They were considering even the slightest mistakes and how to counter them, showcasing their teamwork. This realization made Aizawa feel a deep-seated fear. Finally, all the Midoriyas agreed on a plan. All right, the ladies, Izumi, Villain Izumi, and Eri, will handle the girls in the class. Phoenix and I will provide aerial support, while Underground Me will take on Bakugo alone, Izuku explained. Underground Izuku added, knowing how angry he is right now, he'll rush in looking for payback. Villain Izuku smirked. He's nothing more than a dog that needs to be put on a chain. Our first step is to break his spirit. Rehab Deku chimed in, losing to a quirkless version of us. Eri, smiling and giggling, interjected, Hey, can we do that? I thought of it last night. It would be too funny and perfect. The other Izukus exchanged looks of agreement, ready to embrace the idea. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, Aizawa addressed them. You will be going against the 19 Midoriyas. I've warned them about you, so don't underestimate them. Bakugo scoffed, I'll beat those nerds like I did before. Just because there are more of them doesn't change anything. Todoroki cautioned, charging in headfirst wouldn't be wise. It took myself, Midoriya, the female Midoriya, Uraraka, Ida, and Tsu to stand a chance against just 2 of them. Bakugo retorted, that's because you tried to take it easy on them. Tsu added, Ribbit, I wouldn't say that. The 2 we fought weren't even breaking a sweat. Mina reminded him, let's not forget that one of them took down 4 of us alone. Tokoyami noted, 4 of them handled pros well and nearly defeated them. It was only thanks to another Midoriya teleporting them away that they didn't succeed. Siro expressed frustration. There has to be a way to beat Midoriya. He's one of our top 3 strongest, and we're going against 19. It can't be that hard. Momo asked, Ida, Todoroki, Tsu, Uraraka, do you have any ideas on how to beat them? They began to think. Ida replied, honestly, the main issue is that we don't know what all the Midoriyas are capable of. Even when outnumbered, they seemed poised and ready for a fight. I noticed that female villain has a string-related quirk and is very aware of her surroundings. Uraraka added, we should also watch out for that tall Deku-kun. He seems to have multiple quirks. Mina agreed, yeah, and the one we fought had some sort of armor-like power and could sense where we were coming from. Momo concluded, this isn't looking good for us. We should focus on sticking together until we can get a good read on them. A more defensive strategy might be best before we go on the attack. Kirishima encouraged, you heard that, Baku bro. Bakugo shot back, like hell I'm staying on the defense. Just watch me take them down one by one. He stormed off. Kirishima called after him, hey, wait up. Jiro sighed, ugh, that idiot. Does he really think he can take them on one-on-one? Momo reassured her, let it go, Jiro. We can do this without him, even if Bakugo was a key part of the plan. Aizawa observed from the sidelines as Bakugo walked away from the group. As the training was about to begin, the lights dimmed, and all the heroes in training took battle stances. Suddenly, a spotlight illuminated one of the Midoriyas, and a melody began to play. Is for a multitude, we're all Midoriya, main Izuku sang. I is for infinite, our powers euphoria, Izumi continued. D is for Deku, the name that we share, support Izuku added. O is for overwhelming, heroes beware, villain Deku warned. R is for reckless, we break bones galore, Eri chimed in. E is for invincible, watch our strength soar, telekinesis Izuku declared. Y is for youthful, but wise beyond years. Rehab Izuku proclaimed. A is for army, of all might's heirs, magic Izuku finished. All the Midoriyas joined together, we are Midoriyas and we'd like to say hello. End of chapter. Everyone just looked in utter amazement and shock. Many of Deku's faces were a bit red. Izumi, villain Deku, you weren't supposed to say, heroes beware. It was supposed to be more inspiring. Villain Deku, what did you think I was going to say? Look at what I'm wearing. Yakuza Izuku, I think it went fairly well. Sadly, many of us didn't have a line to say. Eri, sorry that there aren't enough letters in our name for all of us to make one. Rehab Deku, you do have a point, but I give it an A+ since you came up with it, Eri. Eri smiled brightly. Really? Villain Izumi, I agree, it was well put together and came out nicely. I thought one of us would mess it up, but the effort you put into it paid off. All in favor of the letter grade say aye. All the Midoriya, aye. Eri beamed and gave the most famous 1000 watt Midoriya smile. Too bright. Reaper Izuku, anyway, we should probably get to the task at hand. Rehab Izuku, what task is more important than our little choreography dance and name matching? Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion and a familiar voice yelling at the top of his lungs, Deku. Villain Izuku, alright. Alright, let's go through with the plan. He rolled his eyes. With that, all the Dekus charged in. Bakugo initially thought he could push past them, but he was surprised when he felt strings wrapping around him. The next thing he knew, he was thrown around and slammed into the ground. Getting up and brushing off the dust, he saw a female Deku waving down at him with a smile, standing on top of some thin strings. Bakugo, get back here, Dekus. You're all dead. You hear me? I'm not. Underground Deku, sup. Bakugo quickly turned and fired off an explosion, only for it to miss. His arm was twisted into the air, and his explosion hit nothing but air. Sorry, but I'll be your opponent today. Trying to react quickly, Bakugo used his other hand to fire off another explosion, but Yuji Deku used the arm he was holding to hop over while twisting his arm back, delivering a powerful strike that caused Bakugo's head to hit the ground with a small crack. Yuji Deku hopped back and waited. After a moment, Bakugo finally twitched and slowly got up. Bakugo, so instead of fighting the nerd I battled a couple of days ago, I get another weakling instead. Underground Deku, oh, don't worry. This weakling is going to show you the real difference between us. Hope your pride wasn't hurt too much from a few days ago because I'm going to break it. Bakugo, I don't know what world you're from, but I never lost to that nerd. Underground Deku's eyes narrowed, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Underground Deku, really now? He chuckled darkly, the sound devoid of warmth. Didn't realize your pride was just another crutch you cling to. Pathetic. He rose to his feet slowly, causing Bakugo to tense visibly. Deku's movements were fluid and predatory as he pulled out a pair of worn leather gloves, the soft creak of leather filling the air as he slipped them on, one finger at a time. You're forgetting something, Katsuki Baku. Deku's voice dropped to a menacing whisper, his eyes gleaming with barely contained intensity. I've already defeated you once in my domain, leaving that version of you broken. He flexed his gloved hands, the knuckles cracking ominously. I have no qualms about shattering another arrogant fool like you. Again and again, until there's nothing left but the hollow shell of your shattered ego. Let's begin. He charged in. As this unfolded, the other Midoriyas charged in as well. Kirishima tried to catch up to Bakugo but was suddenly grabbed by the face by villain Deku. The next thing he knew, he was airborne, falling toward the gym floor. He quickly activated his quirk to reduce the damage, but he still felt the impact. Class 1A began to formulate a plan, only to be thrown off by a giant dust cloud rushing toward them. Confusion spread as they tried to determine where the dust had come from, unaware that Numu Izuku, Support Izuku, and Tempest Izuku were behind it, using their quirks to stir up the dust. Support Izuku utilized gear as wind blowers on his fists, while Tempest Izuku enhanced Support Deku's wind turbine, making the dust cloud grow larger and faster than Class 1A could anticipate. Many prepared to shield their eyes, but before they could react, a massive fireball erupted from the cloud. Phoenix Izuku emerged from the center, wearing protective goggles. Izumi, villain Izumi, and Reaper Deku also appeared nearby. The impact caused a wave of destruction that separated the class faster than they anticipated. Among the separated group, the girls were relieved to stay close together. Is everyone okay? Cough cough, Momo asked. I think so. What was that? I didn't have time to process what was going on. Toru exclaimed. Ribbit, the Midoriyas were on us much faster than I thought. We need to regroup or capture one of them, Azui said. Right, first, who do we have near us? Momo began, but before she could finish, she was suddenly wrapped in strings and pulled away. Momo! Jiro, Mina, and Toru shouted. Sorry, focus on yourselves first, Izumi said, activating one for all and zipping toward them. Tsu attempted to attack but missed, launching herself into Mina's acid wall, sending her flying. As Tsu prepared to fight, she sensed something on her right. Turning quickly, she was struck by Eri's open palm heel strike, disorienting her. Eri seized Tsu's hero suit, slamming her to the ground while applying pressure to her side, causing Tsu to let out a dry croak. "Tsu!" Toru shouted, ready to charge in but found herself ensnared by strings, immobilizing her. "But my body. It won't move," she stammered. "Sorry, that's Villain Izumi's quirk. Her strings are powerful," Izumi explained. "I hope you can forgive us." She charged up a small percent of one for all, and the last thing Toru saw before blacking out was a punch coming toward her. Just then, Uraraka arrived at the chaotic battlefield. Using her zero-gravity quirk, she floated onto the scene, shocked to find Mina and Toru unconscious, while Tsu writhed in pain. Her gaze locked onto Izumi, the female Deku she had fought alongside days earlier, now engaged in combat with Jiro. Izumi moved with fluid grace, effortlessly evading Jiro's sound waves. Just as Jiro prepared to unleash a powerful attack, Izumi closed the distance in a blink, restraining Jiro's arms with lightning speed. Thinking quickly, Uraraka activated her quirk on nearby debris, launching a barrage toward them. Suddenly, a blur streaked through the air, obliterating the projectiles mid-flight. Uraraka's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the blur, Eri, charging straight for her. The two engaged in a high-speed dance of combat. Uraraka narrowly avoided Eri's touch, grabbing her wrist instead. Eri countered with a karate chop, which Uraraka blocked. They spun through the air, descending slowly until Uraraka managed to kick Eri downward. "Release," Uraraka muttered, dispelling her quirk and landing firmly on the ground. But Eri was already upon her again, and what followed was a breathtaking display of hand-to-hand combat. Eri launches a straight punch, which Uraraka dodges, attempting a grapple. Eri twists away, transitioning into a left hook that forces Uraraka to block. Uraraka counters with an open palm strike, but Eri drops low, sweeping Uraraka's legs out from under her. As Uraraka falls, Eri attempts a high sidekick to her face. Uraraka manages to catch Eri's leg, but the young girl uses her free leg to deliver a powerful dropkick to Uraraka's shoulder. The impact loosens Uraraka's grip, allowing Eri to slip free. In a stunning display of acrobatics, Eri handstands on Uraraka's shoulders, spinning before dropping her full weight onto Uraraka's stomach. The air rushes from Uraraka's lungs as she collapses. As Uraraka struggles to catch her breath, she looks up to see Eri kneeling beside her, a smile playing on her lips. Eri whispers, "Sorry, Mum." Before Uraraka can respond, she feels a sharp pinch in her neck, and darkness claims her. Standing up, Eri looks over and sees Izumi had dropped Jiro near Toru, Mina, and Tsu. In contrast, villain Izumi is seen sipping on a drink, her feet resting on one of the rocks, with Momo right next to her, tied up and nearly unconscious. Both Eri and Izumi give her a look. Villain Izumi says, "What? It's not like she was easy to fight. I didn't break her, I just had to get a little rough." Izumi responds, "Still?" Villain Izumi shrugs. "It's not like she isn't used to a little roughness. Watch." Eri blushes, exclaiming. Villain Izumi quickly apologizes. Whoops, sorry about that. Lost myself in the moment there." Eri groans. "I hope the rest of Dad isn't as embarrassing as you." Izumi adds, "I think the Tempest version of us might have her beat." Villain Izumi wonders, "I wonder how the boys are doing by the way?" Meanwhile, Ida, Shoto, and Tokoyami are struggling as they dodge fireballs from above, trying to devise a plan while the other Midoriyas are on their tail. Ida runs into Marine Deku, feeling like he hit a brick wall. Before he can think, a powerful energy-wave comes at him. Ida activates his quirk to zoom aside, but Marine Deku closes the gap quickly, delivering a knee to Ida's stomach and an elbow that sends him into the dirt. Marine Deku then leaps into the air, unleashing a barrage of kicks that defeats Ida. Tokoyami faces a tough battle against Phoenix Izuku's fireballs and Yakuza Izuku, who uses a heat-based quirk. Feeling overwhelmed, Tokoyami concedes, Concede. Yakuza Deku smiles and pats him on the shoulder before moving on. Todoroki, using his half-and-half quirk, struggles against support Deku's steel wires, which cut through his ice. He tries to counter with fire, but it gets absorbed by Phoenix Deku's flames. Support Deku delivers a flurry of punches that nearly sends Todoroki into a flashback of his training with his father. With one final punch backed by a powerful wind force, Todoroki is sent crashing into a rock pillar, knocked out cold. Meanwhile, Kirishima is trying to reach Bakugo but faces Reaper and Vigilante Deku. Despite his efforts, they send him flying backward. As he tanks some of Reaper Deku's slashes, he realizes he has one option left. It's now or never, he declares, activating his unbreakable mode. Charging toward Vigilante Deku, everything slows down around him. Reaper Deku calmly states, "You put up a valiant effort, Red Riot, but sadly, you and your hero's friend fell here." He swipes his arm, unleashing a powerful wind blast that overwhelms Kirishima. As he falls to the ground, Reaper Deku's voice echoes, "Stand proud, Red Riot. You have the heart of a true heroic shield." Kirishima collapses, knocked out. Vigilant Izuku, "Really?" Reaper Deku, "What?" Vigilant Deku, "You had to go with that line?" Reaper Deku, "Thought it sounded cool. He deserves it somewhat, even though he is friends with the dog. I can't hold that against him." Vigilante Deku sighed. Meanwhile, Mineta was being held up in the air by 1S Deku, who looked thoroughly done with the situation. Mineta was crying, terrified of all the Midoriyas and how quickly they were overpowering him. He had tried to sneak a peek at one of the female Izukus, Izumi, and was clearly mesmerized. Not wanting to deal with him anymore, Telekinesis Deku tossed him against the wall, where he made eye contact with Aizawa, who simply observed. Telekinesis Deku shrugged and walked away. Two other classmates, Aoyama and Koda, collapsed around main Izuku, who wiped his forehead. It wasn't really a fight. He was holding back to avoid seriously hurting his friends. Suddenly, a body flew past him. Siro had just been launched into a wall. Light Izuku, sorry. Shoji was doing his best to dodge and block with his limbs, but then support Deku appeared. Using his power gloves, which had an electric effect, he managed to hurt Shoji more than expected. As Shoji swung an arm, support Deku dodged and was quickly taken down by Numu Deku, who shoulder-checked him and slammed him repeatedly into the ground. SP Deku watched with a smirk. Support Deku, I feel like I've seen something like this in a movie before. Something with green. Ojiro was the only one left standing as villain Deku toyed with him, making comments like, "Weave, miss, and try again." Ojiro grew increasingly irritated. Villain Deku threw knives into the air, teleporting close to Ojiro, kneeing him in the chin, then grabbing him and teleporting them both into the air. He threw Ojiro towards one of his knives, delivering a powerful lariat. Izuku, did you have to go that far? Villain Deku looked over at main Izuku. Villain Deku, I wanted to try out a new combo I saw in a video game. Light Izuku, and you couldn't save it for someone else? Villain Deku, those are his friends, not mine. I have no attachment to them. Izuku, we really need to work on your attitude towards those who haven't hurt you. Villain Deku, my cause is just. Light Deku, no it's not. Villain Deku, you just kicked one of his friends into a wall. Light Deku, by accident. Villain Deku, you beat his friends, and it's seen as heroic training. I do it in a... labeled a villain. That's not fair. Izuku, did you just use another movie quote on him? Villain Deku, no, you have no proof. Villain Izumi, can you boys stop bickering and come on? Underground should be finishing up with the mutt soon. She flew over their heads. Villain Deku, this I gotta see. Meanwhile, Underground Deku was facing off against Bakugo, who was struggling against his speed and tactics. Underground Deku used his surroundings to his advantage, throwing debris at Bakugo as cover and distraction. Bakugo managed to dodge a few rocks, but then got caught off guard by a hit that sent him rolling on the ground. As he got up, Bakugo shouted, "Quit running, you dumb nerd. You think you're clever with your hit-and-run tactics? Can't face me?" I thought you wanted to be my equal after that one night. Underground Deku remained silent. Bakugo, and now you don't want to use your quirk. Are you looking down on me? Huh. Fight me for real, Deku. Villain Deku replied, Dear Lord, do you not have a turn-down button? Bakugo's spine shivered as he turned to see Villain Deku leaning against the wall. I have to deal with your attitude all the time, but geez. It wouldn't hurt to tone it down a bit. How people manage to handle you is beyond me. Bakugo shot back, What the hell are you doing here? Shouldn't you be fighting the others? Light Deku chimed in, We already finished. We're just here to see Underground Deku finish kicking your lousy butt. Bakugo looked up to see Light Deku perched on one of the higher pillars. Rehab Deku added, You're still not done, Yuji? I want to get back inside soon and take a shower. A new episode of our show should be coming in a couple of hours, and I don't want to miss it. Underground Deku stepped forward from behind the pillar. Yeah, I know I've been waiting for you all to finish up first. Didn't want you to miss the final. Bakugo glanced around, realizing that all the Dekus were present. Wait, does this mean our class lost? Underground Deku noticed Bakugo's shock. Don't be surprised. This match was impossible from the start. I don't have much attachment to you like the other Midoriyas do, since my version of you is quite different. He can be a JRK, but he's a bit more mellow. So I'll be generous enough to let you concede, and we can be on our way. Cool. Bakugo looked down, his hair obscuring his eyes, and remained silent. The others waited for his response until Bakugo shouted, pointing one of his arm gauntlets at Underground Deku. You already know what this is? Since your quirk isn't OFA, it seems you're as fast as the nerd I know so well. You think I'm a joke? I'll show. Underground Deku interrupted, I would advise against that. Bakugo was taken aback. It's not that it will hurt, it's that it won't work on me. Bakugo retorted, What are you talking about? You think some nonsense like that is going to stop me? I'm done being nice to you nerds. Villain Deku quipped, Nice? Since when? I don't remember you being on Santa's nice list. Bakugo shouted, Shut up. Take this. He pulled the pin with a sinister smile, expecting a powerful explosion. Instead, the fire erupted outward right in front of him, causing significant damage to himself due to the buildup of sweat in his gauntlets. Once the smoke cleared, Bakugo's arm was bruised and shaking, his pupils wide and mouth partly open in shock. Underground Deku sighed, I tried to warn you. It wasn't that it wouldn't hurt, it was that it wouldn't hurt me. Bakugo gasped. How? Underground Deku explained, confused? I would be too. That wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for support Deku over there. He pointed to SP Deku, who waved sheepishly. Right before we separated, SP gave me some cotton foam designed to absorb flames. Given how small it was and how much power you released, the chance of containing it was slim. But I didn't need a huge patch, just pocket sizes to hide and slowly get into each of your gauntlets. Flashes of their earlier fight played in Bakugo's mind, and Underground Deku continued. If you had taken a moment to calm down, you would have noticed them. But your anger towards us, especially our main version, is your biggest flaw, something smart foes wouldn't have trouble exploiting. Combined with the fact you got beaten by a villain version of us a couple of days ago, it was easy to dismantle you and make you take yourself out. I had other ways, but this was what I mainly wanted. You look foolish in front of the one person you hate the most. Bakugo's pupils returned, but he looked shocked and horrified. Underground Deku approached him, hands in his pockets. You let your pride be your downfall. You had a 1% chance to beat us, and you were a key factor in that. As much as I hate to say it, you understand us better than most. But you throw it all away because you can't accept how close you are to us and how big the gap really is. Let me tell you something, Katsuki Bakugo. Now mere feet away, Underground Deku's voice dropped to a menacing whisper. Let me tell you something, Katsuki Bakugo. You will never get out of our shadow. Bakugo's eyes widened in utter defeat and shock. Underground Deku delivered a devastating punch, sending blood spraying from Bakugo's nose. As Bakugo fell backward, time seemed to slow. Oh, and one more thing, Underground Deku added, his words cutting through the air like a knife. I'm one of the quirkless Dekus. The revelation echoed in Bakugo's mind as he collapsed, consciousness fading to black. The once mighty hero lay defeated, not just physically, but utterly broken in spirit. A few minutes passed as most of Class 1A gathered around their teacher, with Recovery Girl doing her best to heal what injuries she could, even though she couldn't mend their broken spirits or pride. The Midoriyas stood off to the side, not saying anything, while the good Midoriyas sheepishly fidgeted with their fingers. Aizawa himself couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. He had to admit he was shocked by how one-sided this match had been. He might have had too much faith in his students or underestimated how challenging it was to face a handful of problem children. Aizawa believed the class would have taken out nearly half of the Midoriya group, but instead he saw an absolute beatdown, with his class being outplayed and outworked in ways that made him question how much the problem child was hiding. Problem children? Aizawa asked, and all the Midoriyas stopped their small talk and looked at him. Care to explain the game plan to the class? Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, funny about that. Well, you see. Izumi chimed in, we actually had different methods and plans for how we wanted to go about it. The class's eyes widened at that statement. Rehab Deku explained, we originally wanted everyone to take on someone one-on-one. Villain Deku added, that way we could show what we could really do. But as fun as that sounded, we decided to hold off on that. Underground Deku continued, so instead, given you asked us to make this a team exercise, we knew who would be a problem if we let them get started, who we had a better chance against, and who we could let slip once or twice. Villain Izumi stated, our main priority was to quickly take out Momo, prevent Todoroki from unleashing a huge attack, and ensure the others could cooperate and calm themselves. We also needed to shut down Uraraka and quickly take out Mina before her quirk became a problem. Made sure Tokoyami was surrounded by those who could counter him. Izuku explained, so we designed the main plan around separating everyone, ensuring those who were perfect counters faced off against each other. Villain Izumi has one of the most versatile quirks in our group, along with the support version of me and the Phoenix version of me playing supportive roles. We wanted to give you heroes a chance, as much as I hate to admit that. He rolled his eyes, with Izumi elbowing him. Support Deku added, with you all separated, we had those we knew could handle each situation quickly and soundly, even though it was Izumi and Eri's request to let them handle the ladies for reasons. Rehab Deku concluded, once that happened, everything just fell like a stack of dominoes. Bakugo was just a side project since we already knew he wouldn't be much help and would ruin a lot of your plans. Izuku smiled at his classmates. To say everyone was shocked would be an understatement. With that, everyone headed back to clean up, letting each side sulk in their victory, or more accurately, the defeat Class 1A had just experienced. End of chapter.